Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech SAP Basis training course. In today's digital era, businesses rely heavily on technology to streamline operations. Whether you're a seasoned professional or just dipping your toes into the realm of SAP, you're in the right place. Let's dive into the fundamentals of SAP Basis. But first, let's clarify what SAP Basis is. In simple terms, SAP Basis is the underlying system administration framework that supports various SAP applications. It's like the backbone of the entire SAP landscape, ensuring smooth operation and optimal performance. Understanding SAP Basis isn't just about mastering a technical skill. It's about positioning yourself for success in a rapidly evolving job market. According to recent industry reports, the demand for SAP Basis expertise is steadily increasing, with over 80% of Fortune 500 companies relying on SAP systems for their day-to-day operations. Well, simply put, it's the foundation upon which countless businesses around the globe ready to streamline their operations, enhance productivity, and drive growth. Whether you're an aspiring ET professional or a seasoned executive, having a solid grasp of SAP Basis can open doors to exciting career opportunities and ensure you stay ahead of the curve in today's competitive landscape. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know to become proficient in SAP Basis. From understanding the core concepts and architecture to mastering essential administration tasks and troubleshooting common issues, we've got you covered. By the end of this course, you'll have the knowledge and skills to confidently navigate the world of SAP Basis and make a meaningful impact in your organization. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, Introduction to SAP. 2, What is ERP? 3, History of SAP. 4, Concept of transports. 5, Non-ABAP transports. Let's dive in.
So getting started with SAP, mainly this is the first day, and then we have around 14 days of content. I will walk you through the content after some time. So this is the disclaimer, and the presentations or the examples or images what we use in this one or the pictorial purposes only. So please do not share with anybody else. And it's with the great efforts we have prepared this content for you. And wherever we have taken from open sources, we have given the credits. Okay, it's a simple disclaimer. So for today, day 1, okay. So even though you have experience in SAP Basis, and still some of you have some questions or clarifications and theoretically or what SAP is and stuff. So what I'm going to do today is in the next 3 or 4 hours. So I'm going to give a course overview quickly, how we are going to plan for this next 15 days. And then we are going to talk about introduction to SAP. I mean, what is SAP? As a company and as a software or as a system. You might have heard about what is SAP system and SAP company. You might get confused about it. So we will differentiate what is an SAP company, what it is all about, and what is SAP system. Okay. So, and then we talk about briefly SAP solutions. And when I say SAP solutions, it's not the entire SAP portfolio. And we talk about technical overview of the SAP system. Okay. And then we talk about the architecture. So, and the in generic landscapes, SAP system landscapes. Yeah. After that, the most important thing is the SAP basis administration. That is what you all would like to upskill or understand in deep. But to start with SAP basis administration, it is very important to understand these few basics. Yeah, I mean about the SAP and its history, so that your fundamentals or the understanding about the product is clear. Okay, so that you can relate whenever you hear some functional terms or some jargons about ERP, S4, whatsoever. Okay, so if you have this background, how SAP evolved and etc., then it is easy for you to technically work on these systems. Okay. So introduction to SAP. So if you do you really think that learning SAP is hard? And then SAP learning SAP is not hard if you know the right way to start and where to start and what to learn. And as per your role, if you catch that basic understanding, because if you look at the entire SAP, it's ocean. I mean, too many products, too many modules, too many domains. Okay. It's not hard if you start rightly from the basics, and it's all more or less similar. I mean, no matter whatever the domain or whatever you work, it will be very similar. So where to click? I mean, if you really want, where to start? And these are some of the questions. I mean, whoever comes to this thing, you have some confusion about what is this SAP and what I am doing, especially if you are in a basis, right? I mean, some of you have said that you are working from last 3 months or 4 months. You might be working on day-to-day tasks, but still you have this confusion. What is exactly is? Is it a software? Is it a database? Is it, so much frustration? I mean, is it a functional? Is it coding, or is it a platform? Right? We have a lot of ABAP cloud platform, and then Java NetWeaver platform. You hear a lot of these terms. So what exactly is it, and where you start? Okay, all these frustration, if you follow this course carefully, I mean, with the structure which I have given and with the content, slowly I will take you to a level where you relate your current role, and then the SAP in general, what it is. Okay, so in this course, introduction to SAP. Okay, so in this course, we don't focus on entirely on what is SAP and its entire portfolio. Okay, the most important thing is you have to understand is SAP. Main product for SAP is the ERP. Okay, so they have started their entire business portfolio with ERP, and most of these companies use ERP. And then they have 40 to 50 another components of the solutions which they have. But ERP is the core product. Okay. Now the question comes, why we need an ERP? Okay. So how SAP evolved starting with the ERP to what it is today? And is it only an ERP solution, SAP? Is it? It's not. We will. I will explain you why it's not an only ERP solution. Yes, they started with ERP, but it is not only the ERP solution. So yeah, let me quickly go through what we have discussed. So for day one, we're going to start with introduction to SAP, and then overview of SAP. What is SAP, and as a system and as a product or as a customer, SAP or a vendor, service provider. Okay, and then we talk about SAP solutions, architecture, and SAP landscapes and basis administration. Of that, if we have time, definitely we'll have some time. So we will do a basic exercise or a labs where we log into the system, and then we will see some basics. Okay, so I'll just quickly review what we discussed before we had this technical problem. So we were talking about, most of us might think learning SAP is hard. It's very confusing, and it has a lot of products, a lot of solutions. And is it a platform, or, sometimes people may think that, what are these functionalities of so many modules? Okay. So if you are, obviously you are here, if you want to learn SAP, and in that particular, you want to learn SAP Basis. Okay. So what we will do is we will going to start with the SAP as a company, complete portfolio and architecture, and then I will slowly take you to the basis administration. Okay. So yeah, again, is it a software or a database? Fine. Okay. So many of you might have these confusions or the frustrations when you start, and if you Google it or if you go to the help.sap.com, you may find it's a version of information and too much to go through. Okay, so that's always confusing, but don't worry. So we will start with the first module, introduction to SAP. Okay, so when we say SAP, the first thing which comes to our mind is ERP. Okay, what is ERP? ERP full name, Enterprise Resource Planning. Okay, so we need to understand what is ERP, why we need it, and how SAP could able to make such a big company out of it. Okay, how it was earlier, I mean, before ERP, how the companies are doing their job, and how SAP with the ERP product revolutionized the entire industry. You see, you name any industry, okay, in the market, it's automobile or finance, banking or manufacturing. You take any industry today in the world, okay, 95% of SAP financial transactions, like purchase orders, invoice, you name anything, 95%, it's a huge, okay, will touch an SAP ERP system. Okay, then you see how they have taken the entire world's industry, or how they revolutionize the software with this particular product. Okay, so it's very important. You name anything, you take banking, every transaction or the most of the transactions touch the ERP system. Okay, so SAP proudly shows it to the world that 95% of the world transactions goes through my system, or at any point they touch the ERP system. That's the criticality of this ERP, and that's how they evolved in last 40 years. It's a huge success that we will see. I mean, as when we talk about the history of SAP. Okay, so this we will discuss why we need ERP and how SAP has evolved to till today. And is it SAP only ERP? No. Okay, so ERP is their major product, and they started with ERP, but they have evolved to an multiple levels now. It's a very vast portfolio what we have now. Okay, so yeah, again, SAP solutions, which will be very confusing. If you go to the help dot, as I said, if you see the portfolio, oh God, it will be crazy. You see a lot of things and it's very confusing. Okay, so yep, now we will start with what is ERP. Okay, so before we get into the basis administration, right? So we need to understand what exactly the ERP do. Yes, you might be working in basis administration from last 3 months or 1 year or whatever is it, but you might not have a glimpse of functional aspect of SAP or the ERP. Yeah, we are talking about ERP now. Functional aspect, how it is going to solve the purpose for an end user. Okay, how it has changed the business. Okay, how it is improving or automating or simplifying the things what were being done by the manually earlier. Okay, so for this to understand, I mean, to get a glimpse of what what ERP is, okay, we need to go through one particular example. Yeah, I'll give you one magic bookstore. Let's say we have John. Okay, he's the one guy who started a startup. It's a magic bookstore. Okay, what he's doing is he's selling the books. I mean, he's one person. He started a startup, so he deal with the authors. I mean, when we say procurement here, he talks to the authors or the book whoever written it or publishes it, and he will procure the books or from the printing or whatever is it, and then he will sell them to the particular area. Let's say Bangalore. So in Bangalore, John is has a magic bookstore where he is deal with the many authors and get the books and procure, and then some of them he will put it in a warehouse. So he has a warehouse or his room or whatever is it, warehouse, go down. So where he keeps the most selling books, and based on the sales what he has every day, so he will procure them and then he will put it in a warehouse. Okay, and then okay, so his sales and then purchases, right? So he's purchasing from the authors or the printing presses, and then he will sell. So he has to manage that finance at certain point. So he is using, like we all do, right? So what we use basically Microsoft Excel. Okay, so in Excel he is maintaining his revenue details, I mean sales and then purchases details, and then he is doing a simple calculation of, okay, is he making profit or is he making losses. So that is doing simple sum and formulas using in Excel. Okay, and the controlling, since he is the only guy who is taking care of this magic book, and yeah, some people will be there, but only for the ordering and stuff. But he is the only guy. So he has the entire control over the system or his bookstore. Good. So he is the only guy who is taking care of this entire bookstore. Okay. Now let's see. So yes, so he's making good profit. He's selling well, and he wants to expand his business. Okay, because if he wants to expand his business, what he has to do as a startup? So number one, he may have to start more bookstores, in a different region or a different city, from Bangalore to Hyderabad to Delhi or whatever. So he wants to start his bookstore because he got very popular in this particular location and he's making good profits. So for that, he has to sell more books, and then eventually he will make more money, more dollars or more money. So that's what. So he has got a thought that, okay, I am very successful here. Let me start or let me expand my business. Okay. So what he's doing to do now is Magic Book Chain. So guys, it's worth spending this 5 minutes on this example to get a glimpse of ERP, so that most of the SAP products, okay, revolves around the ERP. So that's why you need to understand these terms also, finance, controlling, procurement, warehouse, sales. That's why I'm stressing on this aspect. So once you have this understanding, then it is easy going forward whenever these terms or the terminologies comes. Okay. So now he is expanding his business. So he has recruited 4 people, Mary, Carl, and then just Bob. Okay. So 1 to 5 or 4 people he has recruited. I mean, so 5 locations, let's say. So he has taken, he has expanded his business to 5 cities, 1 to 5 cities. And from 1 person, so where John was controlling the everything, he has taken to the 25 people. So now 25 people working for him and 5 different cities. Okay. Now you see the problem. So each one of them, Mary, Carl, Bob, Jess, right? So even though John tells, the standards and all these things, everyone works in a different way. So Mary manages her bookstore, and her procurement, her finance, or controlling sales different. Or Carl may use Excel, or he is comfortable with the book or a ledger. He will use in a physical book. Okay. Or Jess may use something else. So each one of them, for procurement or warehouse or sales, they are using their different softwares or different things, even though there are standards. But again, it's a person who is working, right? So for example, if John wants to understand in this particular week, how many sales or how many purchases we made and what is my profit and loss. So let's talk about the finance. So he has to talk to all these 5 people, 5 cities, and get a glimpse of it. And some may give proper data, some may not give. So this is a big problem for him. So even though he has expanded, so he is not making money what he expected. So he has expanded his business, and he has selling books, but not to the level what he was doing, and he is not getting generated the revenue what is expected. Then he started analyzing what was the problem, where exactly I am losing money. You expanded and you invested more money, 5 cities and 25 people you recruited, but he lost his control. So, and if he is running like this, then it's not good for his firm. Okay. So when he started analyze, so he understood that there is a multiple version of truth. This is a very important term which you have to understand. So this is what ERP has solved for the many industries. That's what has led them to evolve to a level where I said 95% of the world financial transactions touch an ERP system, in a particular day, which means this is the biggest problem for any industry. You have so many departments: finance, procurement, warehouse, sales. So each one of them. So this guy, Mary, looks at the system and, she documented some other way, columns or whatever is it. So then Carl documents it something. So he orders his procurement in a different way. And this lady, Bob may do a warehousing separately. So at any point in time, it's very cumbersome, and John doesn't have control over his department or the people across the cities. Okay. Which means each one of them, for example, you are selling a book called Fountainhead. Okay. Which is the most famous by Ayn Rand. So Mary, in this city, it might not be a top selling book. She puts it somewhere else and she thinks that it is not useful, and she rate it as a least rating one. And this guy thinks that, okay, it's the best one, and he puts it. So it's a multiple versions of truth for the same product. So each one of them are organizing differently. Each one have their different opinion or different thing. So that's the problem. So then John understood the problem. So now he has done an ERP. So you see here at the beginning, he introduced the ERP system. What ERP will do? So ERP system, he implemented ERP, and he has given access to Mary, Carl, Bob, Jess. Everyone is using the same. So the biggest problem was the multiple version of the truth for the same products. Now you have one product listed in the system and the same. So you have a catalog of products, and which of them is selling across the regions. It's a tabular form and simply organized, and everybody has to use the same thing. And John, for reporting, he doesn't have to talk to anybody. So he can log into the ERP system at any point in time. He can see, okay, which of my city is doing properly, which of my city is not doing properly, where I am having a warehouse problem, what all things I have to procure. So all this data is available in the ERP system in a structured way, and everyone see the same data without any individual's intervention or individual structure of organizing products or the data or whatever. So he has single version of the truth. Okay, for a particular product or for a particular thing, or everybody looks into it as one system. Suppose if you look into an ERP system, anybody, whoever has the access to the ERP will see the same data. Suppose you guys working 3 to 4 months, right? You go and open one SS section and table, you get all the same purchase orders, same invoices, everything is same. So now you see such a complicated model where he has lost control of the people, products, everything, and he has bought everything under control. So what do you understand from here? ERP has solved the problem of multiple versions of truth, and it has given a very good control about his organization. Now you see, he has expanded to the 4 cities. Now he knows where exactly which of my location is not doing good. Then he can control that location and what he has to do to improve. Okay, so now the scaling up or the scale out becomes much easy. If you want to expand, so now from 5 cities to 10 cities you can expand without any cumbersome activity or engaging a lot of people, because your ERP, you just have to give them the access to the ERP system. Okay, see, this is what has solved the problem for many industries. ERP has solved it. So anybody who started their company as a startup, if they want to expand or grow, ERP helps them. Okay, that's how the companies were able to do a lot of automation and then expand drastically. So you take examples of Tata, TCS itself. You have Tata Steel, right? So you have Tata Steel, you have consultancy services, you have many Tata hotel management, right? So now how Ratan Tata organize all these things, right? Ratan Tata, how does he gets it? So it's a conglomerate, right, in India. So how does he understand if his businesses are making right or not? So he implements an ERP system for each and everything. You see in TCS, you have human resource management, you have finance, you have procurement, everything, right? So those all things are tracked in this one. And you take Tata Steel again there, steel purchasing, right? Then the coal. So the manufacturing thing, everything has to be integrated. So they all connect to an ERP system. And as a CEO, you will get a glimpse of, okay, which of my business is doing fine and which is not doing properly. And then he can take some improvement actions. Okay. So now you understood the ERP, how it solved the problem for the industries. And this is what ERP is doing in the market now. Okay. So now you understand what is ERP, right? Enterprise resource planning. So this will simplify. Good. So whatever I already talked, so I have put it in the slide. Okay. What I've given example as the Tata Steel or the TCS. So it, as I said, he has the multiple businesses, rather than hotel management and all. It collects, manage, and share data. You know, it's a single version of the truth, so that you can make better decisions or the better choices. And then, as I said, if one of your business is not doing properly, and then you can control those processes. Okay, where exactly you get a glimpse with the analytics, or as soon as you have the data, you can do in the market so many business analytics tools. You have SAP Analytics Cloud is there, Microsoft Business Intelligence is, that's a trend now, data science, or the so many things are available to do the analysis. Okay, so but do the analysis with those tools and then control the process where exactly you are making problem, where exactly you have the problem, identify it, and easy to control that particular. So track and measure. Again, all of your businesses you can track in a real-time data. Okay, so earlier there was no real time. So at least I don't know if you heard it. Even now you hear, right, month-end reports in BW. Okay, month-end reports, and where you don't implement any changes in the system, and you ensure that those reports are generated. But now we have this trend of real time, so that we will talk when we talk about the HANA. But yes, so you can track and measure. Earlier they used to generate weekly reports or some critical reports, daily reports, and monthly reports. Okay, and automate processes. So as I said, so once you have this picture of the integration of these departments, procurement, finance, and then sales, right? These are all integrated in ERP. So which means For example, let's take an example of the magic chain. You have sold 100 books today. Okay, one particular book. Let's take Chetan Bhagat's book. Okay, it sold a huge number of copies and it's a very good success. So earlier you have to call and place an order, right? I mean, hey, today 100 books are sold. I need 100 book stock. But here, when they are integrated, the moment as soon as you release the purchase order, as soon as you sell those books, immediately you get you place an order for the 100 books. Okay, you know that what is your warehouse capacity. Okay, I can hold 100 top selling book as 100 books. Then immediately you will place an order. So the procurement to the sales, it's been automated. So such process, I mean, you take in a steel industry as well. Okay, the moment you generate the iron and then you sell the steel and you have to place an order for the raw materials, right? So those number of raw materials, immediately it will place an order. So then it will generate a purchase order and it sells to the vendors, whoever provides those raw materials. That's what. So you can automate this process. Okay. And then improve quality and efficiency. So now you have a single version of truth and everybody or every business is following the same ERP system. So you can, I mean, if everybody is using the same, then there is a chance that very less mistakes, because you test it properly and everything is proven, and then it improves the quality, and it's a repetitive and automated task. The efficiency will increase better. Okay. So then at the end, run business better. So that's the slogan for SAP, right? So, I mean, if you look at the SAP, there's a tagline, run business better, or then there is a run simple. Okay. So run simple means because ERP is taking care of all these cumbersome activities where you used to have different departments. They were taking ERP takes care of such a nice and controlled way. So that's why they say run business better and run simple. That's the current tagline. They say it's a simple run. Okay. So that's about the ERP. Okay. Now the question comes. Okay. Why only SAP succeeded? Don't we have another ERP solutions? I mean, what were the competitors? So we have many ERP solutions, but I will put you only the main few. SAP is there, Oracle, and then Microsoft. So SAP is the leader in ERP, and nowhere these Oracle and Microsoft come closer to SAP. Okay. So in the sense, as I said, 95 to 98% of the market is captured by the SAP. That we will talk about when we come to the customers data. That you can find it in help.sap.com. It's open source information which they will provide. And same is with Oracle. So they were not able to succeed. So as SAP, Microsoft, there were different regions, but it's not. It's a business. Once we have time at the end of this 40 hours of sessions, so we can discuss those things. Why SAP only successful and why Oracle and Microsoft. It's very interesting topic. How these compete each other and how they come up. But know that in ERP, the leader is SAP only. Yes, and along with those top three players, you have Sibyl, you have JD Edwards, and so on, so things. Just know it, just for information. I mean, you should not think that ERP means SAP only, no other players. No, there are other players, but SAP is the leader. So, okay, as a part of this course, we'll talk only about SAP. So we'll not cover about any of these other solutions. Okay. So any questions before I proceed further with the history of SAP? Before that, I was just giving an introduction of the confusions, and when you want to learn SAP, you might feel confused on where to start and what to start. Is it a database or software, and how difficult it is to learn? Those things we were discussing. But have you gone through the case, ERP case, what I've explained? So now you got a glimpse of, you might not have got a glimpse of what is SAP, but at least you understood what is ERP, how it can simplify the business, right? How it can help you to scale out your business with the use case or the example what we have discussed. So now, as I said, then interesting question, how SAP was able to capture the 95% of the market. Okay. Now we need to see the history of SAP, how they started, and because this is also important, because when you are working on the particular solution, right, it's always good that how they evolved, and just worth spending some 5 minutes of time. And here also I will try to explain about the technical things so that you get this is what I don't give you the entire business, how they evolved and how they competed with everybody and how they earn more money. Fine. we can discuss, but the most important thing is how they evolved as a product, right? As a ERP solution, how they transform themselves once they started. That's important to understand, because you may have to work with multiple versions of these systems. Okay, suppose some customers, okay, why we have to understand this history, I'll tell you. Because now you might be working NetWeaver 740 or the latest system. Those of you who are working, I'll tell you, you might be working on the latest versions, right? There are some core industries who do not want to migrate. Okay, SAP could have introduced in 1972 one version of the system, and they want to be with that version of the system only. They don't want to upgrade. They don't want to migrate. It's not like us who will change our phones in 2 years or no. They don't want. Why? So big, that's why you may have to support those systems also. That's why you need to understand what were the SAP's earlier versions and what is the current version, what is the middle version also. So I'll give you example of an industries or customers. For example, let's take banking. Okay, do you think banking is ready to migrate? If you go and tell them that, hey, upgrade your system, no, they'll say that, okay, no boss, please, I don't migrate. Okay, banking, the most important, whenever you are migrate or update your system, the most important part is the data. So for banking, data is the heart, right? If you go and if you make some simple table entry, for example, with your name John has 1 lakh account in his entry, and if you make 1 zero extra, that's it, 1 crore it becomes. So data is the most important for the banking. So banking person will tell that I am happy with my solution, whatever SAP has provided, I'm okay. As long as it runs for another 100 years also, I'm fine. Fine. On top of it, I can improve my application logic or servers, performance, etc. I can work on it. But data, I do not want to touch it. So there are customers like that, okay, who do not want to touch the data because they're scared and it's the heart for them. And if they lose the data, that's it. I mean, their entire reputation, their company, and they will go bankrupt. It's, banking system. If you lose the data, that's it, you're gone. So that's why you have to support those older versions as well. Okay, that's why I'm giving you the history of these products. So it's not for just information purpose. So you need to understand what they had, SAP. So in 1972, 5 ex-IBMers, okay, IBM guys. So they have started, they have produced one simple software product, okay, for different customer in IBM. So what IBM said is, hey, you close this project, it is no longer needed. Okay, because they had some other software or mainframes. IBM was doing the mainframes. We don't want this product. You start, you take, I mean, this is no longer needed, close the project. So these 5 guys thought that, no, we have developed such a good product or a good program or a good thing. So we don't want to give it up. We want to start it. So what they did, they talked to IBM. Hey, IBM, you want to close this product. Let's talk a deal. Fine, you give this product to us and then we will make a patent and we will start working on it. Then IBM said, anyway, closed product, IBM has nothing to lose. So what IBM did, you see in the world, most of the products or the startups who came up and today they have grown are, somewhere related to IBM, because IBM was the only guy who was then 100 years in the market that time. Even now they are there. Okay, but let's keep that way. So they took the product and they started their own company in Germany, in Waldorf. Okay. So which is the headquarters for SAP now. They started in a small bunk. This product, they took the patent and they've legally they have taken out from the IBM and they started. So in 1973, they started with R1. Okay. So R means, anybody knows it's R, what R stands for? Because you hear this R1, R2, R3, and then there's no R for, don't worry. So R1, R2, R3. R1 is, R stands for real time. Okay, as I said in the magic book chain example, right? John has expanded his business to the 4 cities, but he is getting a real-time data. What are my sales? What is my procurement? What is my warehouse data? Everything he can log into the ERP system and he's looking at it. So that's why it's called real-time. So R1, 1 means 1 tier. So tier, TIER. Okay, and then 2 tier, R2, real-time 2 tier. R3, real-time 3 tier. So what we have in the market now is the R3. Okay. So this I will explain what is the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 architecture. So simply you can see here. So R1 means presentation, application, and the database resides on the same host or the same server. Okay. That's the R1. And then in 1979, okay, these guys thought that, okay, if your database, if your application is having the problem, because it's a bottleneck. So your GUI or everything, your application, I mean the portal or whatever is it, the end user thing, graphical interface, and then the application, and then database running on the same host. So it is becoming a problem because too many resources being used on the same host. So what they thought is, let's break here. Okay, separate the database and application. So here you see 1979. So they have come up with a presentation layer separate. I mean, the GUIs you are using now and the Fiori interface or whatever interfaces you are using interacting with SAP, they have separated that section, and application and database they put together. Okay, so I mean, application computing and then the database are on the same host, and remaining part they have isolated. 1979. So that's where they came up with R2 architecture. And they have also came up with ABAP at that particular time. ABAP is a programming language used to develop these SAP products. Okay, so 1979 was the time they started with ABAP. 1992, they thought that, okay, still the industries are growing. So my application and database on the same host are also causing a problem. Let me separate it. So now you have 3-tier architecture, which is currently majority of them are using 1992 onwards. So presentation layer is different, application layer is different, and then database isolated. So all this is a 3-tier architecture. Okay. So 1992, and then 2004 they came up with SAP Business One, which is for the it's a ERP only, but it's for the small scale industries. This again I will explain SAP's portfolio later. So the SAP ERP or the NetWeaver also they have introduced in 2000. 2004 is the game changer for SAP. When they introduced this SAP NetWeaver, okay, and they also introduced ABAP plus Java. Okay, so until then they don't have this Java, so they have introduced Java also, which means they have expanded their capability or the open source thing, and many things can integrate, or many they have opened up basically to the market. So two things, ABAP plus Java, so that anybody can come and develop on their NetWeaver. NetWeaver is their platform. Okay, so they have created a platform like you have Google Cloud Platform, or where you can do servers and then coding and anything you can do over there. So that is what the platform is. So they came up with the platform NetWeaver, and they have introduced ABAP and Java are the main players over there. So main coding things if you want to develop your application. And a year after 2005, so SAP has introduced ERP, EHPs. Okay, so they don't want to develop ERP 1, ERP 2, ERP 3. So they saturated with the name, and they were happy with SAP ERP. So how do they release their versions? So enhancement packages. So the modifications or the functionalities they have released as enhancement packages. So you might have heard SAP ERP EHP 1, EHP 2, EHP 3, EHP 5. So what is the latest EHP? It's EHP 8. Okay, so when this slide was there, it's EHP 7, but EHP 8, what we have now, that's it. SAP has stopped generating or creating enhancement packages also after EHP 8. That is the latest one, ERP. So, okay, so the next version is SAP S/4HANA after ERP. Okay, that we will talk today. At the end of the session, we will talk about SAP S/4HANA, okay, which they've introduced in 2015. So yeah, 2015 SAP. So yes, 2009, 2005, they have released this ERP, and then EHP 7s, and the latest EHP is the EHP 8. And in 2011, the most trending or the buzzword in SAP, right? SAP HANA. So in 2009, they have introduced HANA. So HANA is again is it a platform? If I have to put it in a clean words, platform. But database is its main component. Okay. So what is a platform and what is a database? So database is only a database thing, to store the data and to retrieve the data, column store, row storage, blah, 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 to store the data. But platform has a different functionality. Yes, database can be a service in it, but platform means you can develop applications, you can code on top of it, you can integrate with it, you can third-party applications or something. So platform has much more capable features than a simple product. So that's why SAP HANA, if I have to put, it's a platform, but mainly SAP uses it as a database. Okay. In 2011, they have introduced, it's an in-memory. When we have this HANA session in detail, I will walk you through the architecture and how HANA evolved and how it is different from other database. But just know that 2011, they came up with SAP HANA. So in 2015, 2009 itself, there is a business suite. This is the most successful product of SAP thing. So don't worry, SAP business suite means something different word. So what they did is, they clubbed some 5 to 6 products together, and they called it as an SAP business suite. Okay. For example, so far what we understood, SAP ERP, SAP ERP was developed by SAP, and they have the latest one is EHP 8, Enhancement Package 8. So what they thought is, okay, my ERP is doing fine. So what about the customer relationship management? What about supplier relations? What about the product life cycle management? What about the supply chain management? Right? So those are all they have separate. Sorry, those are all they have separated systems: CRM, SRM, PLM, and ERP. They combine all those 5 components or the 5 products in one thing. They called it as SAP Business Suite. On which platform they developed this business suite? NetWeaver. Okay, when I say NetWeaver, you always relate it to as a platform, NetWeaver platform. So I will talk about this also today in architecture, NetWeaver. So on top of the NetWeaver, they have introduced business suite, which combines 5 or 6 systems. Okay, and in 2015 they came up with SAP S4HANA. We will talk in detail when this S4HANA comes. Okay, what is S4HANA and how it is different from the ERP? Yes, it says ERP is next version, but how it is different, what they have done corrections or what they did it, that we will discuss it. So now you got the glimpse of what is SAP, right? So how SAP started in 1972, and then how they have evolved in this 40 years. That's it. So if I tell you simply, there are many products, 40-50 product portfolio, but this is the most important thing which you have to understand as a basis guy. Okay, so they started with R1, they have an R2, they have a R3 architecture they have introduced. So these are the 3 tier 3 architectures, and then they have an ERP. Okay, and then up to EHP 8, they have released it and they stopped it after that. So they came up with SAP Business Suite. What SAP Business Suite? It is nothing but combination of the ERP, CRM, SCM, and other various products. And later they came up with S4HANA. So this is the timeline or the product line which you have to understand. So everything in SAP, revolves around these things. Okay, everything, 98-99% of the things in SAP will revolve around it. And as a basis consultant, knowing this is more than sufficient for you to do your job in a best way, I would say, in a better and very nice way. This is the thing which you have to understand. You don't need to understand what is that, Fury mobile thing or the cloud platform and those things. No. So even though the namings and different things are different, but at the end of the day, everything comes to you and touches the system, because no matter what you develop, right, at the end of the day, that has to come and touch the ERP or the business suite or the S4HANA system. You got it? So that's why it is important only for you to understand this product portfolio, how SAP has evolved. Okay. So now so before I proceed with the what is SAP? So now what all we discussed? So we discussed ERP. Okay. With the magic book chain example. And then we have also gone through the history of SAP. What are the main product portfolio, how they evolved till today. So now I come to the questions. What is SAP today? Okay. So yes, you understood the history 1972, how the architecture has evolved. Now we'll see. So they have this more than 40 years of experience. Okay. So they have around more than 30,000 of employees across the globe. And you see the customers, 293K customers, which is 293,000, which is a huge customer base. That's why when I say 95% of the world financial transactions today, one or the other way they touch the SAP system. Okay, that's the presence they have in the ERP domain. So they have 130 countries. They have their employees in 130 countries. Almost all countries they have their company and then their employees working there. And they have these 190 countries. Okay, in the customers basically. So which means across the globe they have everywhere the customers, SAP customers. Okay. So yeah, I was explaining, right? When we say today, let's take today as an example. As I said, there are 3 kind of organizations, if we have to put it in a simple way. Small size organizations, who just started their startup, mid-sized organizations, and large organizations, for example, like your TCS. Okay. So now SAP has to cater their solutions to all sections, right? They also started as a small 5 people to this level. They have to cater. So, I mean, if you take today, the moment people say SAP implementation means, oh God, this is so costly. So, I mean, that's the impression. It's a very big product, too many resources, too much costing, and too much of efforts to be needed, right? It's like complete project. So imagine how many TCS employees are in basis projects. Okay, how many of you work in SAP projects within SAP, right? So many thousands of employees are working on SAP. Okay, in TCS itself. Then take IBM, Accenture, and any other company who are supporting, right? So people have an impression that SAP is a very big product and it takes a lot of skill, efforts and money. Okay, that is the large, large industries. So what about the small scale industries? Because today small can be become a bigger industry later point in time. So that's why SAP has segregated its products in three simple things. So small means a startup who just want to implement SAP Business One. It's a simple solution. Just implement on a small server, and then it will solve your problem. So as soon as you grow your business for this small guy, and he will become a mid-sized, then SAP will tell that. So this is an important market strategy as well. Business all in one. SAP will tell that, hey, okay, SAP Business One is successful. Okay, now you have grown and you are upscaling. Okay, now take this mid-sized SAP Business all in one. So this guy is already using an SAP product, and SAP will help him to move to the mid-size. So then he also win-win. So the client will win, and then as an SAP, they're also winning a customer, right? They have grown from small to big. That is what they did in this first 40 years. So SAP has grown along with the customers. Okay, that is their secret or the success mantra for them in this last 40 years. So they took them as a small company, they helped them to grow and give them their software, and that guy, it is easy for him to expand. Okay, and then he will become a mid-sized organization. So then the mid-sized organization will become a large organization after a couple of years. Then SAP will tell that, oh, good, very good. Let's go with business suite. Let's put the implement it. So now again, he's already using an SAP product. SAP will handhold him. Okay, and SAP will suggest them that, okay, product-wise, I can help you, but implementations, SAP support, they don't have a bandwidth to support because it's mainly a product-based company. So SAP has opened its doors to multiple partners, right? So you have TCS, you have, SAP did not hold it to themselves that, I only support it or I only do it. So they have expanded the doors. They opened the doors to, TCS, IBM, Accenture, you name any company, Infosys, Wipro, all of them support SAP projects, right? So SAP has opened their ecosystem for the partners. They made them as partners, TCS and all. So what is happening now? So now SAP has played a very good customer. You move them from the mid-size to large size, and then for this large size support, you open the doors to the other vendors. They are supporting it. So now it's like everybody winning. Everybody is making happy. Everybody is happy. Customer is happy. He has grown to a bigger thing. SAP is happy. They have implemented their solution. Partners also happy. TCS, Wipro, IBM, everybody is happy because they got the support projects. You got it? So now you see, does any of them will lose? You see, if any one of them want to develop or a product or something, it's a loss for them only, right? They can't create an ecosystem like SAP did. Now everybody wants SAP to be sustained, right? So as a partner, suppose if you are supporting SAP projects, you think that, oh, SAP has to be survived. SAP has to be in a good condition, then you provide support because you are making money out of it. And the customer, he has grown to a bigger level. So that is how SAP has grown from 5 people to today some 30,000 or 40,000 employees and 300K customers. Yeah, that is how they are surviving. It's not just SAP. Everyone in its ecosystem wants SAP to live or breathe. Okay, so customer, so partners, everybody wants SAP to live. That is the secret for them. So they have opened their doors to everybody. Everybody is making money. Everybody is winning. It's a kind of win-win-win strategy. Okay, if I have to put it in a marketing. Okay, fine. Let's not too much get into the marketing thing. Now you understand. So small, mid-sized, and large. So whatever you as a basis consultant, you always work on this SAP business suite, the right side one, large. Okay. So all your TCS projects or any project, you will be put into this business suite only, not in this business all-in-one or business one, because they are small scale and the customer can himself manage it. Okay. So now here you understand the SAP's how they're catering their solutions. So now you will always be in the right-hand side, business suite as a basis consultant. So remaining very, very less, you will get support. Okay. Now, after we understood this strategy and all these things, SAP, do you think it's only an ERP? SAP is not only an ERP. Okay. So since I've stressed it more on the ERP, yes, they started their career or the company with ERP, but it is not only an ERP solution. Okay. So SAP has analytics. So SAP Analytics Cloud. See, you have an ERP solution and you have so much of data. Where do you store the data? You need to have a BW, SAP BW system. And then you have to run some analytics on it. And again, why do you want to go to Microsoft or somebody to provide you the analytics tools? Okay, he has their analytics tools are there. In-memory computing, as I said, real-time data, HANA, in-memory computing. And then now they have this cloud computing as well, SAP Cloud Platform. So, but these are all things you might not get too deep into it, but definitely we touch this ERP, in-memory computing a little bit. I mean, we have a session for 4 hours where we talk about how HANA works and stuff, and enterprise mobility. So mobile, these days, everybody wants to do this stuff over mobile. Okay. So SAP is not only an ERP. So now it has around 40 plus products in the market portfolio. All of them are integrated towards SAP ERP, but ERP is their core product. Okay. So as I said, yes, ERP is their core, and they all these another 40 systems will complement ERP. I mean, to run businesses better. Okay. Because with the increased demand, these mobiles, everyone wants to. So those are products also SAP has developed, and they all will integrate with ERP, and then that helps to run them better. Okay. So what all we discussed today? I mean, so far. So we discussed about overview of ERP. Clearly we understood with an example, and then we understood the history of architectures R1, R2, ERP, and then SAP Business Suite S/4HANA. Okay, and then we understood what is SAP and what are the solutions or what are the industries SAP cater their services. Okay, so these are the 4 important things we have understood so far. Next, we will go with the, I said, right, it's not only ERP, they have got 40 plus other solutions. I'm not going to go through all those solutions because it's relevant for you as a basis, guys. So I will try to put a platform, what are the important solutions and which you will be working or which are you already working. So you see here, so many. SAP Business One for small scale, S/4HANA, SAP ERP, SAP Fiori. I'm just reading out some names. Okay. SAP SCM, SAP SRM, SAP BW, SAP Enterprise Portal, SAP Business Suite. You have so much, you go crazy if you go through all of them. That's why I was telling. It's very confusing for you if you start reading by yourself in an help.sap.com or somewhere. So that's where we have to structure, and we will focus as a basis consultant what is important for you. Yes. So these are the few important areas which you have to look into it. So SAP ERP, as I said, it's the core. So SAP S/4HANA, so it is nothing but an ERP system. I will explain you today at the end of the day what is SAP S/4HANA, but you treat these two as synonymous. I mean, if I ask you as a basis guy, for you all of these solutions are same. It doesn't matter what product SAP produces. That is the simplicity of basis. I mean, the best part of basis. So it doesn't matter what product it is, your role, your responsibility, your activities, everything is same, irrespective of the product. Only the functional guys and then the ABAP people will get confused about these products and different coding thing they may need it. But as a basis guy, for you, it doesn't matter. Okay. So SAP, irrespective of the system, SAP ERP, your administration is same. SAP S/4HANA administration is 90%. So there will be some 10%, when it comes to the Fiori, some different transactions and all. But as a basis guy, for you, if I have to put in one liner, for you, everything is same. As I said, in ERP is like single version of truth, right? For basis guys, it's like simple. So first you remove that entire thing. If you want to grow your career in basis, remove that thing is, these many products and these things, first get out of it. For you, everything is same. Okay, you have got an engine or a mechanical engineer, you got an automobile, it's a tractor engine or lorry engine or anything, the components are same, right? Lever you have, but it's a bigger size, and then the engine size is bigger, that's it. So everything, the screws and all a little bit different, but the whole mechanical, the concept is same. Okay, the fuel combustion and then engine, it generates torque and power, and then the vehicle moves. But for lorry, they have their specifications like, IoT devices and blah, 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 cars and all. But as a basis guy, just imagine this way, For you, all of them are same, but it just with some extra additional configurations or the integration scenarios. Okay. So, but we'll not talk about all of them here. So if you understand one or two products of this as a basis thing, it's very simple. So we will talk mainly SAP ERP and then BW a little to some extent, but not in detail. But as I said, basis guy, everything is same. Okay, SAP ERP. Okay, as I said in 2011, SAP 9, SAP has introduced SAP Business Suite. Okay, that's what they call this word. So remember this word, SAP Business Suite. Because they're no longer called an SAP ERP. So SAP ERP is a part of this business suite. Okay, and then so now slowly I am taking you to the what is currently you have a technically SAP, and then to the platform on which they have developed it. So SAP Business Suite, SAP Business Warehouse, BW, one of the product. So they all developed on the SAP NetWeaver platform. Okay, it's very important. What I said about the NetWeaver platform, I will talk later. But on top of this platform, they have developed Business Suite. Okay, so now let's talk about SAP Business Suite. So what I said in SAP Business Suite, we have ERP, SRM, CRM, Customer Relationship Management, PLM, and SCM. Okay, so these are the 5 crucial components for the business systems. I mean, all these are integrated. Okay, your customer relationship management data is integrated to the ERP. Sorry. And then your SRM data is related to the ERP, SCM, supply chain management data is related. So whatever, they're all will help or complement ERP basically at the end of the day. Okay, so what SAP did is, oh, I have so many things, let's combine them and I release an SAP Business Suite so that it is easy for the customer to implement, right? So, hey, all your modules or all your functional core supplier, customer, everything, I will integrate and I will give it as a package. If I have to put it, SAP Business Suite. Okay, in that ERP and these are all part. Okay, so yes, SAP ERP is a solution system. Business Suite is a combination or a bundled package. Okay, that's the differentiation. Now we will talk about SAP ERP mainly. So as given in the magic book example, right? So you see the main business components or the processes. What are they? Financial accounting. Okay, controlling I have explained. That's why I told you that example is very simple example where you understand these terms. Okay, warehouse management, books and all, sales and distribution. So real estate, for example, real estate is also important, right? You need to have a land to start your company. Okay, there also how much you are spending, how much land you need it, how much you have to expand, and cash management, how much cash I have, how many assets I have. So what is my treasury? So these are all the function modules, I would say. Okay, so function modules, they were all part of the ERP. So some are this space. So these are all financial and all, they're all common for all the industries. For example, majority of the industries, not I can't put it majority of the industries, but there are certain things like oil industry or the banking, they have their own specific requirements. Okay, for them the most important part is the for banking sector, cost and the data, I mean financial data. And oil and gas, from upstream to the downstream, from the wells to the how the oil is flowing, they need a separate module or separate structure of the ERP. Okay, for that SAP has started with the industry solutions for them specifically. So now we are going to close up this getting started with SAP. What we understood so far, what enterprise resource planning is, right? So with the magic book example, what it will do, it will do the improve quality and efficiency by doing these things, control processes, track and measure, and automating processes. And the most important thing is single version of the truth. Different cities or across the globe, everybody, whoever logs into the ERP system, they have the same product description, same thing. So it's a single version of the truth. Okay, as a CEO, you will get the live data, what is happening in my thing, so that you can control your thing. So what are the main competitors for SAP? Oracle, Microsoft, but mainly SAP when it comes to the ERP. Okay, then what we discussed, history of SAP, right? How they have evolved from 1972. So what were the architectures they have? R1, R2, R3, right? This is the most recent one, and which you will work in day in and day out, I mean, in your SAP projects. And then they came up with the SAP NetWeaver platform. This is very important, guys. NetWeaver platform means majority of the systems still today are on the NetWeaver platform. That I will in detail, I will explain you the NetWeaver architecture when go, but understand this is the most important thing. And as I said, small to the bigger ones, SAP will offer SAP Business One or Business All-in-One. You don't need to remember these two. It's, I mean, you don't work in a day in and day out, but just know that. So the most commonly used in the industries is today SAP Business Suite. Okay. And after that, SAP came up with HANA in 2011 and then SAP S/4HANA in 2015. So this SAP S/4HANA is nothing but next version of the SAP ERP. Simple, if I have to put it. So SAP ERP, they've stopped with EHP 8. I told you, right? The most recent enhancement package is the EHP 8. Okay. So yeah, and SAP, it's not only an ERP, it has more than 40 years of experience, and you know, these employees, they have analytic solutions, in-memory computing, cloud computing, enterprise mobility. You have a lot of things, but you focus mainly on the ERP solutions. And then we talked about SAP Business Suite. What it contains? SAP Business Suite, ERP, SRM, CRM, PLM, SCM, and others. These 5 components. So it's just that. So the complemented solutions of ERP are bundled together and then given as an SAP Business Suite. And the another one, so ERP, you know, you get transactional data, right? Too much of transactions, selling and purchase orders and all. So that data will be moved to the warehouse, business warehouse, okay, where you can do analytics or work on those data, right? I mean, to prepare reports or revenue, losses and profits, and that's why business warehouse comes into picture. Okay, so all of these things are developed on NetWeaver platform. Okay, so any questions, guys, before I go to the technical overview and architecture? Any questions, or can you please acknowledge that no questions? I will proceed further. So yeah, now you got a fair idea about the architecture, all these things. Now we will slowly get into the, so it's worth spending this 1.5 hours so that you have a clear understanding of SAP. Right now we will slowly deep dive into the technical things, and then from today, from now onwards, whatever I'm going to talk, it's more relevant for your work, and it's like more or less core thing. Okay, let's start now. So as I said, the most recent architecture is the R3 architecture. Okay, so database at the bottom of this architecture, and in the middle you have application and then the presentation. Simple. Database is something which you stores the data, and then it makes the records of the data what you enter into the system, the purchase orders, sales, or procurement, or whatever is it stores the data. So nothing much to do. So it is hosted on a different host. And then application. So application is so database. Application is the middle section. So where your SAP systems. So let's say example SAP ERP. See in the middle. So you have an ERP system. Okay, and SAP ERP system connects to a particular database. Okay, instead of hosting on the same host, they've separated. I mean, they segregated logically these sections basically. Okay, and then so system administrators, which are you or you know, whoever working in the basis, will have access to the application and database. Okay, so who are the administrators? So this is important. So what all things you have access? You people, you will be working on application and database as well, until unless you have a separate team who is taking care of the DB. But basis means we'll talk about basis roles and responsibilities after some time. It's very, very important that you understand database as well. Basis doesn't stop at this application layer, administration, I mean ERP administration, but you have to have the database. Even though you have a database team, always try to upskill yourself in the database part. Okay, because you can't separate a basis consultant without database knowledge is not good thing. Okay, so I mean it's a half-baked one. So always your focus should be application and database. You have to be thorough. Okay, whenever you are, and then the presentation. Again, system administrators have like SAP GUI, right, or the mobile or the Fiori or the ones which you access to the system. So that is the front end, you would say, presentation layer. So here you have ABAP developers, end users, business users who will maintain that data. Everybody has access to the presentation layer, but application and database, you, and presentation also you have the access. That's why basis guys will deal with all these 3 layers. And as you grow your career, please focus on the all 3 areas. Don't restrict yourself to that. Okay, I'm a basis guy and I will restrict to the application and I will do only a presentation. No, You have to have the end-to-end scenario. I mean, end-to-end understanding of how your SAP system works. That's the complexity of basis. So it's a very complicated module. SAP basis is the very complicated or the very technically demanding module within SAP. Okay, because it has no limits. That's why you have to see in a simple thing. I am giving 3 layers, but it's very complicated thing. So okay, why they have introduced this three-tier architecture in middle? So this one, application layer. So for flexibility, security, and performance. Okay, why we need flexibility? For example, your organization, the end users has increased, business has increased, the industry has set up a new factory, right? So the data has increased. So if you have a one server, so that will either you have to increase the server size. I mean, it's not easy to increase the server RAM and CPU. Instead of that, you just put in another application server or another server. So scale out, that is called. Scale up and scale out. Scale up is increasing the existing server resources. Scale out means one by one you keep adding. So that flexibility you have it. And then security. So, I mean, if you put all of them, these end users, by mistake, somebody assigns something and they can come here and they can stop the application, right? So application, you restrict the access or the OS access to only to the particular people. I mean, only to you or the administrators. Only authorized people can log into the server so that they don't tamper with the data. As I said, if you go to the table and if you make an entry change, if you add one more zero in the end, then it will become a huge amount, right? Or you can delete purchase order also. So only the authorized people can log into the particular server or the application. And then the performance, as I said, scale out. The more number of application servers you add, the more better will be the performance. The load balancing will happen. Okay, that's the reason behind introducing this three-tier architecture, and it's the most successful and most useful architecture so far in the SAP. Okay, so now you have got the overview of the three-tier architecture. So this is suppose some company or the TCS uses implemented an SAP solution. Okay, or we'll name some company. Let's put BP or HP. No, HP means oil. Reliance. Okay, Reliance has implemented this SAP, and TCS is supporting, which is you guys. Okay, you guys are supporting this SAP R3 structure. Now there is a problem. As an admin, you cannot able to open the, you cannot able to solve the issue, and you have raised a ticket to the product support. Okay, what do you mean by SAP product support? SAP. You have raised a ticket to the SAP that, hey, as an admin, I think this is a bug in the product and there is a problem in the code or the functionality of the given thing. Okay, now you raised a ticket to the SAP product support. Okay, SAP will tell you, okay, I can't understand from your this thing. I mean, from your description or whatever is this, I would like to log into the system and understand it. You got it? They would like to, SAP will ask you to log in to this system. That is when they place a request for opening the client or, log into the system, R3 connection open. Okay, now you have to assess for SAP product support guy to check, does he need only the presentation layer? I mean, does it solve the purpose? That depends on the issue. For example, it's a code bug. He just needs an web access, right? I mean, just log into the SAP GUI and you give him the required authorization. And if he still say that I'm not authorized, just run some SU54, there's a transaction, or he will let you know what authorizations are needed. Okay, we'll talk about how authorizations are assigned to that particular user. So he logs into this and he will check it. Oh, that is the, when I say connection opening means that is the meaning. So the product support, you are opening a connection to the product support guy to log into this particular system. Did it answer my question? So opening connection not only on SAP level always, SAP GUI level. Suppose if it is a problem in the server level, they will ask you to open the connection to server as well. Okay, but in very, very rare scenarios. Okay, but sometimes it could be a problem with the database. They also ask you to open to the database. That's why you as an admin, you have to assess, with the experience and with the sense, oh, this could be a reason, this could be an application issue. Let me open to the SAP application. And if that guy will be expert, okay, the product support SAP, the moment they look into it, oh, hey guys, this is not an application issue, put it to the server. Then they will ask you to open server. So then you have to open the connection to server, then database. Now we will go with the SAP system landscape. Okay, again, most important thing for the basis guys. So as important as the three-tier architecture, what I've explained. So you have, I think you might have heard it. I mean, you might have working in development, quality, and production. Okay. This is the three system landscape we call. Okay. some customers will implement 4 system landscape. Some customers will implement 5 system landscape. I will explain you what are these things. So these are the majorly used thing. 70% of the customers use this 3 system landscape only. Remaining 20% you will go for 4 system landscape. Remaining will go with the 5 system landscape. But 5 system landscape is the very expensive one. Okay. First, let's understand this thing. So you have 3 system landscape. So development, any SAP customer, for example, as I've given this magic book chain, if he is wanted to implement the SAP ERP, okay. See, whenever I talk about this thing, you always connect to the ERP because the concepts as a basis case, the work is similar for everybody. I mean, any other component or any other product. Okay, that's why I always give an example of ERP only. So he's implemented an ERP system. Okay, so but if he has to fix something or if he has to develop something, right? Suppose if he has only one system, he will go and make the changes, and that time it has an impact for the end users, and his business is in a halt situation, right? That he don't want to do. So his business has to always up and running fine. For example, banking, always your banking is up and running. Your industry has to run. Everything has to run always. So you don't want to trouble your production system. That's why SAP has introduced 3: development, quality or the test system, production. And for example, I'm doing the training, or you have got the access to the test system, right? So even though you have access to your customer systems, right? Why we are not asking you to go and do these exercises over there? Because they are the production systems. If something you do, that will cause a business impact, right? So the end user will suffer, or there is a revenue loss if your SAP system is not running. So that is why we don't want you to do your testing and you don't want to do your trainings in the production or the live systems. Live system, that is also again one live is a term once it goes live. Okay, production system. That's why SAP has developed a 3 system always proposes to the customer minimum this landscape. So development system. So if you want to do a customizing, if you want to do some tweaking of a table, tweaking of certain thing, so that customizing you develop in the development system. Don't touch the production. So once you do the development, you move it to the test system. Okay. So in test system, you test the functionality. So this test system is almost a replica of the production system, most of the cases. So test system do have the functional data of the production. Okay. Because that's why I'm not sure if you guys heard of it, a system refresh. Some people will do every 3 months once refresh. Some people will do every 6 months. Some people will do yearly once. What is the system refresh? You get the production data and you put it in the test system. Reason? Because whatever you are testing, it has to be a production-like system, right? Suppose if you are testing it in a different system, what is the use? That functionality that may not work in the production. That's why your production and quality or the test system always have to be majorly in sync in terms of the data, at least functional data. So your development will go to the test. Okay, let me go to the next slide. So your development will go to the test system. So you see this truck through transports that we will talk tomorrow, how this transport will be moved. And then once you test it, this functional data, so you do a testing. So let's say okay, SAP ERP example, as I said, this test system will have the functional data of the production. Okay, you test it and then you move it to the production. So since you have tested it in product and test has the data similar to the production, then your code most likely to work properly in the production. You got it? So this is the 3 system landscape. So what do I mean by the 5 system landscape or the 4 system landscape? Okay, some of the customers, okay, like for example, Nestle or BP, British Petroleum. So they're big customers. They have oil and BP is oil, and then Nestle is like chocolates, and they have a huge retail. So this manufacturing factories and everything. So what they think is, oh God, no matter whatever it is, my production should not get impacted. Whatever the big fix you have taken to the production, my production system should not get impacted. I need extra layers of landscape. Okay. So for them, spending on the infrastructure is nothing. I mean, because as you know, for one system, you are keeping 3 landscape, right? Development, one system, test system, it's an extra cost for setting up this landscape. But for those guys, it doesn't matter, because if their production system is impacted for 1 hour, they have $1 million of loss. They don't want to get into that situation. So what they do is they will put one more system here. So left-hand side, sandbox. I think you might have heard it, sandbox. And then here, production, before production, they will put pre-production. Okay, that is a 5 system landscape. So whatever you want to try, first you try in the sandbox. That's like a playground. You do it, then you take me to the development, then you move me to the test, and then you move to the pre-production. Here one more system, so where you test again, and then you move to the production. So it's a 5 system landscape, but which you rarely encounter. But 3 system landscape is the SAP minimum recommends to anybody. So 99% of the customers will have this 3 system landscape. Okay, I mean 5 system landscape also has these 3 systems. I mean 3 systems, but minimum SAP recommends. So good. So this is the 3 system landscape. So 3-tier clients our architecture. So this is how it looks. So database, application, presentation, and then you have yeah, it's there. So why do you need this minimum application layer? Flexibility, security, and performance. And then you have presentation layer, SAP GUI. So now you understood the development, quality, production, and why do you need a 3 system landscape. And apart from 3 systems, some customers implement 5 systems. That's it depends on their budget. Okay. So standard or customizing or the web thing, whatever you have developed will move to the test, and then it goes to the production. Okay. So all these systems, you administrators have the access. That's why that is the whole purpose of this slide. Okay. So development, you have to work, quality, you have to work, production, you have to work. So for others like business users and end users, there might be a limitation, but for you guys, as I said, any system, your work is same. I mean, irrespective. So that is the simplicity of the basis, but it is also very complicated technically. So simplicity is you have access everywhere. I mean, you development, for example, developers, ABAP developers, they only have access to development. Okay, because they can't touch the test system, and the quality guys will be there, functional testing guys. And then production, no expected to be no issues. Even though there is an issue, basis guy has to import here. And then if there is an issue, again, he has to import to the development guys only. Hey guys, this transport is causing a problem, or this change is causing a problem. And then that guy has to fix in development only. So which means he's not, first of all, developers are not supposed to change anything in the production. So that's why you have access to everything, and you are the guy who has to intimate to the respective people. Okay, so you have access everywhere. I mean, you will be responsible for administering all those things. But architecture and all, you know, wherever is most relevant for the basis, right? So I will automatically stress it over there. Okay, for example, in business suite, where I've stressed it. So wherever it is of more relevant and needs a special this thing, I will always stress it. Okay. Now, after discussing about the what is SAP, what is ERP, history of SAP, and what are the SAP solutions, and what is their landscape, now it is important for us to understand the SAP architecture and some of the slides which I've already explained in this one. But I will slowly take you to the NetWeaver. Okay. After that, I will hope you are getting the flow, right? So what I am going to do now is SAP Business Suite I have introduced you. On top of it, on which platform it has developed? NetWeaver, right? On NetWeaver, so see, overview of SAP, you understand ERP, SAP Business Suite. Now I will take you to the NetWeaver. And from here, your core thing will start. So on SAP NetWeaver, everything is developed. Your business suite, product portfolio, ERP, everything is developed. So now we understand SAP NetWeaver's architecture. After understanding the SAP NetWeaver's architecture, we will understand the architecture of SAP system. Okay. What all, ABAP-based systems or Java-based systems. And then we will slowly log into the SAP system. Okay. That's the flow I'm following now. Now, this we have explained, founded in 1972. What is SAP? So key features, SAP ERP is the main product for the, just recapping before I go to this thing. So SAP history I've explained. So what are the products they have developed, and just in a more representative or the technical facts, some of them for your reference purposes, documentation purposes. So they have started in 1976, 72, and then slowly they have evolved R1 to R2, R3, and so on, so things. So technical solutions, I just explained. So business suite is the key, or the in business suite, ERP, CRM, SRM, and apart from that, there are 40 plus solutions they have. So as a basis, guys, for you, R1 to R3 architecture, and then business suite applications are more than sufficient. But anything is a similar, same way for you guys. Okay. So ERP packages, as explained. ERP 6.0, EHP 8 is the latest one. And these are the component, PeopleSoft from Oracle and JD Edwards. And these parts also I have covered. Okay. So this is in a different way of representation. So business one for the small scale or the basic functions, I explained you, right? Small, mid, and large scale. So by business by design, so software on design, it's a small size only, this also. So business all in one for a mid size, and SAP Business Suite. This is the most important. All of you will work on this SAP Business Suite for a large scale enterprise. Okay. And then, so some of the industry solutions, as I said, aerospace, there are specific industries, automotive, oil. So for them, SAP has its, they tweak the ERP and provide some solutions. I mean, for table structures and everything. So that's why they call it as an industry solutions. Okay. So this is a simple portfolio. So basic elements of SAP solution, as I said, business suite. SAP solution will be developed on the SAP NetWeaver, majority of them. Okay. I'm not restricting to this, but don't take otherwise. Everything is developed on SAP NetWeaver. No. So there are in-memory platform like HANA, there is SAP Cloud Platform, but 90% of the solutions, whatever there in the market, are on the SAP NetWeaver, and this is where Basis guys are working so far. So that's why it is important. Any SAP solution, majority of them are on the SAP NetWeaver. This we will discuss in detail. And then you have SAP Business Suite. As I said, it's a combination of ERP, CRM, and other or NetWeaver based solutions. Okay, whatever they developed on NetWeaver, they packaged it and they sold it. Sold it. So these my SAP and these are small scale industries. They have already business all in one and all. There we don't work regularly, but just for your information, this part. Okay, so business suite just explained in the other. So these are all components are combined in that: CRM, SRM, SCM, and PLM. And then very good. Now we are slowly getting to the NetWeaver. So SAP NetWeaver, good. So key features. SAP is support, as I said, SAP Business Suite applications, ERP, SRM, CRM, PLM, everything is developed on the SAP NetWeaver. Okay. So as I said, what is SAP NetWeaver? It's a platform. When I say platform, what all things it can do? You can develop SAP products. Okay. And suppose you have developed an SAP system, you want to integrate with a non-SAP system. Okay. Or sometimes you may get request to make an RFC connection, a web connection or TCP/IP connection, or your mobile application. You developed something and you want to integrate with SAP. That is eligible, possible if you have NetWeaver. That's why platform means it is much more than an SAP system. So you can integrate non-SAP solutions to this solution, and you can develop the features using the ABAP or Java. So, and you can bundle components. Okay. So it has a lot more features. So these are the few key features. So you can develop applications, you can integrate and you can also develop the industry solutions. What I mentioned, aerospace, banking, oil and gas, which has a specific requirements. So those things you can develop. So that is possible with the platform. Okay. 1 second. So these are the key features of SAP NetWeaver. Okay. So see this slide, in future when you are, so why I put these slides is in future when you are applying for a certification or something. So, in a nutshell, I can explain you, but it is important that the terminologies, doing a job is different practically and writing exam is different. So in automobile, a car can be repaired by a guy who has not done an engineering, he with a practice, he will do that. But if he wants to write an engineering automobile exam, then he has to prepare for this one. So if you want to go for certification, but you have to understand this, technical terms, use case. If you want to build, as I said, so if you understand the term platform, then NetWeaver becomes much easier for you. It is very easy to understand. SAP NetWeaver is a platform. Suppose if you want to build composite applications, SAP and non-SAP applications. So NetWeaver can provide this feature, SAP composite environment, that environment name. In a certification, you may get a case. Let's say if you want to develop a non-composite, build different applications, what module or what part of the SAP NetWeaver you will use. So which is SAP composition environment. Data warehousing. As I said, if you want to store the data, what do you use? SAP BW. This part of the solution you use. So integrating and self-servicing content with the NetWeaver portal. For example, end user. So he will launch an URL and he will see the data. I mean, he will place orders over there. That is the NetWeaver portal. So that is provided by the enterprise portal. It's again a different product. I mean, see, these are the things. Building integration scenarios. Okay. Your ERP to the external world scenarios. How do you do? PO, process integration. Now they call it as PO. So SAP PI is the thing you use, and mobility, SAP NetWeaver mobile. So this is the like theoretical part. What corresponding capability of SAP NetWeaver can provide this particular use case? This is the part. Okay, now you understand. So NetWeaver is a platform, so it can provide these many capabilities or these many features. Okay, so now hope you get some glimpse of NetWeaver. Okay, so if I have to put it in a clean slide, this is how I do. So SAP NetWeaver, it's a platform. It has security and identity management. So, security and identity management, earlier as Microsoft has this LDAP and others, security. This is also an important identity, who has to log into the system and who should access it. So that also NetWeaver provides it, a provision to provide control the security. Okay. And then lifecycle management. So, I mean, for example, ERP. How do I upgrade? When do I have to upgrade? What is my latest releases? So that lifecycle management is possible. And application foundation. So if you are developing some particular application, where do you start? How do you do that? So that part is covered in this one. And then integration, processes, people, so composition, as I explained, these key features. So these are all in a pictorial way I have put. Okay, good. Now you understood the NetWeaver. Now the most important part. Okay, so SAP NetWeaver application server. Okay, this is where the basis guys comes into picture, right? So you might have heard dialog instance, application instance, right? Or central instance. Have you heard of these terms? Okay, it's an ABAP system. It's a Java system. So these terms you might be confused. So now I will try to slowly, I will get into that level. Okay, good. SAP NetWeaver. Now we are slowly getting into the application server. Okay, so you have a presentation layer, SAP GUI browser. This is the least bothered about it. Leave it. So this component we are least bothered going forward. I mean, it's just an interface, how you log into the system. What part is important? Application level. So NetWeaver, as I said, it can provide, you can provide an ABAP system. I mean, ERP on ABAP, or there is no ERP on Java. Some of them Java system, enterprise portal. It's a Java-based system. In process integration, PI, right? PI, you have this ABAP plus Java systems. Okay. So the earlier they used to call the dual stack systems. I mean, ABAP plus Java, BW also ABAP plus Java. But SAP no longer recommends these dual stack systems. Okay. So there's no point in learning it now. 5 years back, they discontinued it. So don't worry about the dual. Some customers may have it, but if you understand Java and ABAP independently, that should be more than sufficient for you to troubleshoot the dual stack system problems. You got it? So there are two levels of SAP systems developed in application: SAP ABAP system, SAP Java system. Okay, on Java-based systems. Database, it doesn't matter whether it is a Java system or a ABAP system. They all connect to the database. So for a database, just understand that it has nothing. I mean, it will store the data from anybody. Okay. So now SAP NetWeaver, as I said, it's a platform, right? On the platform, you have to develop something, right? How do you develop? You need a coding language, right? So there are two coding languages, ABAP. So ABAP is an SAP's coding language that we all know, right? So it's their code. ERP is developed on ABAP, SCM, ARM, anybody thing is developed in ABAP. But when you say SAP NetWeaver is a platform, so that anybody non-SAP applications also should be integrated. How do you do that? So what is the other coding language? Majority of the applications use Java. So that's why on a platform only these runtime environments comes into picture, guys. That's, you try to understand. Whenever somebody says it's a platform, so there should be a runtime environment to run. I mean, code has to run, Python or whatever is it. So in this case, NetWeaver platform has two runtime environments, ABAP and Java. When you say SAP system, ABAP system, so it's an ABAP based coding. So when you say SAP Java system, it's a Java based coding. So these two things can enable the integrations to non-ABAP. Non-ABAP means majority of them are in Java. So that will facilitate these integration scenarios. So We are not talking about the other things as well. NetWeaver has those capabilities, but 95% of the things comes into these two categories, ABAP and Java runtime environment. Okay. So now ABAP runtime. So, that just for your theory understanding thing, ABAP is a programming language developed by SAP that we all know. So many business applications in the SAP system, they are written in the ABAP. Okay. So ABAP has been optimized in such a way, high scalable business applications. If you want to scale out or and customers can also use their ABAP workbench. They can develop their customize or develop their applications, modify the standard applications as well. Okay, there's a lot of facilities. So this about the basics of ABAP runtime environment. Now let's come to the Java. So Java also is another mostly used enterprise edition, Java. So currently Java is taken by Oracle. Okay. So earlier, okay. First understand the Java, then I'll give you the background. Java is a simple object-oriented platform independent. I mean, irrespective of the platform, NetWeaver or cloud or anything, whatever platform, you can use the Java over there. It's a independent platform, independent programming language. Okay, so it enables you to write the browsers, web pages, and these are all development related things. So you don't have to worry about it. But know that Java is this, and on top of it also people will develop their applications, browsers or whatever it is. So NetWeaver facilitate both Java and ABAP. Okay, so future, if you ask me the future of SAP, so slowly the Java will phase out. SAP will would like to kick out Java. You know why? Okay, I'll give you just 1 minute take time. I will tell you why, because so that you remember this, that in future, okay, I don't have to support these Java systems or they get rid of, SAP get rid of them. Okay, I'll give you a simple example. Why? See, earlier Java is open source. Okay, I mean anybody can use, like Linux. It's open source. Anybody can go to Google, and so nobody owns it. You develop your product, you work on it. That's it. Java was a open source. Then SAP thought, okay, it's open source. Anybody can use it. Fine. Let me, my NetWeaver also, people also develop there. But the problem is Java slowly acquired by the SAP. Sorry, Oracle. Why Oracle? As I said in the initial, Oracle is a competitor to SAP, right? So, I mean, they both are competing each other in a ERP module. I mean, in terms of the database also, SAP came up with a HANA because to counter Oracle's DB, Oracle DB. So they both are competing from last 10, 15 years. So what Oracle did is, okay, I'm not able to compete with SAP directly on the ERP front. Okay, let me do one thing. So all these components like Java, all these parties, third-party modules or small things, let me acquire. So Oracle has started this backbeating. I mean, they have acquired all these Oracle and Java, everything. Now what Oracle did, they started charging SAP. So if you want to use this Java runtime environment, you have to pay me. You pay me the license and you take it. And then they started charging exorbitant rate. I mean, too much of money, too much of price, those licenses. That's where the problem. So that's why SAP started, okay, I don't want your database, Oracle, please, I will migrate to my HANA. You see majority of the databases are migrated already in last 4 or 5 years. Now you see HANA database or the SAPBasis. SAPBasis is also acquired by the SAP. So it's an SAP's database, right? So now you get a glimpse. Now you understand. So SAP will phase out this Java in future. So what is the counter? Fiori. So that is also in your course curriculum. One day we will talk about the Fiori. Fiori is going to counter the Java. So that's the marketing strategies, but understand this. But still today, majority of the components, okay, majority of them are with the SAP. I mean, systems are both are with ABAP and Java, supported by NetWeaver systems. Okay, still there, but slowly in future, after 5 years, we don't see any Java systems, or SAP will come up with a complete Fiori gateway-based systems like that. Okay, so good. Now you understood that NetWeaver, two kinds of systems, ABAP and Java systems will be available, SAP systems, whatever you hear. So good. This slide is not important for you right now. So, I mean, so mainly client server architecture. This is again useful for you when you go for an certification. So hardware oriented view means you are a client and then you have a server. So sorry. They both are connected through LAN or wire. So then that is the hardware oriented. I am a client and I will connect you to the server. That's it. That is in hardware. But in SAP, the terminology of client and server is different. So client is somebody who requests for a service, and server is somebody who provision of a service. That's it. It's a software oriented. So Don't get confused when you hear the client and server and this terminal. This client means the one which you request the service, and the server is something which will provide the service. It can be interchangeable. So it is a more like a process-based architecture. So it's a process one. So leave about this client and server separately. So process one will request for the service. So that time you will call it as a client, and process two will provide the service. That time you will call it server. So okay, so that is the software-oriented view. So it's a process-based architecture. Just remember this term. In certifications, sometimes they will use this one. So SAP is architecture is mainly based on the process-based. So process one will request for the service. Process two will request for the provide the service. So three-tier architecture I've already explained. So presentation layer. So just a recap. So because I'm going to slowly to the instance level, that's why I'm recapping again here. Presentation, application, and database. Explain presentation layer or the client layer, information purpose. If you are want to read it theoretically later. So and then database servers you have. Good. So three-tier architecture is done. Now, what is an SAP instance? What is an SAP instance? So you heard the term, right? SAP system. Okay. What is SAP? You understood as a company or as a product level. Okay. Leave about it. Keep it aside. Now, we are slowly getting into the technical details. What is an SAP instance? Okay. Or if I have to put it, what is SAP system and what is SAP instance? What is the difference between these two? Okay. And in SAP instance, what are the varieties of instances? Okay. Don't get confused. I'll clarify all of them in a clean way. Okay. So fine. This is the most important, guys, as a basis, guys. Please pay attention on this slide. I'm going to explain very cleanly on this topic. As I said, presentation layer, we don't bother. So it's just a SAP GUI, the way you log into the system. Web browser, you don't bother. And this is the application level. Okay. And bottom, three-tier architecture, database level. Database level also, database is separate. Leave it aside. So here is the complexity or the important part. Application means we are talking about SAP application. Okay. Let's take ERP. Okay. So you have computer A. Whenever we say computer A, computer B, computer C, what does it mean? It's a server. Let's, for the simplicity purpose, I have put it as a computer. So it's a server A, server B, or computer C. Simple understanding. So you in an instance, so SAP system is comprises of all these components. That's an SAP system. Okay. So SAP system, you connect through the SAP GUI and then to one of these instances, and then SAP system connects to the database. It's a package. I mean, it's a combination of all these three interconnected SAP system. It's when I say ERP system. Okay. When I say instance, okay, so you might have heard dialog instance, primary application server, or secondary application server. Now that is the terminology I will explain next. So application level, these comes into play. What is central instance? What is central services instance? What is dialog instance? Okay. Central instance is something which contains your message server and enqueue in ABAP case. Okay. That's the central instance. Central services instance, it is in the Java case. They call it as a Java process, central services instance. What is the dialog instance? Let's say you have a CI, central instance, and then you want to scale out. You want to install the another servers to do the computing and logical thing. So you can scale out. So you can install another dialog instance, 3, 4, 5, 6, you can scale out. So some SAP systems has 10 application instances. So application instances, dialog instances, they called synonymous. Don't get confused. So they have, or application servers also. So the dialog instance and these instances are nothing but application servers. Okay, you can have up to 10 or 15 or whatever is it based on your load and thing. So that's the difference between SAP system is the connectivity of all these things, SAP system, and then instance is central instance has specific services like enqueue. Okay, and then we have the scale out scenarios, dialog instances and others. Okay, that's the difference. Okay, in the next I will talk about only this SAP application servers architecture. That time you will get much more clarity on what is going to happen in this particular application level. Okay, what is the central instances, what services it has. But now you just understand that, okay, in my application level. So this part is just try to understand for now. Yeah, sample system landscape, this I've explained. Okay, Now we are going to, we understood what is NetWeaver, what is the landscape. In NetWeaver, SAP system, SAP instance and things. What is the SAP S/4HANA? Okay, I told you, I'll explain, right? What is SAP S/4HANA? Okay, so it is the next version of the ERP. There were a lot of modifications done. So ERP can be installed on any database. Okay, you might have, so you can install it on a Sybase database, you can install on Oracle, you can install it on DB2. Okay, various databases are there. So ERP can be installed in any database, but SAP, what they did in 2011, I told you, right? They have introduced HANA. So SAP S/4HANA, what does mean by S and what is fourth and what is this S4 mean? Anybody knows? Anyone? What does this S/4 means? HANA, fine. It is on HANA. That's all right. I mean, a HANA database. So what I said is business suite I've explained, right? Business suite has what? ERP, SRM, PLM, or SCM. So it's a next generation business suite they are calling, which means it's not a next version of the ERP, next generation business suite. Okay. So S stand for simplified suite for HANA, they call exact terminology. SAP simplified suite for HANA. So that word is very, very important when somebody asks you in a nutshell, what is SAP S/4HANA? That simplified term is the most important thing. Okay. Why? Because you will easily understand what is this S/4HANA. So what they did is in ERP, there is too much of coding, unnecessary coding and earlier coding, too many lines or the rows. The bigger the code and the expensive is your statement to fetch something. So what they did is they simplified it, that coding. They have removed the number of lines. Okay. So, and then they have changed the, it is on the HANA database, right? It is powered by the HANA real time. So HANA is much more capable in terms of the RAM, resources, everything. So what they did is column-based store, right? So the select can happen faster in a column store. When we talk about the HANA, I will explain what is this column. But now just understand that using the capabilities of HANA and the user experience of the Fiori, what they did is they have simplified the code. If I have to put it in a very crude way, so they have simplified the code in such a way that it is much faster, excellent performance, and real time you can generate the reports and stuff. That's what they did with this HANA. That is why it's very important when you say simplified suite for HANA. So earlier we had SAP Business Suite, which had ERP and all. What they did is they have simplified it by adjusting the code, by removing the number of lines, by making it much more simpler and easily accessible, and using the capabilities of HANA. Okay. So when I say SAP HANA, so this is the thing. It's very simple. So I mean, you don't have to bother about anything. So it's just an ERP with reduction of the code, and optimization has been done. That's it. If as a basis administration, if you want to understand it, if you keep this in mind and read SAP S/4HANA, you will understand the whole thing, whole scenario. So in this SAP S/4HANA, what all we have? On-premise edition and cloud edition. Forget about cloud edition. So that only SAP provides. On-premise edition, some of the customers have implemented it. So cloud edition, no support vendors like TCS and others won't support this S/4HANA cloud until unless you are part of the SAP's team, SAP's cloud team. Okay. And then SAP HANA platform, as I said, it's also a platform. So it will run on the HANA as a database. You can do application extensions like integration with non-SAP application or stuff. And as I said, right, you pay attention. I told Java's history, right? What Oracle did to Java. They have acquired and they started charging. So what SAP is doing with SAP HANA, remove. You see, there is no Java here, Fiori. So Fiori is an HTML based and it's open source. So SAP is using the Fiori. That's where you hear a lot of terms of Fiori and Fiori interface and all these things. So that it's in a nutshell replacing or countering the Java. Okay, countering the Oracle. So they have stopped supporting those things. So this is the SAP's. So now you understood SAP's architecture, business suite, and then NetWeaver, and what is SAP system, what is this thing, and SAP S/4HANA architecture. So now we are going to talk about the NetWeaver architecture of the SAP NetWeaver application server. So as I explained clearly, NetWeaver is a platform where you can develop a web and Java, and it also has the integration capabilities where you can integrate the non-SAP applications. Okay. So NetWeaver, okay, NetWeaver systems means, so this business suite systems, right? all those systems can be installed on what all databases. So here you see, okay, this one will technically explain you. So user interfaces. So Java GUI, Web GUI, okay, and then Windows GUI. For example, SAP GUI, the one which you, and you also have a Java GUI. For example, people who are using the Mac, right? For example, I am using a Mac and I always have a Java GUI. And then you also have a web-based GUI. So these are the presentation things. So NetWeaver provides these facilities. Languages, ABAP, Java, you see the screen, mouse pointer, Java. And relational databases. So, okay, what all databases these NetWeaver systems support? So NetWeaver systems means ERP, SCM, CRM, this thing. So they can be installed on Oracle, SQL Server, which is a Microsoft SQL-based thing. But Microsoft is one of the SQL Server providers, but others also. MongoDB and other DBs also. Whoever is on SQL Server based concept, they can use. So and then DB2, which is IBM based database. So you still find some systems with the DB2. Some of the customers are still using. For example, banking. As I said, they don't want to migrate. So they don't want to touch their data. That's why they still continue and they will live with it for another 20, 30 years also. Okay, but still SAP has to support DB2. So the latest version of the DB2 is the DB6. Okay, and then MaxDB. MaxDB is the SAP's database. So Sybase has not listed here. Sybase is also one of the SAP's database. And the important thing, operating system. So that's why Basis is very complicated. So you have to work on in any of these database based on the customer of what database he has installed. And operating system, again, different permutations and combinations. So Oracle and AEX, Oracle HPUX, you see. So you always get 30 to 40 flavors of combinations. As a basis guy, you have to work. So operating systems, AIX, it's an IBM, HPUX, HP based Linux, but anything with Unix flavor, right? Those are all similar. I mean, Solaris, OS 400, ZOS, Windows is the only one. So SAP has stopped Windows also. I mean, they will stop it slowly. The most important thing is you always try to excel in the Linux or the Unix operating system. Both are same. Okay. If you know AIX or HPUX or Solaris or Linux, anything, SUSE. SUSE is the most favorite one, SAP's. So all upcoming S4HANA, all the systems, or if you really want to learn Linux, you focus on the SUSE Linux, SUSE Linux. That is most important. And the hardware platforms, okay, these servers. So Fujitsu, HP, IBM, Sun, Dell. And in addition to that, now we have the cloud providers, right? Infrastructure providers like Azure, Microsoft, Google. So there also that we have a 1 2 hour session at the end. Okay, we will talk about these cloud platforms also. So these are the hardware providers. Okay, so NetWeaver or the NetWeaver based systems have these many combinations, or customers can implement in with this any of these following options, given options. So yeah, this is the most important thing, guys. The terminology, what you use. So 7.1 NetWeaver applications, NetWeaver 7.1 and higher. So there were some changes. So I think you still call CICA, right? Central instance, but central instance is renamed to primary application servers. So, but again, these terms are important, but traditionally when we are supporting the systems, you can use any name, what you want, central instance, still people call, but when you are writing a certification, you will get wrong mark. Okay. So 7.1, so currently they call it as the central instance, the PAS, primary application servers. So all the dialog instances, so the scale out or the extra additional application servers, AAS. So this is very specific. You will get a question on this for sure in certification if you are writing. Okay. So the Java dispatch, sorry, who's moving this? So Java dispatcher in the earlier Java systems, they are replaced by the ICM process. So the SDM, software deployment manager, what was using earlier, it's been discontinued. So the Java central service comprises a gateway process. So these are the key important areas changes. What happened with the 7.1 in 2015 with the latest architecture. Okay. So you always know about the latest architecture only. Don't go with the old, because latest, if you know the old one, easily you can sync. Because if you know the old one, then latest syncing is very difficult. Okay. So go in reverse, latest to the back, because the concepts are same. Only thing is the naming convention they might have changed. So when we say in a web application, so I'm going to see, I've explained the flow. I keep reminding you this. We understood SAP Business Suite, ERP, CRM, and other systems. They are developed on the NetWeaver. Okay. NetWeaver has an ABAP application server and Java application server. Now we are talking about the ABAP application server. Okay. So see, these are the processes you have in an web application server. Okay. So gateway, ICM, ABAP dispatcher. ABAP dispatcher is the work process. Dialog, D for dialog, V for update, B for background, S for spool. Okay. So the scalability you can do additional application servers, AAS. Okay, as I said, correct term. Additional application servers. So you see 1, 2, 3 here. So 3 is scalability. You can increase them. So central services instance, again, certification, these questions are very important. Central services, message, even in supporting also. So what does it has? Message server and NQ server. So if you stop this central services, that's it. Your system is completely down. Okay. So when you are working on, but if you stop one of these applications, see, you have 3 application servers here. If you stop one application servers, still the system is up and there is no end user impact. So ABAP, other 2 application servers can serve the purpose. But if you start the ABAP central services instance, you're done. I mean, your system goes down. So why this NQ server is so important, guys? Anybody? Why this NQ is separated? See, you have dialog thing, but why you have only one NQ server in this system? Why this is put it in the central services instance? One instance is specifically called as a central services, and why we have put it NQ over there? So good. So fine, I'll explain you. So NQ is something which will take care of the locking mechanism. You logged into the SAP system, and then you are making some changes. So while you are making the change, you don't want somebody to go and update something else over there, right? So if you place a lock mechanism, the system will place a lock, the process make a lock mechanism over there. So NQ is mainly takes care of that locking mechanism, so that only one person can make change at one particular point. That's the NQ server, very, very important thing. So if you mess up with that locking thing, then system will lose the track of what is happening in the system. That's why they kept this NQ server separately. And that instance where this NQ is residing, they called it as a central services instance. Okay. So this is very important. It is a high availability cases also. You might have heard cluster scenarios. So where you have an ERS server, NQ replication server. Okay. So why do you need only for NQ replication server? Because remember the term single point of failure. Why do you need one? For what systems you need? See here, sorry, somebody is talking. So application servers, they are not single point of failures. Here you see. So even though if your one application server goes down, you have 2 more application servers, as I said. But if your central instance goes down, your entire system is down. So if somebody asks you to put a cluster or a high availability, what do? You mainly pick this central service instance, because your message server is one server in the system and NQ is also one. So you need a high availability for that. Single point of failures. Okay. Now you got this concept, right? So NQ is single process in the system, and then message server. Message server, what it will do? So when you do log into the SAP GUI, it will do the load balancing. So which of my application servers are free? Which of my application servers has some processes free? Okay. And waiting for the work. Okay. For that, this will do the central instance will do the load balancing. Okay. So once the message server decides, okay, where my request has to go, and it has passed to the ABAP AS. Let's say take this one. You take this one. For example, the first one here in this one. So 3 layer, right? First service. So my message server passes the request to the dispatcher. Okay, hey, ABAP, you first one, you are free. Take this. Then it will assign the dialog and update and background and the spool, whatever based on the request. If it is just a user transaction dialog, and if it is a database update process and background process, and spool means printing. Okay, so this is the first point. So SAP GUI, the moment you log in, the request goes to the message server. Message server will look for which application is free, and then it will pass your request over there, and then your dispatcher will take care of based on the activity. You understand now? Okay. Now you have some descriptions here. Message server, what it will do. See, communication between the distributions. This is a technical definition, but simplified things I've understood. Message server will do the load balancing. Dialog work process will do the requests. I mean, based on the user transactions or simple updates or checks or things. So it will do the dialog. And then NQ, as I said, it's a locking mechanism. And then gateway service between SAP systems. I mean, one system to system A to system B communication, this gateway. So ICM mainly takes care of the in Java. So web-based request comes to the system, right? So the ICM Internet Communication Manager. So it checks those things and then it will assign for that particular task Java process. Okay. So these are the definitions of these processes, but just try to understand this basic architecture. So as I explained, components of the SAP NetWeaver, ABAP dispatcher. Once you receives the request from the message server, dispatcher will pass it to the based on the work to the dialog, spool, or update or enqueue. Okay, these are the main components of the NetWeaver application server. So this is the Java architecture. Okay. So you have in Java, as I said, there is no dialog, update, spool, and things. It's a simple server 1, server 2, server 0 like that. So, you see, yes, like this. So it's a simple, I would say, but you may not have too many Java systems. I don't know based on your product or the customer, but just know that. So Java primary application server, Java central services, as I said here also same concept. So central services instance have the Java message server and Java enqueue server. So wherever there is a message server and enqueue server, you just call it as an central services instance. So all other instances are the primary application or the secondary application. So ICM, as I said, right? What will ICM do? All the web-based requests, whatever comes to the system, ICM will receive those requests and it will assign the task to the Java server nodes. Okay. So ICM is more or less equivalent to the what? Dispatcher. If you want to compare with ABAP. ABAP dispatcher will assign to the dialog, update on this, but ICM here will assign to the Java server node. Okay. So Java based systems, yeah, this is fine. So this is same thing. Java environment, Java dispatcher. So Java server process just explained here. So you have an ICM that this is the old description, but here is this is the latest. So you have a host, Java primary application server, ICM, and then server nodes. It's a very simple Java architecture. These are the information purposes. So, if you want to go through whatever I have explained so far, to refresh it, ABAP runtime system, it provides ABAP application servers for an internal and external communications. So message server, what it will do, communication between the distributed dispatches in the ABAP stack, load balancing, if I have to put it. So as soon as you log into the SAP GUI, request goes to the message server. Message server will communicate. It's a theoretical explanation here. So same thing happens. Communication between distributed dispatchers means you have application server 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 applications. So each one has their own dispatcher and it will communicate to those dispatchers. So which of you are free so that I can pass my request to you. That's what. So gateway communicate between the different SAP systems. So system A to system B to system C, like that. Okay. So and this is again a theoretical explanation. So about what have I explained so far, what is the central instance and how do you distinguish between central instance to this? Simple, message server and enqueue. Wherever there is a message server and enqueue, it's a central services instance. Even in the Java also, wherever there is a Java message server and Java enqueue, it's a central service, and rest all are like additional application server. The correct term is additional application servers. So it's a Java basics. So Sun Microsystems in 1995, they have developed it. In case if you're interested in the Java. So basic Java applications and applets. So it's not important for you. So same thing. So 3-tier architecture here also, presentation layer, application layer, and the database layer. So Java application layer, whatever I've explained, Java architecture, you have an CI, a central instance, and then additional application servers, and then DB is fine. Java and ABAP, anybody can go to these are all the theoretical guys. So this is not so important. I have explained already. So central server communication synchronous Java cluster. So central services instance have the what it has. So message server. So message server, as I said, again, communication. So here instance dispatcher, it will communicate to the Java cluster. So this part I will explain here. So exactly. So this slide will explain what does all the theory is. So you have a request web. So Java systems, all the request comes from the web only, guys. There's no SAP GUI over there. Web request. So portal is the one example. So web request. So it comes to the Java dispatcher. So for simplicity purpose, Java dispatcher. Now what it is Java dispatcher? To compare with ABAP. So here it is now ICM. So in old system, they used to call it as Java dispatcher ICM. So ICM will pass it to the Java cluster node, server 0, server 1, server 2, like that. So in Java, server nodes will be there. So passes to the request. So central services instance is simply, I said, wherever there is an enqueue and message server, that's a central service, both in ABAP and Java. Okay. So same thing, whatever I was explaining you theoretically in that architecture in a more graphical or pictorial way. So yeah, in case if you are interested in the dual stack systems which no longer available, okay, this is how the dual stack system looks. Okay, so the SAP GUI and then the Java here. Okay, so traffic comes in two flows, two ways. SAP GUI for the ABAP system. See here, you see an ABAP system and then Java system, and then web-based traffic comes to the ICM first. ICM will pass to the Java. But in SAP GUI, it's a straightforward. But dual stack system, we no longer have it. I mean, very rarely, because SAP already requested the customer to split them. So whenever you look into these systems, you look into as a two independent systems. One is ABAP runtime environment, ABAP system, or Java system. So you don't have any dual stack systems. Okay. So okay, now what all combinations of the systems which we have? So SAP web application server, ABAP system, ABAP based, I explained, and then two Java system you can have, and ABAP plus Java. We used to have it, but now we removed it. So these are all like just for your in case you are working with any old customer or the old one who are using, this is helpful, or else you just understand 1 and 2. That is more than sufficient, and you can easily relate to the other systems. So ABAP and Java. So here in GUI, okay, you have these options. Okay, so theme settings. So I always prefer this SAP signature theme. I mean, even the old versions or everybody can use this one, or you can go with the default quad theme or anything. I mean, I'm just showing you if I mean there is an option to change fonts and the brands, color settings, and all these things. So most important one is the theme settings. So if the based on the theme settings, that's how your SAP screen will appear. Okay, so let's say apply. So I have applied it. Okay, and the another thing is adding the system properties. So this is already added. Okay, so major do you know how do you connect to the SAP system? So here I have explained you the 3-tier architecture. So we are talking about the lab 1 guys, but in this one we are going to talk about presentation layer, how we are logging in. So now you just understood how do you change the theme, font, and everything from the SAP GUI. 770 is the latest version, this SAP logon. So as a basis guy, why am I stressing on this particular GUI part is, even though it looks very simple, so some of the customers or the end users, sometimes they complain you that, hey, no, I'm not able to log into the system. I am not able to log into the system. You logged into the system and you check that the SAP system is up and running, all good. But the problem was they will be working on a older version of this one. So 720, 710, the SAP GUIs are discontinued. Okay, so they may work, they may not work. So they say that until yesterday it was working, today it's not working. So as a basis guy, you always have to tell them that, which instead of you wasting time in analyzing so much, first ask them which GUI version. So this problem happens for the people who are working on the WTS servers and remotely they are accessing, right? For them, they are using old this GUI versions. So I've seen cases where the problem was with the GUI. So you always check them. So see, any SAP version, the recommended version is the N-1. I don't know if you have heard the term N-1. So which means, so 770 is the latest one. Always go with the 760. That's the best. Okay, and you use the latest, that's fine. It's up to you. But always the best is the N-1. As a safe side, you recommend for anybody to N-1 version. For example, if you are applying a kernel, always suppose the N-1 version, because latest version might not have been implemented by many customers, and SAP also may not have tested properly. But the best part is go with N-1 so that many could have been migrated, and in Google or help.sap.com, you will find the solutions for the issues. Okay, so it's important you are in the right this one. Suppose if you want to connect to an SAP system. So when I say system ID here, SAP system. So I've explained you the difference between SAP system and an instance. So instance or the application servers, they both are synonyms. I mean, they both are, you can call anything, but let's put this way. So system ID is the E68 in this particular system. So application server, you can give the server host or the IP, both should be fine. You are connecting to one of the SAP systems, one particular application server. So here he has selected as a connection type custom application server. So when you take the custom application server, so it will take you to this particular IP application server. If you take the message server, group server or selection server, I think he has not configured this SMLG in this one. Group server, you need to give the logon group. That is the message server group. So then it will do the load balancing. So this is what I was talking. The request will go to the message server. Message server will allocate the free application server. Okay. But in this case, we are directly connecting to the custom application server. So if you have a load balancing, always use the group server selection and then give the, let's select it. See. So here you have to give the message server details. This is what I'm saying. So you see, when you select the group server, when you put the message server, it will take you to the message server, and then message server will take care of the load balancing, which applications. But the custom application server, you can give directly. Okay. So now let's go to the network. So sometimes you have to activate the SNC. Okay. Secure network communication. So once they install the certificate, they will give you the thing what you have to maintain here. So P/something. So that data you have to activate and maintain that here. Then only the access will go single sign-on. I mean to say. I mean, you don't have to give the user ID or password when you are logging in. So single sign-on purposes, you always come here and activate secure sign network, and they will provide you the string what you have to maintain here. Okay. Code page, ignore language default, and encoding is ANSI for all the unique. So Unicode systems. So default ANSI for Unicode systems, and you have so many this thing. So I will explain you about what is this Unicode and what is this ANSI. So 99% of the SAP systems have the Unicode systems and this ANSI encoding. And SAP got rid of the non-Unicode systems, and they were migrated all the non-Unicode to Unicode also. Okay. But still some customers, as I said, banking kind of guys, they don't want to migrate. So they were still on the old versions of the non-Unicode system. That's why here there is an option, but here you don't have to do anything over here. Simple, clear. Now let's connect to the system. Simple. So it is asking for the client. So it's an EHP8 system. You see here, IDES ECC 6.0 EHP8. So today we talked about all these architectures and stuff, right, guys? From tomorrow onwards, I want you to focus more on the hands-on. That is more important. So it doesn't matter how much theory you know, and you can go through Google also. Theory you will get anywhere. But the thing is starting in the right direction and then doing the hands-on, because the more you work on the system, practical knowledge, I mean to say, the more you work on it, the better you will be able to troubleshoot the issues. Okay. So focus on the hands-on, and moreover, during this session also, whenever I'm spending time 1 hour, 1.5 hours for hands-on for tomorrow onwards. Okay. Theory, I will give you the glimpse and then understanding of the topic, but hands-on is the most important thing, because system, utilize the system, what is given to you for the next 14-15 days. So in the during the hands-on, I also give you some live troubleshooting scenarios. For example, if some user logs out or some user get killed or SM37 bag got failed, how do you troubleshoot it? When there were dumps, how do you check it? So I will improvise the hands-on also, and based on your level of understanding, and I will increase the difficulty as well. So can any one of you explain what is SAP Basis? No, server administration is a different thing. So here you see my screen. Server administrator is a different guy who will take care of the, and then network administrator, then you have a database administrator, then you have a OS administrator. Okay. So if I have to put it in a simple thing, basis guy is a doctor. Okay. Or a general surgeon, general physician. Okay. So, but basis guys can become experts, subject matter expertise. Okay. SMEs they call. Okay. In that particular area or the particular domain, they can become, but basis guy is like a general physician. So first you go to the hospital, whom do you meet? First you have a problem. Whom do you meet? General physician. Then he will assess your condition and he will suggest you to the right specialist, right? Like, so in this case, I mean, sometimes it will be frustrating for you also. All the problems will come to you. I mean, this is something you have to live in day in and day out. Okay. If you are growing in a basis guy, I mean, I'm trying to put it in a very simple things, guys. So if you want to grow as a basis consultant, you should not live with the troubles. A doctor cannot sleep with the patient's problems. Okay. He can't get sleep if he keeps thinking about patient condition. I mean, his aim is to improve it, but he can't worry or he can't think of it, and then it will cause a. So basis guys life is like this. So I have spent 10 years of experience in basis. I'm an SME now. Still, you can't live or you can't sleep on a problem. Okay, that you have to understand very cleanly. I mean, as a person, I'm telling you. So all the problems in an SAP will come and land in your queue, basis guy. Okay, so every time all the problems looks to you that, oh my god, this problem, that problem, this is thing. So sometimes from the front end, sometimes from the application layer, sometimes from the DB, but at any point in time, all the problems lands into you. So you have to assess the situation. You have to assess the problem, do the basic troubleshooting. And if you think that it is a database, and if you have a L3 database, pass it to the L3 database after doing things. If you don't have DB, then you have to upskill yourself in DB. So if you think that it's an OS issue, then you pass it to the OS guy. Then if it is a hardware issue, pass it to the server. If it is a network issue, pass it to the network, right? Sometimes network restrictions. What examples? Firewall. If your firewall doesn't allow a RFC connection or the connection to the SAP GUI, what do? Nothing. So you have to request your network guy to open the connection or the ports, right? So at any point in time, the end users doesn't know anybody. They will pass the ticket to your queue. So you have to identify that problem and you have to pass it to. So if you keep worrying about that problem and you don't get sleep in the evening, believe me. So if you think that you had a big issue today, oh my god, I'm not sleeping, no, you have to give it up. Office is office, you leave it and go. So because basis is like this, every day the moment you log into the shift, you find 1 or 2 tickets in your queue which you don't have any clue. I mean, sometimes it will be repetitive issues won't happen. So if the issue is repetitive, then they will fix it, right? I mean, they will fix it, they will create a problem and then they will address it, put the change in the system and they won't be. So always you keep getting the new issues at a basis guy. So that's in a customer project at least. So internal projects are fine. Know that. So basis consultant is SAP architect, system architect. So I mean, he's the best guy to design a system for a customer based on his requirement. You know, what application, what servers, Linux or which operating system to choose, what database to be picked based on the customer's requirement, what is the database size, and all these things. He can become an excellent system architect. Transport administrator, as I said, developers will develop the transport. I go and put it in the test system. Okay, test system, you have to put it, and then you put it in the production system. So the moment you import the transport system is down. Who has to troubleshoot? Basis. So you have to bring up the system first to avoid the end user, and then you tell the developer, hey guy, your transport has got so and so problem, or I have to restore the system. You know, backup management. So backups, you have to take care of it. So it's like SAP DBA. So, and then security specialist. So you have to restrict the authorizations to the specific people. And batch means job monitoring. So these are all interface analysts. This is the most important. This is the most painful task. So these non-SAP interfaces or the non-SAP systems want to communicate to your system, RFC connection or TCP/IP connection. So these connections, you have to take care of these integrations, and then system administration simple. So these are your day-to-day job as a basis consultant. But once you grow, I mean, 5 years, 6 years of your thing, then you have the regular activities like upgrade of the systems, EHP 6 to EHP 7, SAP ERP to the SAP S/4HANA conversion. Okay. And then OSDB migration. Some guy wants to change the operating system Windows to Linux, right? And somebody wants to Oracle to HANA. So that migrations. So those are the big activities. So that will come as once you grow as a consultant and become a senior level. But as a day-to-day life, this will be your life. I mean, problems are always with you. You know, a doctor will never be free. It's like this. General physician, you will be sitting in a hospital like or monitoring the queue. You will be dumped with the issues, you know, functional issues, this issue, that issue. But you should get the understanding or the glimpse of what was the problems. Okay. So this is the simple this thing. So what is the system architect will do? What is the transport admin will do? Batch admin, what you will do? Create, manage, and job things. So the most important sizing of SAP system, designing of the SAP landscape, system architect. I mean, in your future, when you grow, you will grow as an, you know, if you like this basis thing, you go as grow as an SAP architect. Okay, that's the point. So, you know, layers. So first you work as an admin, and then you will be like a consultant who will execute the things. And then you have SME, subject matter expertise. So in this also you can pick these specializations. So installation specialization, migration specialization, or the some things. So you will be called as an SAP basis SME for that particular area. You know, ERP SME or Java SME, ABAP SME. You can pick that specific topics, so which means you'll deep dive into those topics. But as an admin consultant, you have to have a basic understanding of all these things. Okay. So a system administrator, what you do, maintain, currently might be you majority of them are working, maintain system health, monitor the performance, and tune the system performance, setting some parameters that we will talk when we have this session.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary function of the SAP basis component? Option A, managing user interfaces. Option B, handling application logic. Option C, administering the SAP system landscape. Option D, developing new applications. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP Basis? Our course is here to guide you through it step by step. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Basis. It's like a tool shed for managing stuff, from making sure we have enough resources to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips and tricks. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become SAP Basis Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
Are you all set? So don't try to log into the system now. So just focus on the concept. This is also very important topic, transport thing. So which you may do as a basis consultant day in and day out. So based on your customer projects, first, let's say if you are in an SAP, within SAP is your client. So there, this transport process might have been automated completely. But if you are working in a client projects, BP or any other client projects, there definitely you have to work on this transports. Yeah, importing of the transports and changes, you have to take it to the production. Okay, so it's a very, very important topic. So at times you may stuck in this process. So understanding the basics is very important. Okay, and also importing and taking these changes to the production is not so difficult. Okay, most of the times it's been tested, and if it gives an error, so you can always reach out to the developers. That is fine. That part is clear. But what is important is the basics of how do you configure this in a particular system. Let's say if I give you the development system, okay, I'm setting the context, guys. Don't think that I'm giving too much theory. Setting the context in a practical world. Suppose if I ask you as a customer, or if there is a new implementation, right? They are setting up their development, test, and production landscape. Okay. Hey, can you please configure my STMS? Right? So what do you do? What are the questions you may have to ask or clarify with the customer or yourself? How do you design that TMS configuration for that particular landscape? Okay. So what are the things you have to consider to set up such a thing? Okay. All those questions will be clarified in this session when we walk through this thing. Okay. So it's very important, this thing. And I will give you, this theory and understanding this, you get it anywhere, but the real time where you have to check when there is a problem. Okay. What you have to, the sense or the common sense where by looking at the error, what exactly and what location you may have to check. That common sense you will build after completing this particular module. Okay. Especially in terms of the TMS configuration. Okay, so there are some terms. I'm going with the presenter view today. So the reason is there are some important terminologies. Okay, in this particular definitions kind of thing, which will help you. It is important for you to know exact definition of those words or these things, so that you will talk or when you are whenever you are explaining in your client meetings or somewhere, use those terms in a proper way. Okay, so let's start with the transport system. Okay, the first thing whenever you are doing this transport, right? So you see this slide, it is said majority of the customers will have this dev, QAS and prod. QAS is nothing but quality assurance, and some people I don't know if you have heard RTE system. Some will call as a just test system, some will call as an RTE means regression testing. So it is the customer's definition. So based on, I mean, if it is more of like a too much testing, they do RTE, some will use a QAS. Okay. So the naming convention for the QAS system will vary based on the customer. Okay. It's up to them how they define, but the whole purpose is for the testing only. So this middle one. Okay. So the first one is the development and prod. So this is the landscape path. Many of the customers will follow 3-system landscape. This is. So if I tell you 5-system landscape, on top of this dev, there is a sandbox. Okay. Here sandbox will be there. And sandbox, development, QAS or RTE, or the fourth one, pre-production. Before going to the prod, they will have one more thing, pre-production. So today, if time permits, I will show you one 5-system landscape, the TMS configuration in one of the projects which I am working. So, I mean, that will give you a better picture. Okay. So since we are just taking a 3-system landscape, so transport directory. So what is this transport directory? Okay. So what all things it contains? For example, if you are working on any project or in your customer thing, right? In your customer project now, you have these systems. So after this session today, you go and see them. Okay, in your regular domain thing, right? In your regular work. So log into the system, because you're not touching anything. Don't worry about it. I mean, you're not. You will. I don't think you will have access also to do that. So what you do is you go and check this directory, trans directory. So then you will get a feel of what I have explained today, and this transport concept will be completely clear for you. 100% you will, and you will understand how your client or your project has configured this particular thing. So if you take the trans directory, so you will have a trans directory which is common for all these 3 systems: dev, QAS, and production. Okay. So all of them have the same trans directory. You log into the dev system and see USR SAP trans, and then QAS USR SAP trans, production USR SAP trans. You check the directory. So all of the 3 they have common directory, and in most of the cases it is a common mount. Okay. So NFS or the export of the block device or whatever is it, that directory will be common for all these 3 systems. Okay. So that you can make a note of these things, guys, what to be checked. I mean, so one thing in this sandbox system, what I'm going to provide, you can check there, but anyway, it's a single system one. But it is also important for you to understand the projects where you are working. What is the configuration they have done over there? Okay, just check it out. So when I said this trans directory is common, right? So as a basis consultant, if somebody asks you to configure this TMS configuration in a particular landscape, so your first thing should be what? Network consideration, right? What is the network consideration? So do the all 3 systems are in the same network. So then only you will be able to mount the directory. I mean the common mount or NFS. So that part has to be clear for you. So you have to place a request for this network team or server management team to configure a common trans directory, but the requirement has to go from you. Okay, clear? So, and how do you define the sizing of this trans directory? How do you define what size do I have to do? That thing will be depends on, you have to check with the customer. Hey, how frequently the transports you generate the transport? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? Or some customers will do weekly basis also. Okay, how many transports? And what will be the expected size? This analysis you have to do with the functional consultants, functional or the ABAPers. So if you generally take a 3-system landscape, 50 to 100 GB is more than sufficient. Again, if this trans also full, then it also leads to a system hung situation, or it won't lead to any further imports to happen. So you don't want to get into that situation, right? So discuss with them. They say that, hey, every week I do 10 transports and each of them of size of 10 MB or 20 MB, then you calculate accordingly. And most of the customers, so the best suggestion which you, as a basis consultant, you can give is ask them to use the NFS. Okay, I mean network file system. So which means that can be extended whenever you need. Okay, easily. Suppose 50 GB and you already exceeded 40 GB, and then you add the 10 GB extra for that. Okay, so that way you have to first check with the trans, and then you put them in the mount it on all the 3 systems, dev, QAS, and prod system, and ensure that you have the right amount of space defined for that. And you also keep increasing it as and when it is required. That is your regular task. Okay. So how do you know that where is my trans directory path? Okay, so I'm just telling you that USR SAP trans, in most of the cases you use it, but some customers may use differently. So there is a profile parameter which we will check it today, which is called dir underscore trans. So if you go to the default profile, profile directory that we will see, so just check for the parameter dir underscore trans. That will have the default path, which is this USR trans, and Windows ignore it. So very less number of systems these days on Windows, and it's waste of time you focusing on this Windows. So whenever you have working on in Windows, just you concepts are same. It's just that the way you operate is different. I mean, instead of this Linux, this thing, but the concepts are same. So there it is like a SAP MNT trans, but irrespective of your operating system and stuff, always check for the dir underscore trans. So that you can also check in your landscapes. Just go to the RJ11 or RJ12. So just check for this parameter in the display mode, dir underscore trans, what has been defined. Then you will understand what is the trans directory has been defined over there. Okay. So now, what does this trans directory contains? So now we will focus more on this this one, highlighted ones. So remaining things also important, but I will give a brief thing about them. So what is this bin directory? What is this buffer? What is this data? What is this co-files? So at least you need to understand data and co-files part very clearly. And then bin, it's a simple. Bin is nothing but in any way, in server management or anywhere. Bin is kind of more like configuration related or buffer. Sorry. The configuration or the executables or the runtime related things or the envs related stuff will be in the bin directory. So just remember like this, each TP, like we have a default profile and then the instance profiles, right? I mean, for AIS1 or AIS2 additional application servers, each application server has its own instance profile. Okay, like that transport also has a profile. Okay, so that PFL that we will see in the system, TP, that naming convention is TP underscore domain name dot PFL. Okay, so this profile will exist on the particular thing. So in this profile, what you can see, like any other instance profile, you see the parameters. Okay, here also you see certain things like timeouts or import related parameters. What is my transport route? What is my this thing? So that configuration PFL will contain those details. So we can open one PFL file and we will see today. Okay, so then buffer. So what is this buffer? So here you see this buffer directory. So buffer is for each system. So it contains the, suppose there are transports which lies in the queue, which are ready to be imported. Okay, which you have not imported, but you have just added them in the queue and then which are ready to be imported. So those transports will be available in the buffer. So the name itself says buffer, which is like the transports which contains the ready to be imported. So data files. Okay, so data. So this is the important thing. Sometimes, okay, let me explain the definition and then we will get into when it is important to data and co-files thing. Data part of the exported transport requests. Okay, for example, you have done some change in the development system. Okay, so those changes will be where they have been tracked. Obviously the changes will go and sit in the database of the development system, right? So when you export that as a transport, okay, so those database changes will be calculated or created in a particular data file. Okay, so you can go and check in your landscape also in the data directory. You find a lot of files with R. It starts with R. Okay, that's the naming convention for all the data files. It's a standard naming convention. So at the end of this PPT, we have one slide where I'm going to show you this R and data files and co-files, how they look. So R stands for the data file. It's very important. R files, all of them. So the data file contains the actual change or the functionality which you have introduced in that particular, or the customizing which you have done in the development system. Okay. And then co-files. So what is this co-files? So this contains the transport request information. What kind of transport type it is. What are the object classes? What are the required import steps? What it has to do? What are the exit codes it has to generate once the import? It's more like an information, or what we call like a structure kind of thing. Okay, this is my transport and these are the object classes it's a definition of that particular thing, a catalog or whatever is it. You call it as a catalog kind of thing, definition of those things. Okay, so that it's just a definition, and these co-files starts with the word letter K, capital K. Okay, you can check that. So co-files are very small size. I mean, it's in KBs, but the data files sometimes they are of size 5 MB to I have seen the biggest transport is 1 GB size. That's a huge transport. But in general, your transport request definitely not that much of size. Okay, so it is strongly recommended to have the customizing or these things in chunks or a sequence of transports. So sometimes you may get a request to do follow the exact sequence, 10 transports or 15 transports like that. So that time it is very important you follow the sequence, or else it will lead to a lot of inconsistencies and it starts throwing the dumps in the system. Okay. Now, for example, if a customer, now the next question comes to you. Okay, as a basis guy, transport directory setup, you understood what all the two things to be done. Number one, first thing you have to consider is the three systems should have access to this transport network requirements, and then mount this transport directory in all three. Okay. Number two, okay, how do you do the TMS configuration and then it will read it. Sometimes you may get a request, right? So the transport are not developed in this particular development system. Okay, so they have developed in some other projects or some other development system within the company. Okay, how do you get those transports to this particular landscape? Okay, so that times what do they do? So that time they will say that, hey, I have a system I have developed in this particular development system. I want all these development to go to this particular landscape, whatever we see here. How do you do that? So as a basis consultant, they ask you to do that. So what do you do? I mean, what do you ask for, first of all? Anybody knows? How do you get the development? So in this landscape, it's fine. If you develop in a development system, you track them in a transport request and then move it to QAS and then move it to the production. So now the question is, the developers do not want to develop here. They already developed already. So they don't want to repeat the same work again. Okay. So somewhere, some other development system, they already developed and they ask you as a basis consultant, hey, I want all these changes to go to this particular landscape. Okay. So first of thing is you have to bring them to this particular development system, right? So how do you bring them? So bring them to this development and then you import to QAS and production. So anybody knows? That is where it is important to understand. So the first thing is you ask them, hey, how many transports are there? Okay. So is it 10, 20, 30, 40? So sometimes it is a huge thing, right? I mean, if it is a huge development, if you take SAP as an example, SAP's development is a huge, within SAP. So because it's a development organization, it's a production company. So they develop, their core is development. For them, there is no production systems. Okay. For end users or the customers outside, production is the most critical one. For within SAP, development is the most critical one because they do development. So yes, that is one thing. Okay. If it is 2 transports or 3 transports, what you can do is you can simply get those, ask them for a data file and co-file. You can copy this to the development systems data and co-files directory. So this is where you have to place the R files in data directory and co-files in the co-files directory, or else it gives an error. That's where you have to copy properly to the right directory. Okay, that is one thing. Suppose if it is a huge, so some 10,000, 20,000 transports. So you think that it is not possible to do that. So that approach is different. It's like a client copy thing. So you ask them that, hey, you do one thing, you put all of them in one particular client in your development system. Okay. From that client in this particular dev system, you create one more client here. Okay. So create one more client and do a remote client copy. Then you get all the customizing, whatever they have done here. So, and then you verify, ask them to verify in this development system, your coding and everything. Once this is ready, then you can export them as workbenches or the cross-client customizing transports, and then you import to the QAS and production. That is the secondary approach. Let's keep it aside. So when we have this client copy and other stuff, so I will get to that thing. That is another approach. I mean, when you have thousands of transports like SAP, where the development is the core and too many things, so that's when you can copy the, you can do a remote client copy, and then you can do that tweaking here in the development system. But in general, in the production thing, you just have to copy the data file and co-file and put them in the right directory. Okay. So then another thing, a log, the grade one also, I'll give a brief thing. So this log directory is something name itself says. So whenever you see some issues with the import or some errors in the configuration, you always go to this log directory and look for the files, so you get some clue what is the problem. So sometimes the RFC connection might not be working, and sometimes authorization is missing for this data and co-files. Sometimes it says co-files missing. So it can lead to the, this all has to be with the SID ADM password. Sometimes it misses the authorization, right? Authorizations when you copy the files. Okay, that kind of errors it will throw in the log directory. Temp is nothing, temporary data and log files. I mean, during the import, whatever the logs or the temporary files it generates, it keeps in the temp. So generally, we don't touch this temp directory, and as a basis consultant, you don't have to check this one. EPS. Okay, EPS is the important directory. So anyone knows this directory? So this is important when you are doing the support package upgrades. Okay. So for example, EHP1 to EHP2 or EHP, or you are upgrading from SP update of this basis component or SAP APPL or these components, one patch to the another patches. So you always have to keep those patches in EPS directory. It's a download directory. Okay. So SAP support packages, you always keep it over here. That is in an advanced level when you are doing these patches. Okay. So SAP names, just for namesake, information belong to the as per SAP EPS. So this is also comes when during the patching. Okay, what are the download packages you have downloaded, and those details will be captured in this SAP names. So the most important directories are the data and co-files. So which is in during the runtime or the importing, and bin is important if you want to look into the configuration of how your profiles defined and stuff. You can check that. Now again, transport sequence. So, I mean, so there are two things. Logically, anybody can explain with the whatever we discussed. Hey, development, you do it, and then this is the logical. So development to QAS, and then QAS to the production. Okay, that is fine. So, but yes, you have a transport directory common for all these three systems, Dev 1, QAS, and production. So what exactly physically, how the transport sequence follows? Okay, when a developer create customizations, once he changes, he tracked under a transport, how does it goes to the QAS? Okay, that is important. So this is the sequence: physical objects, three system landscape, transport in the following three steps. Okay, so all the objects in a transport that are to be released or exported by being of database. Okay, for example, this is a development system. Okay, so they have to be exported, and then they have to copy it to the database, right? Whatever the changes you do, they will be tracked. I mean, in any system, once you do the changes, then that has to be saved in the database. Okay, so whenever you release the transport in a dev system, release, okay, or when exactly the transport creates the data file and co-files. So it's not when you capture the changes in a transport. Okay, so you develop something in the development system, you have tracked them under the transport request, those changes are written to the database for sure. Whenever you say that I am good, this transport is perfect, and then when you release it, then it starts creating data file and co-file. Where does it create? In the transport directory. Okay, data file and co-file will be created in the transport directory, in the data directory and co-files directory. Okay, that happens only when you release the transport. Okay, sometimes the customer, one of the issues, so the developers will say that, hey, please go and import this transport in the test system. Okay, But you don't see the moment you try to import it, you don't find the transport at all. The reason is it doesn't have the data file and co-file in the transport reception. What could be the reason? That guy has not released the transport. Simple. So then you have to tell him that, boss, first you release the transport. Okay, you release the transport, it's his ownership, and if he is confident, and there are also some approval processes. I mean, there are authorizations defined who can approve the transport. Development lead mostly. So the development project has a developer architect or a chief developer. So who will approve the transport, verifying the changes, whatever they has done, because if anybody releases the transport, then that causes problem, right? So that guy has to review whether that particular developer has followed these development guidelines or the SAP's recommendations, and they have tools also to do that. Okay, so those things anyway not part of you, but you just have a glimpse of what exactly they do, those guys, developers. So so they approve it, and then the data and co-files created to the transport directory. So now if you want to import to the QAS, yes, it's just shared directory. You can add that transport in the QAS system, I mean in STMS, and add it to the queue. And then you just click on the import, and then it gets imported. So what happens when you import it? So transport, yeah, I'll ask you the next question. Let me come to this. What happens when you import? You understand in a physically, okay? Import means where does it go and write the change? It has to write it in the database, right? So I'm stressing on the part database, guys. There is one important thing you have to understand after this. So it go and writes in the database, the change, whatever it has happened. So that is what happens exactly physically when you import the transport. So, and then fine. So your testing is done. So what the testers will do? They will test it in the test system. Okay, perfect. Everything is good. Then once the testing team approves the transport, they will ask you on a predefined timelines to import it in the production system. Okay, transport is the one of the most powerful thing. You know, it can spoil your entire system. Okay, so once you import a transport, there is no way going back. Okay, the override is nothing but, I don't know who has answered it. Override is nothing but they will send the correction. Okay, so they will send because when you import, the change is going to be written to the database. Okay, once it is written to the database, you have to manually go there and delete that entry or something. Then it will lead to complete inconsistency. There's no way you can revert it. Okay, so the most important part is transport is not reversible once it is written to the database. So they can correct the code. I mean, they have to do like and manually they have to correct it, and they can send the fix in the next transport. Okay, so whatever it has messed up, so they can send a next transport and then they correct it. That's it. But there is no way that once you import it and you take it back. Okay, and as a basis consultant, you may face severe cases in, at least in quality. So suppose they give you some 20 transports to be imported into the test system. Okay, after import, then there is a severe scenario that a lot of inconsistencies. When I say inconsistencies, how do you know that there are inconsistencies? So once you import the transport, so what is the transport? These guys have done some changes, right, to the correct code. Okay, custom code or the modifications, or they've changed the table structure or whatever is it. What is going? So they change the SAP's code. So what is going to happen when I say inconsistencies in the system? System starts throwing dumps. I mean ST22. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of the transaction code. We will check in the troubleshooting analysis, but have this context. When I say system is completely tossed up, so ST22, it keeps throwing errors like anything, dumps. Those are the above dumps. So then it says DBSQL error, it says syntax error, it says so many things. Okay, so which are all related to the corrections. You know, we can check it in the system later point in time, but when your system is completely led to inconsistent, that is what I mean. So which means your system is not functioning as expected because you have changed the structure of the code, or you have changed the ABAP code, and these transports are not proper. Okay, so I've seen one scenario. So when I've imported around 150 transport, the system led to a completely inconsistent. I mean, it is unusable. It started throwing dumps no matter whatever you execute, and the jobs failing, SM21 errors, so many things. So then obviously you are the doctor, I said, right? They will ask you to do something. What do you do in such case? So yes, you have imported a 100 transport to your system. System has led to the completely inconsistent state. What do you do after that? How do you fix it? Yes, basis guy has to fix it here. Okay, and only basis guy can do. because developers cannot develop those many corrections, 100, 200 corrections and send it to them. So which means they realize that, okay, test system has completely gone. So now we have to do something to bring it back. So the most basic thing, backup restore. Okay. So that is why most important thing, whenever you are importing something, you always have to check for the latest backup. Okay. So these are all the practical scenarios, guys. So they look too much theoretical, but you try to understand these scenarios. They're very, very important. Theory, I can explain you so much, but these cases, how do you approach with common sense is the most important thing. So whenever somebody asks you to import some transport, right? So the first thing as a basis consultant, what you have to do is, you know that once you import this change is going to hit the database, and you know that it will spoil the database. So, I mean, it could be that they have tested everything, but as a basis guy, you have to see whether do I have my latest backup in the system, right? So do I have my latest logs available to do a point in time recovery in case if the never underestimate a transport. One single transport can spoil your entire system. Okay. So one single transport, suppose that guy by mistake has put, instead of defining a field name or the column name, if you put a star, right? You don't know that command what he has incorporated. By mistake, if he has put a star, some table and then star thing, you can't read that 10 pages of code also in that file, in the transport file. You don't understand. So by mistake, somewhere, if that guy put a star over there by typo or something, it will delete the entire particular table's column, right? So that's it. System leads to inconsistent. So then you have only one option, basis guy. Please restore the test system, right? Test system back to the previous latest backup, and then you ensure that you do a point in time recovery. So there is an option. So, okay, so and so time I have imported this transport exactly to that point time, you can restore it. That we will discuss how do you do this backup restore and all, but you know this. Okay. So transport never, that's why I'm stressing so much on these practical cases. So in most of the cases, systems are screwed because of the transports only. Okay. Wrong transports, or sometimes by mistake, I will talk to you, transport routes and then the transport layers. By mistake, they divert the traffic from one direction to the another direction, and then the accident happens. So that system will go for a toss. Then they have to do a restore and recovery. Okay. So just try to understand. So here, this is the transport sequence. So physical, dev, QAS, and then production is the logical sequence. What exactly happens is, when every time when you export in development system, what happens? It will copy the changes from your development database to the data file and co-file, and it creates them in the transport directory. When you import in QAS, it will pick the data file and co-file from the QAS transport directory, because it is common, and then it imports. When I said import, actually what it is doing, it is writing it to the database. So same thing happens in the production. Okay, this is important to understand, guys. So what exactly happened when you import it or export it? Okay, good. So that's the sequence for many, because transports you don't do regularly, right? So DB02, so there are various reasons. Okay. So DB02 backups, you check the backups, right? Daily monitoring. Okay. Whether there is a latest backup is there or not every day. But again, that is a frequency also defined by the customer based on the thing. If it is a development system, they say, alternative days also fine for backup, or weekly ones also fine, because it's cost saving. Because backup, again, the unit is space and thing. If it is a quality system, weekly twice or daily, some people will define daily also. For production, daily for sure, there should be a daily backup, successful backup for production. Okay. So this is one of the reason, because you don't import the transport in a day in and day out, but you will import weekly once or twice to the quality. So this backup can be used in multiple scenarios. For example, somebody went to the database and deleted something as a basis guy who has the DB access. That time also there is only one option. If you delete a table, you have to restore the system, right? For example, if there is a hardware failure, okay, so then database doesn't know the status of it, and it has led to an inconsistent state. Okay, that time also you may have to restore and recover. Okay. And this changes also. For example, in development also, they recommend to have your daily backup, because suppose if that guy developer is working today on a development and he knows that, okay, something is went bad, then he has to revert it to the previous day backup. So that is why backups are mainly for the restoring the system back to the normal state, whatever is the possible scenario. What I'm trying to say is, but for the transport, when you are doing, it is important for you to check if there is a backup. So sometimes what happens is backups won't run because of network issues or because of the backup configuration or so on. So reasons there are, we do see, right? Sometimes we don't see backups are not running for 2 days or 3 days. So, but when you're doing the transport, ensure that there is a backup for sure. I mean, backups, forget about whether they are configuring it and for what purpose. For multiple purposes, backups are defined to restore and recover the systems. But when you are doing a transport, please ensure that there is a backup. So if you don't have a backup, you better wait. Okay. You tell the developers that, hey guys, I don't have a backup and there is a problem and I am working with so-and-so backup team and I have raised a ticket. It is the same case during the upgrades also. Okay. And another use case is, why do you need a backup, successful backup? During upgrades, right? When you are doing an SP patching. So when you are doing a support package or node implementation also, it is very important. Yeah, node implementation can be reverted. There is an option to de-implement, but transport, there is no option. But whenever you are doing such activities, it is always recommended to have a latest backup. Okay, as a basis guy, that is your core this thing. What is your task is to bring back this system to the state where, I mean, anybody can spoil the system, functional guy or the developer or tester or whoever it is. But as a basis guy, you always have to, this is one of the roles and responsibility, your roles and responsibility as an admin or as a consultant or as an architect when you grow, right, or an SME. So what is your role? Troubleshooting is fine, one aspect, and safeguarding the system is your most important task as well. Safeguarding the system is in this kind of unexpected things. So you always have to ensure, no matter what these guys do, what these guys do in the system, you always design the landscape in such a way that you can bring back to this particular moment. For example, if that guy say that my system has gone into a toss after so and so time, so please, you have to restore or recover it. So as a basis guy, you have to, you should have already defined an architecture that there is a possibility that you could restore to that particular point in time. Okay, that will be like a backup and restore configurations. We will talk in an advanced thing. Okay, how do you configure that? What are the scenarios? How do you define such an architecture? But it is your roles and responsibility. Okay, clear? So any questions before I move to the next slide? Good. So next, transport system. So there are a few terminologies which you will come across when you are working on this TMS or the transport configuration. So number one is the transport domain, and then you hear about the transport group, and then transport domain controller. So the system which I have provided also, when we log into the system, it will tell you that it is a domain controller and what exactly is it. Okay, so good. So a transport domain. So here, if you see in this screen, let me explain you this screenshot, this screen. Okay. So I have this transport domain one. Okay. And in this, I have a transport directory. You see the term transport group. And then there is a thing called TDC, sorry, which is transport domain controller. So these are the three important things which you have to understand. Okay. So TDC, let's say dev or test or production. And then you have transport domain 2. Again, here you have a one transport directory and then TDC, and then you have a transport group 2 and then transport directory 2. Okay. So the transport domain is nothing but it contains all the systems, SAP systems that you plan to manage centrally. Okay. From this particular transport domain, you can manage those systems. For example, you have dev, test, and quality. You can manage from that domain. And if you have other region systems, 3 more systems of the same landscape, but they're in a different trans directory or a different thing. Okay. They may have a different trans directory. Those also can be controlled from the transport domain. Okay. See, you take the transport domain 2 example here, this explain. I have the here transport group 1, transport group 2, or the transport DIR 1, transport. So transport group is nothing but the ones which are sharing the same transport directory. Simple, if I tell you. So all the systems, whoever are sharing the same transport directory or belongs to one transport group. So here you see the transport DIR 1, and then you have transport group 1, transport directory 2, transport. So why I am giving this domain 2 example is, for example, take an example of Asian Paints or whatever company, one customer. So he has systems across the regions. Okay. Few systems are in APJ, which is our region. I mean, Asia, Pacific, Japan. Few systems are in Europe. Few systems are in America. Okay. But they all belongs to the same landscape. So they all have each one has the different transport directories. Why? I'll tell you the reason. So APJ, they have a data center in Singapore. Okay. AMS or America, they have a data center in America. Europe, they have data center in Germany. Okay. So, and it is not recommended or it is not ideal to create a direct, network. So what I told, when you are configuring a the first requirement is network, right? You should have a common trans directory. Let's say you have three systems in each region: dev, test, and production. Dev, test, production in Germany. Dev, test, production in wherever America. All nine systems belongs to the same landscape, but catering to the different region different region factories or customers. Okay. So now the question is, one configuration you can do is you create one transport directory here. So the first one, the transport directory, and then you define all of them 9 systems you connect to this transport directory. Okay. But what would be the prerequisite? You need to have a common trans directory network allow. So this trans NFS or whatever is it to allow in between this. Say one data center in Singapore and one in Europe and one in is, so your latency will be screwed. I mean, your latency, very bad latency, latency in the sense, response times will be higher to copy or to do that thing. And moreover, it is not recommendable. It's a security breach. Okay. From one data center to the another data center, it is not recommended to open connections. I mean, share the files or this thing. That is bad. And moreover, if your trans directory, that NFS file has gone, then your entire 9 systems are going for a toss, right? So to avoid that, so that is when this transport group configuration comes into picture, or the transport directory is different transport directories comes into picture. So what they will do is simply, okay, I have 3 systems in my APJ. You define a trans directory over here, dir1. So okay, APJ, trans APJ, you define one. And then Europe, trans Europe, you define. Trans AMS, all 6 are fine. So each development system, you ensure that there is a path for these transports to move over there. Via application or RFC connection, whatever it is, you can define such things. So you get them here, and then you sync all these 3 development systems, and then you do the transports from those respective trans directories. Okay, that is the best thing. So that is why you have this transport group or the transport directory, this thing, to cater such big landscapes where you have regional wise data centers and where you have regional wise landscapes which are catering to their respective regions. Okay. So that is where you have to understand this thing, but it is very rare. I mean, only I've seen such things in an Nestle, which is a huge thing. They have this regional wise thing. And then I've seen it in Unilever. So such kind of complicated transport things. Okay. But in general, this 3 system landscape and then the trans directory is the mostly you see it in your landscapes. Okay. Any questions here before I move to the next slide? So initialization of the TMS. Okay. So what will be the, okay. So you see this triangle, you create a transport domain with the transport domain controller, define systems of the transport domain. So these are the 3 things when you start with the TMS. Okay, STMS, the moment, if suppose initially, for example, you built a development system and first time you executed the transport STMS configuration, it asks. So what it will do first? So it will create the transport domain. Okay, what is the domain which I have to do? And then it creates the domain controller. It will ask you, okay, is this system is a domain controller? You will define it as a domain controller. So what are the systems? What is my development system? What is your test system? What is your production system? That you have to define here. And then it will define the transport routes. Okay. What is my delivery route? What is my consolidation route? I will tell you what is the consolidation route and delivery route. And then QA procedure configuration, which means who has to approve. Okay. I told you, right? So not all people will have authorization to approve. So only the validated functional. So quality assurance approval means, see, developer releasing the transport, development architects has the authorization. They are the guys who are experts and they will validate for their entire team's development and release it. But in QA also, you have a functional lead who will validate the testing lead, who will validate all the changes implemented in the system, and then he will approve it for the production. Okay. So these are the three main important things when you are configuring the TMS configuration. Okay. So good. Now the important question, where do you configure this domain controller or this transport group or transport domain? What are the requirements? So domain controller is the one. So the transport domain controller I've told, right? What is the transport domain controller? So it is the one where all the TMS related controlling happens. Okay. So if you want to delete the test system and add a new system, you can do. If you want to change the transport route, you can do. You can want to change anything. You want to change some parameter, you can do. So transport domain controller is the most critical one. So that is where your entire TMS configuration, okay, is defined over there. Okay. So which system you use as a transport domain controller? Is it a development system or quality system or production system? Anyone? Which system can be used as a domain controller? Dev or test or production? See, when I said transport domain controller has all the TMS related control, right? So adding, deletion of the systems and import everything. So then it has to be the high available, okay, and high security precautions and high levels of maintenance. These are the two important things it should have. Okay. So then if you take it, production could be the best for the domain controller. Okay. So, but production nobody uses. Production systems always have the high availability and high security precautions and a high level of maintenance. Everything will be there, production. But no one uses the production as the domain controller because, it's very risky. Okay. You don't want to do such R&D and then deletion, additions and everything from the production. No, auditing also there will be a problem because production you always have to go with the approvals and then the change implementations, and there is too much of complexity to do anything in the production. So to avoid that, and moreover, nobody wants you to touch US or SAP directory frequently until unless you are doing a patching and when there is a change request approved and everybody is agrees. Okay. So you don't want to do these kind of things from the production. So even though your production is a high availability, high security and a very good system, a suitable candidate for this one, but in general, in any landscape, development system is the domain controller. You can check it. So you log into your development systems in your landscapes, wherever you are working, just execute the transaction code STMS. See, here you say, it says you are logged into an domain controller at the bottom. Can you see? So this is the transport management system. So this is what I'm talking. So this is the EH8 system. And what is the transport domain? It's domain underscore EH8. So it is the naming convention will be like this. So this you can check it in your respective landscape, wherever you know. So, and if you want to know what all systems it has in this thing, just click on systems. So user profile, services, my objects, or you can check the import overview, work list, transport organization, system overview. Yeah, here you can click. For example, in this, it's a single system landscape. I mean, there is no other system. So if you have an test and production, it will show here EH8 and other system, and then it will also display the role of that particular system. Okay. So or display transport domain. So these things, display things you can do in your this thing also. So this is the domain and short description of this domain, and then management. Let's see, and then workflow engine. Okay, so this is the QA workflow engine is like a local domain only. It's an automatic user assignment. When I was explaining this slide, right, QA approval procedure. So configure transport routes. So transport domain controller, you have different transport domain, what you have seen. QA procedure configuration means this is what I was referring to. So who can approve this transport? Approved by system administration, to be approved by department, or to be approved by the request owner. So these are the three people have to approve if you want to take it to the next system. Okay, they always have to approve. So this you can modify, or the functional guys or developers will update this approval procedure. Okay, so and then go back. So you can do a quick connection display configuration. You can do that. Yeah. So you can see the status system is active, that green light whenever you see the before also. I mean, if we just go back. Yeah. So if it says status active, this one is the active symbol, and then this green. Whenever you have this, which means the system configuration looks good, which means the RFC connections and the mount directory, the trans directory, everything is accessible. Okay. So, or you just click on the display configuration. Oh, let me select it. Okay. So you see last changed by, so for example, somebody has changed some program, something in this configuration. You can see who has changed it, SAP start. So which means first time when this system was built on 27th August, the whoever has built it, yes. So I was telling you this profile, right? TP domain profile. So like you have instance profile and the default profile. So each transport configuration has this profile. You can check it in the USR SAP/bin directory. If you go there, you will find, or you can see the directories also here. So this is the domain group, and the transport group I was telling, right? This is the group underscore EHP8. Okay. So, and then RFC addresses, and user is the TMS ADM. It's the standard user for all the TMS related. It will do the, it is the user which they use. So trans directory, dir underscore trans. So you don't have to go to the instance directory to see this parameter. So you can see here, USR SAP trans is this one. Okay. So TP version is nothing but the TP is the program which will do this transport thing. So it is the T66 266 version. Okay. So just today's exercise also, I mean labs also, I have given this what we call similar exercise where you go and check the thing. I mean these kind of basic things, so that you will understand how in your landscapes or in this thing, or you just click on transport groups. Yeah. So you have domain underscore EHP, and within that you have a group EH8. As I said, there could be multiple groups for each region, APJ, America and Europe. So that time you have APJ underscore EH8, AMS underscore EH8, or UR underscore EH8, 3 transport groups. That definitions you can see over there. And then go back. Good. So yeah, you sometimes if you add or delete the system, you can update configuration, but don't do this anywhere. So you can simply do the connection test. If you want, you can do that. See at the bottom, it says connection to the system EH8 is okay, which means this is able to communicate to this system. For example, you have a test system and then production system. There also you can just simply check it and do a connection test. If that connection is not working, then there is a problem. I mean, you have to do something. So what RFC connection? So it basically, so you may ask, how does it communicate to the other dev or test system, right? How does it communicate? So the simple thing is RFC connections. Whenever you initialize the TMS configuration for the first time, it creates an RFC connection to the test system and then the production system, and that you can see in the SM59. So there, that will take care. The TMS configuration will take care of it. You see my screen, right? So these are the TMS ADM EH8 using the domain EH8. So this kind of TMS RFC connections will be defined to those particular target systems, test systems or production system. So this also could be a reason. Sometimes this RFCs doesn't work and there is a problem. Then you have to click here. So it says, yeah. So log on is 51 milliseconds and this is perfectly working fine. Okay. So, okay. In real time, do you modify this TMS ADM, this RFC connections? Suppose if it is not working, what do you do? So there will be other ways to troubleshoot it. Okay. I'll tell you why. That's why I asked this question. Like any other RFC connections, right? These above connections, this test 000, T9, these connections you can modify always. Okay. I mean, those are fine. But these connections are automatically created when you do a TMS configuration. You got it? They are the auto-generated STMS, auto-generated RFC connection. So the best would be, yeah, you can try modifying it if it works fine, but the best would be you always delete the existing transport domain transport configuration and redo the configuration. You got it? So it will you again so you delete the transport configuration. That you can do, but you don't do it in any other systems. So TMS, in mostly these things will never fail. I mean, these RFCs, most of the cases, that issue you may not get it. So most of the times you get issues like data file and co-files do not have authorization, or they are not with SID ADM, and they are corrupted sometimes, because when you copy from another landscape to here, right, they're corrupted. So those things happens, but we generally do not do this. I mean, touch these RFC connections. So never ever try to do something over there. That's why I'm saying. So other RFC connections, fine, you can change something and then you can revert it. But these RFC connections are auto-generated. That's why you have to be a little cautious whenever you're touching this TMS related stuff. Okay. So anything in this TMS is critical, guys. So these transport routes, if you change it, that's it, gone. I mean, one instead of one system, the transports will go to the other landscape and hit the other landscape. Okay, so that is the risk we have when we are working with the transports. I mean, this part TMS, but the display part you can check it in your landscapes also and try to understand what exactly how it is configured in your respective landscape. So sometimes you may get this kind of errors. That is when you have to check the RFC communication. But I don't think you this error will be very misleading. That's why I ask this question. Whenever this RFC you get such an error, what do you do? So yeah, exactly, you check your SMICM and stuff, whether the other target systems, test system and the production system, are they accessible? Okay, so if they're accessible, then you have to come and check this RFC if the connection test is fine or not, or if there's any restriction at the port level or something, or you can see do a telnet quickly to the port of the target system or a ping to the target systems. Okay, if there is any network breakage, that you have to do. But this is a very generic error. So I mean, never ever think that okay, because of this RFC connection this is failing. Sometimes if you don't have the authorization also, it will give you the same error. Okay, that is why you have to check multiple things when such a thing when it happens, whether it has the right authorization, these data files and co-files structure has been defined properly. There is a program RDD IMPDP or RSTP INST test. Okay, that we will do. That we can do testing thing. So that will verify the configuration. I mean, whether your TMS configuration is. I'll tell you after this. That program RSTP test that program. Okay, I will let you know that program. So there is one program. Tomorrow I'll let you know. So that program will tell you that the TMS configuration is completely fine. Yeah, tomorrow while doing the recap, I will execute that and I will show you that. So, I mean, you can't go to the each section and do this, right? Whether my TMS configuration is perfectly or not. Okay, so that is a time consuming. So if you run that program, so it will tell you that exactly where exactly the problem. Okay, if it is authorization missing, it will tell you that authorization is missed, and if it has some RFC connections are not working, it will tell you RFC connection not working, and if the systems are not defined properly, it will tell you the systems are not defined. I'll show you tomorrow. Okay, that report. It's very important, very good report. As a basis guy, you always by heart it. Somehow I forgot this one, or in this system it doesn't exist. So I'll try to import that report to this system. Okay, in general, whenever somebody is building the system, that report will be imported as a post check during. After you do a system copy or system build, right, there are post checks, those reports will come automatically, some of the reports. Okay, so now we'll have what all things. Okay, good. Creating the routes, transport routes. So as I said, it's like a traffic signals, this transport routes. So you have dev, quality and production. So there is a development route, and then sometimes it's a consolidation route, and then delivery routes. Okay, let's understand about development routes. Okay, the development is most important. As I told you one example, right? SAP kind of company whose main landscapes are the development landscape. I mean, they have this consolidation and test, but for them, the most critical is the development, because they do a lot of changes and product development. So in one system they develop and they want to take it to the other development systems. Okay, then they will develop the this particular development route. Okay, so in that particular route, all the development systems are developed. So one single development system, they do the development, and they will pass those changes to the all the development system via a transport route of development route. Okay, and then testing also from all these development systems. So you don't have to have 100 test systems. Define 2-3 test systems, and then you define a route to that. Okay, these are my, it is like traffic signals, my test system. And then production also, you have a production system, which of them have to be, so that route has to be defined carefully when the STMS is configured. Then only from so and so system, source and target, through that route will go to the exact systems what you have defined. Okay, by mistake, if you change the route, that's it, the systems will go and deploy in another system, and that will be problematic. Okay, so that is very important. And these routes you can modify, but never ever do that in any landscape. So it's very, very critical. Okay, that will spoil the, I mean, wrong transports will go and will import in a wrong system. Okay, then again you have to restore and revert it, I mean revert the system. So can you assume in SAP, okay, let me do one thing. So this STMS or the import of the transport, can we automate, or is it okay, you have defined the routes, you have development to other developments defined delivery route, and then you have a quality route, and then production delivery route. So can you automate the import of these transports, or you have to do always manually? Yeah, because these concepts are very important, guys. Try to understand. So you may work on automated also. I have, you see, SAP, right? SAP has thousands of development systems. Okay, so thousands of development system. Assume daily in those development system how many transport they create daily. So they will generate minimum 10,000 to 50,000 transport in a particular day. So there will be around 30,000 developers working on those development systems. 30,000 developers. Assume one guy creates one transport also, so which means 30,000 transports for a day. Okay, can you do these things manually? You got it? What I'm trying to ask. So these transport routes are the very, very important, and nobody should mess up with them. So it is like, if you see, I mean, if you are working on an SAP project, I mean, TCS, I think TCS is vendor for many SAP projects. So you might have SAP system, development systems access. So you go to a development system and do an STMS, you go crazy. Okay, there will be so many routes defined. You know, that yellow line, green line, red line, blue line, you name any line. So that STMS screen itself is like, you go crazy. So those routes are like veins, like blood supply, right? What we have from the heart. So there will be a central development system where the developers develop, and these all transports will have to go to the multiple development landscapes. Okay, so 30 to 40,000 transports in a day. It is not a small amount. So if you have to do manually, then you have to recruit at least some 5,000 basis guys. So it is not possible to do manually. So they do automatically. Okay, that is where this transport route concept is very critical. Okay, you define the systems. What is my source? What is my target? What is the path this transport have to go? That's it. You establish it, and then you define a, they write a program in the system that you keep going. So that's it. As soon as they release, they will come to the, so you can schedule also in STMS. Okay, as soon as you can schedule, and they will schedule the times, and they don't schedule everything at one time, because again, it causes latency and the network problems. Okay, your system might have a less number of CPU RAM, and then it will go for a toss. So they will do every 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the transports will be scheduled. So they keep going, keep on going, keep on going. Okay, but if you take it, so that's why you have to understand both the things. If you take a customer landscape, okay, where customers like Nestle, BP, or Asian Paints, or whatever is it, there you don't have these many number of changes or these many transport. Where the most important thing is, in those cases, controlling of these transports. By any chance or by mistake also, automatically the transport should not go and hit their production. That is what the control is most important. That is when they ask basis guys to import. They don't automate, even though there is a scope for automation, they don't do it. So they want control in every phase. Okay, when a developer gives a transport, they want to control in test system, validate it, and then release it. Then base guy will go and import it. So they want to have that feel, because anyway there will be some 50 to 100 transport in a quarter. So they don't want to take that risk of automation where there is no control and nobody monitors. Okay, hope this is clear for you guys now, right? So yes, you can automate the transports and you can schedule them to import, but within SAP, I mean, as a development organization, they have these automated. But when you are working in customer projects, uh, where they always go with this manual thing. Okay, so now you got the glimpse of how important these transport routes. Okay, where their use cases. So creating routes, so simple. When you click on this, you have consolidation and the delivery route. So it's just that from which system you are taking and what is the transport layer and the consolidation system to which it has to go. And the delivery system also, source system, delivery system is nothing but a production system. Okay, so you can take this consolidation system as a test system here. Okay, you can assume that. So delivery route is just another import route. The target is the delivery system for the delivery route. It is just a naming convention, guys. I mean, source to the production through this route. I mean, like through this road, it will go. That is what it is trying to say, this explanation. Okay, so transport process. So release and export. First thing. So as I said, in a development system, as soon as you have okay, so guys, take a 5 minutes break quickly. Okay, so then we will reassemble and then I will recap this entire this transport thing. Okay, and also we will try to do the assessment today here itself. Okay, and then I will walk you through the labs. Is that clear, guys? And then we will see, and be ready with your laptops. 5 to 10 minutes break. Okay, be ready with your laptops and the credentials which I pinged you, please try to log in. Okay, good. So I just show you one landscape. I mean, the system which we have as training purpose is a sandbox IDA system. I mean, it's not possible to create multiple. I mean, it's not possible to create a production kind of environment. That's why you don't see too much of this STMS thing. So I'll give you, I mean, so that for your understanding purpose, one system where multiple things. Okay, I logged into this particular RDQ PI system. You see domain PIS and it's a domain controller. Follow me, guys. Okay, so if I want to see the systems, right, systems overview, see so many systems, all of them are green. Okay, which means all of them are active. So you see system SID is this, and then you see the type TMS system type. You click here, non-ABAP system. It's a Java system. That's why I took one PI so that you see development and ABAP and non-ABAP also. You get a clear picture. So, and then you put a place here, it's a controller. So, which means domain controller. So, and then you see backup domain controller. So, in such kind of critical systems, right, where you have an option to create a backup domain controller also, but not many of them do it. So, I mean, in case RDQ or the development system is down, so then RRQ will act as a domain controller, backup domain controller. It's just that while you are doing a DMS configuration, you just have to tick which system you want to configure as a backup domain controller. You can give another system. So what this guy did is, here, development is the primary domain controller, test system is the backup domain controller, RRQ. Okay, that's how they define. You got it? So, and then this one, it's a virtual system. What do you mean by the virtual systems? Which means these systems are not at live. So they will come in future. Okay, so they have created the configuration and be ready with the everything. So once these systems are ready, they will go and update the instance number and those details in these systems. Let me not touch it. It's a production landscape. So they will update it, and then these virtuals will become the actual systems. Okay, so production systems, they are yet to build. So for now, they have created the virtual. Okay, just understand that aspect. That should be fine for now. So these are the groups. So here, see, he has multiple groups: group A1Q, group ABQ, group RDQ. That's what. So that is fine. Each group has its own trans directory. Okay. So now the another thing is what you have to might be interesting for you is the transport routes.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key component of the SAP Basis system? Option A, database. Option B, operating system. Option C, application server. Option D, web browser. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So if you guys understand this one, it is very easy, guys. So development, but don't try change anything anywhere. Just you can see it always. So this is the development, and via this transport route, so they will come to this particular system. Okay, and then 001 client. Okay, from this client to test system. This is a test. Okay, they call it as RTE. Some people will call it as an RTE. I told you, right? Regression testing or QAS. So RRQ is the development, RDQ is the sandbox. It's a 5-system landscape, guys. So it's very interesting. See this. So now if you understand this, then you will understand 3 system easily. So it's a sandbox. Okay, RDQ. So and then you have this development only. Development. Sorry. Development. So it's a development. From development to the RTE system. RRQ is the RTE system. Okay. So delivery route, this is a delivery route, and it comes to the which client? 001 client. They will come. And from RRQ, they will go to the pre-production. You see here, PP means pre-production. Pre-production UR, pre-production AMS. So they have multiple regions. So all go to the 001 client and hit there. Pre-production. 5-system landscape. Sandbox is removed from it. But 4 systems you can see. Dev, RTE, and then pre-production. You see this one. This yellow ones. Pre-production. And from this pre-production, it goes to the production through this 001 client. And these are all virtual targets because they have not yet built these systems. Okay, once they built, and they will replace this one. So this is how your transport routes and then the transport layers looks. Okay. And then the other report I was talking, right, where you can check the, if you go to the SC38, so how do you assess that first thing you have to do whenever there is a TMS related issue, run this report, RSTP test. So this report I executed correctly only. In that system, this report doesn't exist over there, but in most of the things it will execute. So you see here, it will check TP interface. Everything is tick, 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 tick. So it will tell you where exactly the problem is. This is very important. By heart it or you note it down somewhere. RSTP test is the program, SC38. So it will tell you the transport directory is this. Logging, everything looks good, and then it will also check the transport profile. So the path of this is this, profile is this, version is this, everything is green. Okay, and then RFC destination. So see this thing, if you want to check it manually, you assume that at least it takes 2 hours, and you may or may not check properly. Okay, always run this report whenever there is an STMS or TMS related issues. Okay, please, very important report for troubleshooting. Destination, all good. TP path good, executables path good, ping everything good, TP calls all good. So TP test, TP connect, whatever you are saying that I'm going to check this HTTP, SMICM, all these things. So these destinations and connections works fine, right? So which means everything is fine. You don't have to check anything manually. So this report is very good, and it always has to be green, guys. Okay. So good. So now I have shown you this. Let me disconnect it from it. So transport process. So it is the first thing in dev system, developers have to release, and then they export. Whenever they export it, the data file and co-files release. Whenever they release, the data file and co-files creates in the transport directory, and those data files and co-files will be available for all 3 systems via the trans directory. Okay, and then import into the quality assurance, which you can do manually, basis guide. And then quality assurance, the functional leads or the quality people will validate the change, whether it is proper or not. Then they will define into the production. Okay. So one important thing, guys. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware. Can you make these changes to the production as and when you wish? What will be the process? So in your projects, what process you follow whenever you want to import a transport to the production? Sometimes these developers and these test people, right, they will push you. Hey, please go and improve. My lead has approved. My manager has approved. Please go import it into production. You know, that pressure will be there. But as a basis consultant, you know the consequences, right? Any wrong TR goes to the system, you have to restore and recover. It's a very bad thing. So in most of the customer projects, guys, there is a change management process. Okay, it is important for you to know this also. Change management process, which means irrespective of whoever approves, manager or not, those approvals are invalid. Okay. I don't know in your project, this change management process is there. It will be there. So this change management process means, so these developers or the testers, developers mainly, they will explain about these changes, so and so changes, and these are the implications, and we have tested in the test system. Okay. And then they will give the justification to the change management team. They will approve it. There is an approval team. Okay. CR, change request. So most of the transports, whenever you are importing to the systems, right, there should be a change request. Okay. Have you guys heard of this incident, service request and change request at least? So for a patch upgrades or patch things and all, you need a change request, right? For an installation or something. So this transport comes into the change category. So never ever do the import of the transport with just an incident or service request. Okay. Please validate the process with your whoever has defined these processes, right, in your projects. So it's better to understand and import rather than in a hurry just import and cause a problem for this. Okay. Because these are very, very important. Most of the times these transports goes to the system via change management process. Okay. Ensure that you always have an approved change. I mean, by the authorized people. Then you validate it and then you import it, so that after that you are just an executor and you will tell that, hey, I have gone through this change management process and then I have imported it as per this so and so approvals. So you are always safe. If you don't follow that and then you just import it and then later people will ask whether have you followed the process or not. So that is very important. So whenever you are importing into the production, you always follow the change management process. Okay. Especially for the transports, you have to be a little bit careful. Import and export history. Yeah, in your landscapes, you can simply check it. It's straightforward. So follow the screen. STMS overview and imports. Go to history and export history. I mean, what were the transports imported or exported? This data you can check it in the system. Just for your understanding purpose, these screens have been created. And exploring export in SE01. If you just give the transport number, then it will give you the details of the transport. So it's in a similar way. So who is the who is the person who has imported it and what are the details of that change. Okay. And then exported operating system. Okay, this is important. I told you, right, data file always start with the R. Co-file always starts with the K. So either you by heart it or whatever is it, you know this thing. So the moment you see it, you have to identify, okay, it's a co-file. So co-K, just remember like that. I do that, co-K. So it starts with K, data file is remaining one is R, so that you don't get confused. So in data directory, these files will be there. In co-file directory, these files will be there. Okay. And then, yeah, it's an STMS tool. Okay, it's simple. So RDT IMPDP, you don't use it. I mean, it's very rare, but no need to do anything over there. So only the SME or experts will try to troubleshoot it after that if there is some issue with that. Okay, just know that there is a program RDT DMPDP. Whenever there is a program import errors or something, then we execute this particular report. Okay, so yeah, this is to just to let you know that there is automation. So there is an option in STMS. I mean, you should not do that. We always do it manually, even though majority of the people do manually. But there is a time and date of the import. So we can do that periodically, when and what time we can import it, this thing. Okay. So these are all for your exercise purpose. I mean, how do you import it? Suppose if somebody asks you to import it, you just follow this sections. Okay. So import request and select the request. So I'll explain here. I mean, but because we don't have this transport request to import into the system, but you note this down, this slide number or somewhere. In future, if somebody asks you to import it, you follow this sequence. So here you go there and then import. So you transport number you give here. Okay. And then target system, it's a test system. Suppose if it is a test system. So in this case, it is FT3. And as I said, target client 001 or this one. So start date, immediate. Just see these options, guys. Just try to understand these things. So it's very simple. STMS import and immediate means if you click on execute, it will immediately execute. And then I said start date, right? Planning you can do at start time, what time you want to start, and planned start and no start after. And sometimes you want to exclude during a peak hours. Okay. For example, APJ system. So morning 6 a.m. to afternoon 2:30 a.m. they will be very busy. So which means you mention this time, and apart from that time you import it anyway. So that you can do. So after an event, this is also important. So sometimes these developers will create an events. Okay. So which means after so and so code corrections have come to the system, you proceed with importing so and so things. Or after completing so and so job in the system, you proceed with importing of this system transport. That you can do that. Okay. So I mean, maybe in certification these questions may come. So what are the options where you transports can be imported? Immediately you can import at start time, planned start time, and then after an event. So after an event, many people do not know. So just know this as well. But very rarely we use it. Planned start with SAP landscape, they use it, but immediate is the when you are doing it manually. Okay. So screenshots of the import process. Yes. So here, when we do this, right, so it will give you these statuses. Okay. So right hand side, this legend I'm talking. So green status means request awaiting to be imported, which means you have to click on the import. I mean, these are the statuses you find. Suppose, okay. So let me put a left hand screen, this one. Is there any zoom option? So you see here, green. Green means this is ready to be imported. Tick mark means, so this screen I am talking, guys. So tick mark means it is successfully imported, successfully imported, successfully imported, this transport. So what is this truck button? Whenever there is a truck button, which means the transport is running. Okay. Whenever something is running, don't bother it. So you always wait for it to complete. Okay. As I told you, these will go and write in the database, and it's very problematic. Okay. So, and then what we have, so there are other statuses here. Request must be still approved. Request was rejected. So this kind of symbols. So, and there is a red button here, third button, request will not be imported. So if you see that thing, which means that it cannot be imported, then you have to inform to this report. I mean, inform to the developer. So queue controlled mass transports. So this is what something SAP follows. I mean, when they have 10,000, 3,000 transports, 30,000 transports to be go, and then single transports, and one by one we do. Workflow control is set by defaultly set by the our STMS. These are the strategies what people will follow. This one TP program, RSTP test. Okay, or in the discussion I will do RSTP test. In your landscapes you can execute this RSTP test. This is the program SC38. Go there and then execute that particular program. So okay. So I have showed you right in the existing landscape. So it will check many things. So your transport directory and your R3 trans is working fine or not. So your RFC connections working fine or not. And then a web communication. So you don't have to, and your profiles are defined correctly or not. And operating system level, if you have the right permissions or not. So this is a TP program. So what we are doing is RSTP. TP is the program, transport control program. And then we are testing. That is the report. Okay. So that will take care of your entire TMS configurations check. So it's very important. So you will definitely have questions on NetWeaver certification. If you go for it, they will ask you what is the program you use to check for the entire TMS configuration. RSTP test. Okay, or TP program. You have to transport control program is the program which you use. Okay. And it checks for buffer also. Then release and export calls TP. Good. Why change and transport system? I mean, let's try to make the sessions from today and tomorrow onwards more interactive, guys. So try to be isolate yourself and then have your phones or whatever is it, unmute and ask. And there's no point, there's no good question or bad question. So you please free to ask any question. So in terms of the basis, it could be technical or non-technical, then I'll try to solve it, because it's very important in this 40 hours after this, you should feel confident about approaching SAP. Okay. Or you read or go through it in a right direction, so that you frame your career in basis domain, and then you will become an SME or architect. Okay. So that you don't want to go in the version of these SAP projects and then you will get lost. Okay. So far what we discussed, before I move to the non-ABAP transports. Anybody? So all of you are comfortable with these terms at least. I mean, where to check, what to check and stuff. So you can build on top of it. Overview, and then now you got a glimpse of it, then you read anything, you will understand. You go to Google or help.sap.com or anywhere, then you will connect it. And you go to your systems in your own landscapes, in your projects, open development system. It's not risky also. I mean, you're not logging in production. Go to your development system and see what is your TMS configuration, how it is defined. Can you see those directories, what I've said in OS level, if you have OS level access. Okay. Open the TP profile, just do some 1 hour of exercise, so that next time when there is an issue with the TMS, then you will be the pakka, you will solve it. I'm damn sure of it. Okay. But for today, after this, you go through these things, and then tomorrow you come up with some questions on it. Okay. So far what we have discussed, okay, are all ABAP related. Okay. Transports. So these transports, everything is developed in the ABAP system, and then they were captured in a transport, and that transport is we are taking it to the production. I told you NetWeaver platform, right? So it has a capability for non-ABAP as well, right? And you have Java systems also, Java runtime. Okay, how do you manage? I mean, we don't have any such systems now, because we do see very rarely this kind of configuration. But theoretically, I will cover you, so that if you find a system, then you get some background of it. Okay. So there is a CTS, change and transport management system. Okay. So SAP has enhanced the existing transport system for the non-ABAP objects. Okay. So non-ABAP objects can be attached to your transport orders. So in portal use case deployment takes place using no. Good. So what happens is, these non-ABAP transports, in a particular order, they will arrange it, and then they will give us the files to deploy. Okay. There is a specific deployment option in NWA. So you have to log into the NWA, and then we have an option to import those, transport those XI objects or J2E developments. Okay. Or sometimes they will give the deployment files. Okay. So either you use this CTS plus, or we will also do a telnet, the customizations or that is deployment files. Okay. I don't know if you heard of telnet. So with that also we can do that. So this change and transport system is CTS is enhanced version of the transport thing, which can enable, or which has the capability to import ABAP or non-ABAP J2E development or the XI object transports. This is the tricky part. So here you need a Java stack and an ABAP stack if you want. And then here also most of the concepts are similar. You have a domain controller, you have if I find any Java system where this CTS is configured, so if I show you that, then you will understand it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key task of an SAP Basis administrator? Option A, developing new ABAP programs. Option B, designing user interfaces. Option C, managing system backups and restores. Option D, implementing business logic. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP Basis? Our course is here to guide you through it step by step. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Basis. It's like a tool shed for managing stuff, from making sure we have enough resources to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips and tricks. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become SAP Basis Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
This is also an important topic. Users, user groups, authorizations, roles, profiles, many things. So it's a very important topic. Even though you may feel it's like a security topic, but still it's very relevant for the basis guys. Okay. So nowadays, if you see SAP, they are no longer separating security and basis separately. So earlier, we used to have a security team, separate team who takes care of these users, authorizations and stuff, and basis separate. Okay. But if you see last 3 or 4 years onwards, there is no separation of basis and security, and they both club together, and they expect everybody to comfortable with this kind of authorization concept. And moreover, it's very important for you. Some of the users, for the background jobs or the admin users and something, you need to understand what it is actually. So that's why this is also very theoretically and practically, in both ways, this is very important. We do some hands-on today, creation of these users. I know you may feel very comfortable and you may feel easy, but still I would encourage or request you to do that exercise, because it is very important to have you a clear understanding of these concepts. Okay. And the definitions which I've put it over here are also from the SAP book. The purpose is, at least if you go through this entire content of 40 hours, which I've prepared, so you may be, it is easy for you to prepare for the certification. Yeah, at least I can assure you 50%. Okay. Remaining things, as I said, it's a 3,700 page each book contains. Okay. So each book has the 700 pages. It takes a lot of time for you to read, but in this 40 hours, I will try to cover the screens where you get the questions and where the important topics. Okay. These screens exact replica, and the content is also exact same from the SAP books. Okay. That is why you just try to read this content, or whenever I'm trying to explain, I will put these explanations or the definitions in a clean way, so that you don't have a different, because you have seen the questions, how tricky they are. Okay. And it's also not about the questions. It's also about the using the correct terminology when you are presenting to somebody, or when you are talking to your client as a basis admin. You should have a clear understanding of the concept and the definition of it. Okay. So let's start with the user administration and fundamentals. So when we say user administration, okay, so let's check the diagram first. Okay. So what all users you can think of? Yeah. Can you please tell me what all users you came across so far? So some of you have already logged into the SAP system, right? So what SAP users you are using in your day-to-day work? So, okay, these are the application users, or the front-end users. Front-end users. So it's a 3-tier architecture, right? I said. Okay. So, what users you are talking about is the SAP GUI, or where you do on the front end. So what about the application server users? Have you ever logged into the server? So in the login, so which user you mostly use on the server to do any admin activities on the server? That is one user. Obviously, that's the most powerful user. So where you do the entire, so root is there. It's very powerful. You can create an SID ADM user. So all the application administration happens with SID ADM. Okay. So good. So on the server level and the database, have you heard of the database users? Any database user you logged in?
Or SID.
Exactly. Okay. One user. Or SID. And have you heard of the schema user? So, and then you have this system user. So that is again for the system admin. Okay, good. So you have some understanding of these users. So let me elaborate. So SAP GUI, which is front-end users. Okay. So who are all these guys? Front-end users. So the guys like developers, testers, and you as admins, and then end users. Okay. So there are many users, we call them, let's put it as SAP users. Okay. So let's take that as a front-end users, all of them. And then you have the operating system users. So operating system is only you as a basis consultant have the access. Okay. So no one else will have that server access. So that is where I told in the initial days that all three layers in a three-tier architecture, a basis guy have the complete picture. So that is why there is no limit for you to learn. I mean, you can learn anything and you can become an SME in any of these areas. Okay, from the application side or this one. So in the server side, yes, SIDADM is the most powerful user, and along with that, there are some other users. Okay, for example, administrator user in Java case. Okay, where you do the patching and stuff. And then the other user is like DAA agent, DAA user. I mean, or the Soulman related. Okay. So if you want to do the fetching of the server, DAA ADM, they call. Okay. But currently they call DAA ADM. Earlier we used to call them as SMD ADM. Okay. So that has been gone. Now we call DAA ADM. So which will collect the data from your server through host control, and it will pass it to the solution manager system, which solution manager is nothing but, if you don't know, it's a monitoring system. I mean, mainly you use the solution manager to do the diagnosis of the problems or the root cause analysis, and to fetch the data, how the system is performing, how it is performance. So to provide such a data to the who is the solution manager, there is a different agent which we installs with the DAADM. So once after this, we will see in the system how many system users we have configured. Or you can just go to the server and give a more/etc password, PASSWD. You can see the users what are listed over here, application server users. But for you, it is important to understand only the SIDADM. Okay, and it's how capable it is. Okay, and then database server. So in the database layer, you have so many DB users, but as a basis admin for you, the most important one is the system user. I don't know if you ever logged into, so HANA Studio, and then this mainly in HANA. So system user is the one of the powerful user. So with which you can stop the system DB, I mean to say, you can stop the DB, you can take a backup of the system, you can look at the logs, you can change parameters. For example, HANA parameters from memory increment or decrement, or tuning those INI files, where you want to change the backup directory structure, etc. So those parameters change, backups, and then stopping and starting. So you can do with this system user in database server. So along with the system user, there are so many other users as well. For example, schema user is the most powerful user in database. So don't try to log in with that. I mean, if you have a system access, use system user, but avoid schema. So schema is the more powerful than system. Okay, so you can completely wipe out the entire database using the schema. Okay, schema user is something which will write the data or the to the tables. Okay, so you may say that I have 100 users. Okay, I mean front end. Okay, and then those requests comes to the application server, and application server basically process those requests. So does it mean that all these 100 users, whoever logs into the SAP GUI, will go and write in the database? No. So all these processes, I mean, all these users request will be handled by the work processes, dialog, background, update, and so on. So only one user will write it to the database, that is schema. Okay, that's why I say don't. So I mean, these all 100, 200 users who are doing the application logic will not go and sit in right on the database. So all their requests will be collected by this work process. From work process, that data, one particular user, schema or in different databases, different users are there. I will talk when we have these database concepts in day 12 or day 13. I will give you a clear picture of what is that user and how it is going to pick the data from these work processes and then write it to the database. That I'll explain over there. But here, what you need to understand is Not all the front-end users, 100 or 200, will go and access the database. Okay. So from application, that work process will cater the service to these users. That's it. So as an end user, work process will take care of his work. And one user collects all this information and write it to the database. Okay. Concept of these users. Okay. Now let's try to exactly meaning of this user. Okay. The term user usually means user ID. What is the user ID? User ID means the ID which I have provided you. TCS user 1, TCS user 2, TCS user 3, like that. So up to you if we have 12 users. So usually means that particular user ID. So people log on to the operating system or a database or SAP system using a user or password combination. Obviously, you need to have a user and password combination. Okay. So as I said, operating systems, which is operating system users, I mean SID ADM and then DA ADM and these users have a different authorization concept. Okay. Databases also has a different authorization concept. For example, schema, system, and then backup users also there. And there are different in a HANA, if you see, there are 30 to 40 schema users. I mean, whoever is working on that particular domain, they create one particular schema and they will put all the tables under this thing. And there is an XSA admin. So in database, XSA admin means the guys, so the developers can directly access the database. So without coming from the SAP GUI. So in HANA, as I said, it's a platform. And sometimes the developers, HANA developers may need access to the HANA database directly without going through the application, because they develop some functionalities on the HANA platform. For example, reporting or models preparation and so on, so things. Okay. So that time they directly access to the database using the that particular user, whatever is again. So what you need to understand here is, so the front end users, which goes through SAP GUI, and the operating system users, which SID ADM, and the database users. So they all have a different authorization concepts. Okay. So the front end users has this, TCS user 1. If you go, roles and authorizations are different. And then the SID ADM has a different authorization concept at OS level, that is. Okay. That concept and how do you put permissions and what authorizations you have to give there. That is more relevant to the operating system, like 77777 permissions or 755. I will show you. Okay. Those authorization concepts. Even for the DB also, it is different. So DB also, what is this? Read access, write access, or update access. I mean, if I have to put it in a simple thing. So in database, what all things people can do? Mainly three things, right? Either you read with a select query. Okay. Some people, some users, suppose you are fetching the data from the HANA database, and then you are preparing some reports in a third-party application. So that time I don't want to give you the complete update and write access, right? So that time you just give him the read access. So he will do some select commands on the HANA, and then he will fetch the data and his application populates the reports, third-party applications. So that way, that authorization concept is a little different. And then write. So some guys will keep pushing the data from their mobile or, some application where people more like media. So where they will snap or they will track something and immediately they want to put it in the database so that it will be available for everybody. Okay. Such cases, only write access is more relevant for them. So like that. So so all these three layers have a different authorization concept. Okay. So as I said, if the third one, if a user or password combination is created in a SAP system, so this does not mean that you can possibly log into the operating system, right? With that user and password combination. I told you, all the thousands of end users or the users who are in the front end GUI are not logged into the application server or server level or database level, because that has a different user and different combination of users and passwords. It is possible that identical so same user like TMS ADM, SID ADM user I can provide in the front end also. I can provide in the application server. That is possible. It's a minor comment. That's what definition purpose. So we got it. All three layers have different authorization concepts or the different way of handling the user request. So as I said, the user requests are processed by the work process. That is what here mentioned. User requests are SAP work process. These work process all use a common user. So that's what I mentioned, right? Not all these users go and hit the database. Common user to access the database. Now the next important question. Okay. Now for this topic, let's remove the for now application server and database. So we are not covering the bottom two layers. Okay, so in this today's class we are only talking about the front end or the SAP GUI through which you log in. So this application server related ones, when we have this OS concepts, operating system concept, that time I will explain you in detail what all the users, how the directory structures, and what permissions you have to set, and how the authorizations you can segregate there. And same when we are talking about Sybase database or the HANA database, I will explain you in detail the user authorization or user management concepts over there. So for now, today's class, so you just understand the basic concept of this user administration, and then we will focus only on the first part, front end. Okay. Now you may ask the question. So in any system, you have clients, right? I mean, 000 client, and then you have 001 production client, and client numbers varies from customer to customer. 001, 002, 003, or 100, 200, or 800 client which you are logging in, right? So different clients you have in a system. Okay. So again, what is client and how these clients are segregated? I mean, how which client to use, and what are those roles and responsibilities of that particular client. So I will explain you, I think in day 5 or day 6, we have a session, a dedicated session on the client. Okay. For example, now you try to understand that we have only 800 client in our test demo system, which we have given you. So that is the production client. Just imagine like that. It's a production client. I mean, where you work. 000 is the admin client. So just know that. So only the admin related works you can do from the 000, for example, license installations, and then yesterday TMS configuration, which we did, right? So those things you always do from the 000. Okay, you don't do it from the. So client dependent means, so the users what you create, I mean TCS user 1, TCS user 2, TCS user 3, you can try. So I create, you try to log into the 000, you see if it works or not. Has anybody tried? See, I am logging into the client. So I created all your users, TCS user 1 or TCS user 2 in the 800 client. Let's suppose I change it to 000, and then I use my user EST user 1. I mean, this is the one. So if I try to log in, it doesn't work. Client name or password wrong. So what I'm trying to say here is, so all these users, what you create in the front end, are client dependent. Okay. So if you create them in 000, they work in 000 only. If you create them in 100, they work in 100 only. Okay. So that is very important thing. I mean, for your practical purpose and this one. So the entire front end user concepts, okay, they're all client dependent. Okay. So in one client, you created the users and you created the authorization concept, roles, profile, etc. And you cannot expect them to work in the other client. Okay. I mean, the 800 client in 000 or something. Okay. So, but you may ask a question. So, hey, I have a 3 clients. Okay. You have a three clients in a system. For example, in this system, we only have 800. Let's suppose you have one more client, 900 client. So you have done an excellent work. I mean, the clients, roles, every roles or users, everything you created in this particular client, and you want to take them to the other client, 900. So do you have to redo the whole thing? I mean, in 900, or how do you take this thing? How do you take the configuration or the roles which you have created in the 800 client to the other client? You can do a client copy to the new client. That also we will explain over there, but just to get a glimpse. So, I mean, I'm trying to say these users and these concepts are client dependent, and only in that particular client you will be able to log into that. And if you want to take it to the other clients or copy, you do a client copy, or you have another possibility. That is also important. You can record these roles in a transports and you can import it to the other system, or you can make this. Sometimes you can have an option to make them cross-client customizing. Okay, which means for all clients, those roles or something, those roles or profiles will be available for all the clients. But users, you have to create in each client. It depends on your use case, or you do a client copy with there is an option where you copy only user master data. Okay, I mean users and then this part. Clear? Now with this slide, what you understand? Front end application and database users are there, and our focus is more on the front end users. Okay, so this front end users are the client dependent. Okay, that is the most important thing you have to do. All the user requests, what comes to the system, I mean, you log in with TCS user, right? So that will be processed by the dialog, work processes based on your request. If it is a background request, background process will take care, update will take care, and then spool will take care, like that. I have created you a particular user, okay, TCS user one. So how do you put the protection methods? How do you put a protection? Whether that particular person, okay, the TCS user will be able to do the action or not. Okay, so let's take this example. You have user master record. So user master record, nothing but if you go to the SU01, I will show you after this one. I will explain you. So if you go to the SU01 and you give the username, then you will find multiple tabs. That is the user master record. I will show you. Or let me explain you this user master record first, and then we will get back to the previous slide, users and authorizations. So then you can easily correlate to what I'm going to explain. So let's do a display of this user. Okay, so this is the user master record. So this is last changed by the Naveen for this user, my user, on 6th of so and so. So here you see documentation, and then address, logon data. So and then SNC, defaults, parameters. What parameters? So I will explain you in details what all these things. Roles, profiles, groups, personalization, and license data. So this is the user master record. Okay, for this particular user, you get the entire details of this particular user. Who is he? What is going to do in your system? Okay, so now minimizing option, why is it appearing? Okay, good. So this is what I was explaining. So you see user master record on good. So these are the sections I have shown you, right? In SU01, address, logon data, SNC, defaults, parameters, groups, personalization, license data, profiles, roles, and so on so things. Now let's see the each and every one's definition. What are these things? So address. So address, it's a, the name itself will tell that what does it contains? Address data. So logon data, so password and validity. So I mentioned some of these notes also. I mean, if you want to get a clear understanding of more details of how this logon data and the rules and regulations, what passwords to be used and how you can configuration, that you will be in the logon data, and validity of the user from how long to how long, that details will be available. And then SNC. This is important thing, guys. Secure network communications. So this is used to do an SNC. This is what I am referring to, this section. Okay. So see, SNC is not active on these application servers. Unsecured is logon is permitted for specific users. So if you enable this one, so there is a parameter called SNC/enable. You just check it in the system, or you see it. Let's say that SNC. Okay, see this parameter SNC enable. So this parameter I'm talking. So this parameter is 0, which means this has not been set in the system. That is what the SU01 is telling. Okay. So as a basis consultant, this is important for you. SNC configurations, you will get it day in and day out. Okay. So SNC is not active on this server because SNC parameter is disabled. And so this SNC name, okay. So secure network communication, if they define you the SNC particular, there will be one string they will give you. Okay, when you are configuring the SNC, you will understand there is a string you have to generate. So that string you have to place it over here, and SNC parameter has to be enabled, and this SNC configuration needs a restart. Why? Because you are changing the parameter. SNC enable parameter from 0 to 1 you have to set. So first you have to set that parameter, and then you have to copy some crypto files. There is a procedure I have given in the note. So where it explains what exactly you have to do if there is an SNC needs to be configured. So most of the customers will configure this because it's a sandbox, it's a test system. So you don't have this configured, but most of the customers will configure it, and they will provide you the SNC string, what has to be configured over there. so that only those particular people will be able to access through single sign-on. So I think you might have heard single sign-on. Anybody using in your project single sign-on, SSO? I mean, without user and password, you log into the system, SAP system. Have you tried? What I'm telling you is, for example, we are logging into the system using my TCS user 1, TCS user 2, right? So you don't have to give the password again and again. So the moment you are with the company laptop, so obviously your company will give you the laptop, not to the client laptop, or from the client WTS or client network. They all has to be in the one network. Client network, there is a single sign-on configuration just to avoid this password giving password, and or else there is a problem. You know, you can share your user to anybody, right? For example, the user I gave you, TCS user 1, you can give it to your friends, or you can give it to somebody else, or somebody can hack that user ID and password. Somebody can. So for example, I gave you only SAP 123. I mean, if you set such a loose password, somebody can try it and then log into the system. Okay. So, I mean, I'm elaborating the use cases also in SNC because it's very important for you. I mean, remaining things are very straightforward explanations. So anybody can log into the system, right? So with that user ID and password, or you can share, or I mean, they can guess the password and log in. So that's a high risk for the customer. So once you log into the system, then you can do anything. I mean, of course, there is an authorization concept, and okay, I'll tell you how that will be also restricted. But yeah, he can do certain things at least, whatever he has the authorization. So to avoid that, what the companies will do, or the clients or the customers will do, is in their systems, they will enable this SNC. So which means single sign-on they configure. So there is a certificate. That certificate is installed in the your laptop. I mean their laptop, and that laptop is issued by the company. So which means that SAP system access is possible only from that particular SAP laptop, or from a remote desktop. For example, you use for some customers, you log into the remote desktop, right? Windows. So from there only the servers are accessible. If you come out, they will not be accessible. So in that particular remote desktop or in that particular laptop, they will configure, they will configure that, okay, this is my certificate, and check for this certificate in that particular laptop. And in system also that certificate will be available. And they will, both will do a handshake. Oh, this guy using this string, okay, this guy matches to my this thing, fine, let me allow him. Fine. So you don't have to give any user ID password. Just click on the system in SAP GUI. It will take you to the system, and then it will give you the authorization as per the roles and profiles, whatever given. So now you understood SNC. So SNC is a secure network communication. So if you want to configure SSO, or for example, if you want to establish a communication bit from system A to system B, okay, instead of using the user ID and password, you can also use this to communicate using the secure connection. So some older versions, this SNC tab doesn't appear. Okay, don't worry about it. So for more information using the security network products, you can always check this particular note 66687. So up to date, this will give you the latest security information on this one. So defaults, there is a section called defaults, right? So defaults is nothing but some of the default sections. Suppose you as an user, TCS user 1, if you give a print, right? Print, you always want to, I mean, you are printing an invoice. So you may think that why would I need that print, always go in a A4 size, right? But so if you are a customer, you are doing a petrol bunk and then you are giving a receipt, right? So that receipt has a standard format. I mean, some 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters or some standard format. So those defaults you can define here. Okay. So when that particular user gives a print, and then it always goes, and in the language also. For example, that's why this flexibility in SAP system, that's why they are very much successful, guys. So it's such a simple. For example, in India, I'm in Bangalore. So it's simple. And the receipt, you can just, for this user, you select Bangalore user. Okay. You always give the print with that Bangalore user. You set the defaults like, okay, this is the printer and this is the long language. I mean, Kannada language or whatever is it. But here it's a country wise. So, and then simple. So whenever from that user Bangalore, if you print it, it will print in Kannada language only. So the receipts like that. So that flexibility is there. So that is the defaults. Okay. So, and then the parameters. There is a section called parameters. You see in the middle here. So user specific fields for these SAP systems. So there are certain things. I mean, you can set that particular user, maximum, you need to have a minimum in these many digits, or no, this user should be able to do it. I'll fetch you some use case when we are doing the exercise. I will do one thing. So there you can, for this particular user, you can set those values. Okay, you can give the extra kind of authentication kind of thing using this setting. I mean, a functionality. It's not an authentication. So you can give some more lenience for this particular guys by giving these parameters values. So roles, these roles. So it is just that what authorization this particular person has it, and then with which you can log. And then profiles. Profiles is nothing but a combination of these roles. I mean, they will create it as a profile. SAP all. SAP all is the most powerful profile. All SAP system authorizations you have, so that you also have it. And then groups is like, groups I will explain after this slide. There is a slide where we talk about this groups thing. Okay. And then personalization. So personalization is nothing but when you log into the system, right? I mean, at the moment you see, so this particular thing, so easy access menu. See, as a basis admin or a basis consultant, you are comfortable with the transaction codes because it's your day-to-day life, like ST22, SM66, SM54. So these transactions, you will remember it. I mean, whether you like it or not, because you do it in day in and day out, so you remember it. But this has to be monitored, or the administrator, I mean, who will work on this system? So at the end of the day, the factories or the end users, right? The human resource people or the employees, end users, basically the petrol bunk, whoever is giving the receipt, or the inform account sections. So these people are using this thing. So for them, if you ask them, remember this transaction code, they go crazy. Okay, for them, it just go and they click on this and then they do this. So this is called the personalization, or you can put it as a favorites. So so if you do that personalization, developers will do that personalization. So for this accounting guys, so for example, for a material related thing, manufacturing related personalization, if you give it to the accounting guy, he will go crazy. So that's why developers, according to the manufacturing or the industry they are working, so they will do the personalization of the user screens. I mean, giving more web related stuff over here or something. Okay, so that kind of personalization, only the developers can be able to do that. Okay, so in some transactions, see, personal settings are required which have effect on the appearance. So it is more of like an appearance, if I have to put it in a word. Okay, so that is the personalization. Like, in our desktop, right? Once you log into the laptop, you can change your screen, right? I mean, log on screen, and you can arrange the folders in the way you like it. And some products will give you the thing, I mean, how to change the color of those folders also. Okay, so this is the kind of personalization. So this is decided by the, as I said, the developer. Okay, decides whether when the personalization functions are available or not. So there is no special customizing switches or anything which you have to do. So the developers will provide you, facilitate you, whether you can change the personalization or not. For example, logging into the SAP GUI, you have a lot of themes, right? I explained you. So quads theme or the SAP signature theme or web GUI theme is different, like that. So we know they will put you very limited options in SAP, but it will be suitable for the particular user. So that personalization, if it is available in the system, you can always assign to that user so that he can see the appearance, his appearance will appear. So for example, if there are contractors where you have to define their license related stuff, because I mean, you may think that in my organization, how do I need to know? But you just think of the organization. So SAP, as I said, there are very, very big industries, right? You need to control. So who are the licensed people, and whether the user who has created is licensed or not, that license data will be displayed in the license data. So you see here, so contractual user type. So what kind of a contractual user type, and that thing you can define over here. This is the user master record. So the name itself says for this user, so EST user one, this is the complete data. So what this guy is, who he is, and what authorizations he has, and what personalizations he has, and how he licensed he. This entire thing is called the user master record. Okay, now let me go back to the slide. Fine. So you have created a user. Okay.
let me put it. You have created a user. So in what layers, I mean, how many levels you can check the authorization? I mean, restrict the authorization. You see here. So this is the user master record for one user. User master record, just now I explained. It's nothing but the user ID and what all the data available in the system. And then you have an user master record thing. So two levels of protection or the you can establish. Number one, first of all, whether the transaction has to be called or not. Okay. So if you execute the, let's say SM66, so you know all of you this transaction code, right? So I called this SM66, so it will show you all the work processes in all the instances in the system. Okay. So see, many of them are waiting. Fine. So now one layer of protection, whether I can call the transaction. So first day somebody complained, I am not able to execute these transactions. It is giving an error for me, right? That is the first level. So you can block the entire access to the transaction. Number two. So second level is, okay, you can log into you can access the transaction, but you will not be able to do anything. Okay. So changing or the updating, or suppose if you want to delete this particular row, so that thing is not possible. That is the second layer of protection. So may a transaction called? Yes. So if it is called, authorization for actions and data during the transaction. So that is the second level of protection. So here this diagram explains. So let's do this thing. Okay, let me put it in big screen. So when, okay, as I said, first of all, allowing the transaction, and the second option, whether he can execute the particular, I mean, whether he can read the data or we can work anything on that is another important thing. Okay. So now, once he logs in, so first thing, authorization checks. So this has to be done. So please try to understand, guys. So this is easy topic, but it is important to have a clear picture. So a user comes to the system. So two levels of this thing, transaction permitted, or number one, it checks. As I said, if it is not permitted, it will directly throw you an error. I will tell you, if it gives such an error, how do you troubleshoot? I mean, what roles, what authorizations you have to assign. Okay, you don't have to assign SAP all to everybody. So there's a transaction called SU53. Immediately in that memory it is stored. That I will explain you later. So you will know that which authorization is missing for the transaction. Then immediately what you can do is you can assign that transaction to you. Okay? Or we can create a user and we can try that. So authorizations assigned. And then to do the read the data or to change anything, whether the right authorizations assigned or not. That is important. So these are the two checks, authorization checks it will do. So then examples of objects which are requiring. So these are the just authorization checks which will do when a user try to do. So customer master record or the user master record. So these are very, very important things. I mean, you don't want to give this access to anybody. Okay. So which needs more protection. Examples. So for example, if you have an SAP all access, you can do anything. I mean, you can delete my user, I can delete you user, and you can delete my user. So that you want to restrict only to the basis guys or the admins, that authorization. I mean, modifying the user master record, which I mean the user IDs, and then the customer master record also, customer data. I mean, what all factories I have and how many regions it has there. So such data, you don't want to give access to anybody. And then lock entries also. So lock entries, if you delete, then it will lead to an inconsistency. And then the company code, company data in the system. So these are the very, very important aspects. I mean, where you need a lot of protection. And maybe in the SAP internal systems and SAP systems, you may not find such a critical level of authentication, but in customers, these authorizations are very, very important. Okay. I mean, you cannot simply give an SAP all access to anybody. Okay. So it is very, very risky. Okay. So before I move to this dialogue, sorry, now we'll go to the user types. Okay. So to add here, how important is to give the right authorizations and the segregation of these users. So you may think very silly or simple, hey, just a user, just create it and give it. But this is very, very powerful. I'll tell you one example. That I was working in one of the client, BP, British Petroleum. It's a very big client. Okay. So what happened? One guy, by mistake, has assigned SAP all to one user. Okay. That user did not do anything, just assigned. Okay. He just assigned. I mean, he did not touch the data, or he did not do anything. By mistake, it happened. I mean, he is the basis guy. Happened. So, but after a day, somebody got to know. I mean, I will tell you how they got to know. They have a mechanisms, how they get to know. When there is an SAP all is allocated to any user, then they will get to know. Okay. I mean, there will be a mechanism in the customer projects. I mean, immediately as soon as SAP all is assigned, it triggers a mail to your CEO of the company. Okay. So it escalates to the managers. It send a mail, hey, so-and-so user has been allocated SAP all access. Okay. So it's very, very critical. I'll tell you. So he has assigned one SAP all access. That's it. The whole project, or the almost 50 to 60 people got fired because of that action. You may think it's a simple SAP all access, and then immediately he removed it. You may think it's such an easy way, 1 minute task. Oh, he assigned by mistake and then he removed it. That's it. But and he didn't do anything in the system. So, but why? Why such a serious action? Can anybody explain? Why it is a very, very serious offense, assigning a wrong role or a powerful authorization to a particular user? Whether you do it or not, right? Every SAP system has a legal auditing contract. Okay, every production system. That's why I said there is a change management process. You have to be very, very careful when you are assigning. So why I am telling you this example is, you are the basis guys. You have a very powerful access. So with the powerful access, and you will have a powerful powerful responsibility. Okay. So don't ever, by silly or by, just a simple thing, don't ever do. Nothing is silly in basis. Simple. Try to understand that. I'll tell you why. Why that's a serious offense. So it's a production system, number one. In production system, there is a SOX auditing. Auditing means, so every day or every alternative days, there is a report runs. Okay, what are the authorizations? And that will go to the government, not to you, not to me. So the company, British Petroleum, you see your TCS also, Tata Steel, whoever is implementing the SAP products, right? SAP implementation, ERP systems on the productive, they have to go through the auditing, and they have to represent to the legal courts, okay, stating that our systems are compliant and we are not doing anything illegal. Why Satyam Computers went bankrupt? Okay, why Satyam Computers CEO got arrested? Okay, you heard, right? Financial fraud. How do they do the financial fraud? They log into the system and they change the data. Simple. I said 10, you add one more zero. So your revenue is 1 lakh per day, and you just add one more, your revenue increases to 10 lakh. So in the share market, your revenue is growing. So then people invest. Then you are frauding the people, right? So that's why every production system has to go through an auditing. I mean, SOX auditing. There are companies to do that auditing. I'm telling you, KPMG, EY, PwC. There are companies who will do the auditing in these SAP systems. Okay, there are protocols they will follow, and they have to present to the government that my SAP system. Or how do you trust a banking? HDFC and Infosys, they can anytime delete the data and tell that, hey, your data is not there, you have not deposited. How they are compliant? So this is the thing. So this is, we are talking about the matter of money. So fine, you did not do anything, but I see you have put an SAP all. I don't know what you did, but your system is non-compliant, which means something is happening in your system. You have assigned SAP all, because that user has a very powerful, I mean, he can do anything in the system. You may tweak the data here and there, but I can't do the whole checkup of your system. But you have violated the government norm or the government policy, and the BP will get penalized for that, some million euros. Okay, because it's a simple 1 minute task where each guy just assigned and then deleted that role, but it was caught in the auditing by a third party. I mean, those third parties also recruited by, in some countries, government, or in some countries, before the government knows, the company only recruits dedicated guys. Okay, because if it goes to the government, then it's like a reputational impact. You just imagine, hey, in BP, somebody modified the data, that's it, their share market will collapse. I mean, these are the very, very silly things. So that I'm giving you the very important practical, the importance of this authorization. So by mistake or by any chance, never ever giving less authorization is always better than the, getting delayed or whatever it is, than giving a more authorization. So understand the important. So then BP gets finalized by the, so KPMG has quoted BP that, hey, there is a change. You have assigned an SAP all, here is it, data. So every user data modification will be tracked. Don't ever think that it will not be tracked. SAP itself, in the system itself, there is a table. Okay, there are tables where your activity will be tracked. I mean, what changes you have made, what have you touched, and everything. So it is simple for these auditing teams just to check the table. Okay, they'll see, oh, so and so TCS user has assigned SAP all and removed the SAP all. Fine, no matter whatever it is. This is not as per the terms and agreements of this company. Fine, that's it. They will fine. So for that assessment, so if you change something, then the fine will be more. If you change nothing do, then there will be a fine. So some million euros. It's not 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. They'll charge a hefty amount because your system is not compliant as per the government rules and regulations or the financial rules and regulations, right? Every stock market, every company has the rules and regulations. So everybody has to obey. So the Satyam computers, and they all did what? Same thing. So they logged in with some user and then they changed the data and they have shown the wrong data. Financial, I mean, if I have to put it in a very nutshell. So almost 5 to 6 years, they have shown the wrong revenues, wrong taxes. So then at one particular point in time, somebody has identified, I mean, they have seen this and then they caught it and they are managed internally. They saw auditing teams and all. I mean, without those things will be revealed outside. Okay. So understand it. So even though you are assigning just, but it has very severe and serious implications in production systems. So whenever you are doing something in the production system, be very, 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 very cautious. Okay. It's not only this. So when you are importing that, every activity, what we are going to talk next 15 days, right? Everything is critical. Okay. Never ever, and stop, don't do any multiple activities when you are working on a production system. So these are the best, some recommendations I give you with my experience. I've seen a lot of cases, I'm telling you, where I've worked on sleepless nights for 10 days, 15 days for fixing one issue. Okay. In the customer location. So they ask you to stay there. Okay. And they will provide you food, bed, everything they will throw on our face in the meeting room. Okay. In client location. So in 2014, I was there in London for this client. So, I mean, there was an issue. That's it. Their legal team and they were after them. And then we were in a meeting room and you will be supplied with everything and you address it. That's it. You fix it and then go home. 14 days it took for us and everything over there only. We were in the office. 14 days, we didn't even come out of the building. So until we figured out who has caused it and what was done and what is done in the system and all the legal reports and everything is submitted, then we will relieved. It's like a lockdown of the building. So we almost 30 to 40 people who are working on that project were relieved only after 14 days, after doing so much scrutiny. So this is very important. Understand these real life problems. So you may starting your career in basis, but don't get scared. Over a period of time, I mean, with these examples and stuff, over a period of time, you will get to know where you have to put a break and where you have to be controlled and understand that you are the very powerful guy. Okay. So basis guy is the most powerful in the entire SAP landscape. So, that manager said, or this security guy said, that user said, this user said, never ever do anything. So developers, functional, anybody, they have their limitation. They have that thing. But as an admin, it's you who can put a full stop over there. Stop it. Get the right approval. I don't approve. I don't import it without your so-and-so approval. So following the process is also your most responsible task. Okay. Whenever somebody asks you to assign a user ID or password, I mean, some authentication, extra authentication, forget about it, whether he is a friend or close friend or buddy, or it doesn't matter. Okay. So there should not be any kind of affectionate or friendly thing. You can help him troubleshoot. You can help him do whatever you want, but don't assign him the unauthorized authorization. Okay. Even though you think that he didn't do anything, he just want to see it as a said example, right? You just assigned and you removed it, but there was a serious implication because your system violated the norms defined by the government or the financial organizations. Okay. So that is very, very important, guys. So keep this in mind. So that's why I'm stressing these authorization objects. It's not only knowing how to do and how to think, you will be able to do it for sure, but understand the criticality of these. So now you understand the importance of these authorizations. And then we discussed about the users in 3-layer architecture. I mean, but we are only focusing on the front end or the SAP GUI related users. Okay. So the next important question is, So like I ask you, what are the users you guys are already aware of it? User types. So we have around 5 types, but 4 are the most frequently, not more frequently. 4 types we use little bit frequently, but out of that, 2 are very, very frequently we use. Okay. So yeah, the screen and theory is fine, but I will try to simplify it in a way at least you guys are comfortable with the terminologies and these users, what they do and stuff. But believe me, only when you work and when you create something with that particular user, then only you feel the real importance, and you don't have to by heart whatever I'm explaining. I mean, you don't have to remember, but you will by intuition or by thing, you will remember that. Okay. So the first and okay, user types. So let me go here only, this diagram. First thing, dialogue. And then we have system, communication data, reference, and then service. So mostly we use dialogue, system only, these two mostly. We don't, in very rare cases we use. I will give you examples, where you use the service user and where you use the communication user, where you use communication. Reference, in my last 10 years of experience, I never used it, believe me. So I may not able to give you an example, but remaining 4, definitely I will give you examples and their perfect use cases where exactly you use them. Okay. So now I'll ask you a simple question. I mean, if you have worked on it. So with the dialogue user, the users which I provided you, what type of users they are? See, if we have this user, so TMS ADM doesn't exist in 800 client. The reason is it's a client dependent user. This exists only in the 000 client. Okay, clear? So now let's see a TCS USER1. Yeah, so you see here you can see the user type. So what type of user it is, a dialogue or a service or a system or communication user. So dialogue user is mainly to do the day-to-day tasks. Okay, so normal dialogue user is used by one person. For example, TCS user, whatever I have provided you only one person has to use, but you can share the password. But the thing is, you generally you should not share that. Okay. During a dialogue logon, the system checks for the expired or the initial passwords. Okay. So see, first thing what it checks when you are logging with the TCS user one. So what it will do is, what is my validity date? So it will check this particular thing. Okay. Validity from and to. You see here, this user is valid to 10th. So what it will do is, I will extend for all of you, don't worry. So display. So log on data. So it will check the first thing is validity. So as soon as it doesn't meet the validity condition, immediately it will throw an error. Hey, the user has expired. Okay. So now the second check it will do is, suppose the first time when I created this user, you set an initial password like SAP123, I gave you password, right? And then it asks you to prompt for changing the password. So that it will ask the second check. So see, dialogue user behavior is this. Just remember this. So I mean, you get again this level I am explaining these terminologies in a clean way that they will ask you in certification. So what does dialogue user do? So because these are all more like intuitive questions. What does dialogue user when you try to log in? First things, number one, it checks for the expired or the initial password, whether it is expiration or an initial password, and the user has the opportunity to change his or her own password that you did. So multiple dialogue logons are checked and logged. Okay. For example, TCS user one. Okay. If you share to somebody, 3 or 4 people logs into the same user. So as I said, there are tables who will track that. So there is a table USR 41 MLD. So which will tag the how many times that user has logged in and what is he doing. So I mean, so if you go to the SC16, so for most of the critical things, guys, believe me, SAP will track the logs. I mean, will put a change. So let's say they execute. So you see here. So B name is nothing but the username, and mandate is these are the database terms. MANDT, wherever you see MANDT, which is a client. So in 800 client, you see ACM demo. So peak 2 times, and concurrently they logged in 2 times. I mean, immediately. So this is the kind of thing they will have the data, how much last date, last time, peak date, peak time, first time, first day, everything is tracked, I'm telling you. So especially when anything with relevant to the authorization and role changes and everything will be tracked, don't say that nobody is monitoring. It is just matter of time, you know, people like me just logs in and then open this report table. That's it. They will get to know the history of what exactly the consultant has done. Okay. So that is why, and especially for all the basis, never ever underestimate that, and nobody is tracking for the basis. So it might not be a case for developers. So developers, they may not track and they can't track also because those developments and stuff. But for basis, they know this guy is a very super user and they know that you have the access and this will be tracked by default. SAP will track it. Forget about the customer and others. SAP will track it in the system. Okay, just for root cause analysis and then problem analysis. So be careful. That's just an example I'm showing. Yes, USR 41 MLD table will track how many dialog users and how many times they logged in. Okay. So then the next important user, system user. So system user is of type dialogue free communication. Okay. So for example, background processing. Okay, the work process which you suppose a job collecting the statistics of the database or the collecting the data of the certain table. Okay, those jobs are the background jobs. They don't run in the what we call on a dialog processing. So for example, if you put it in a dialog, so which means your screen keep on rotating, that hourglass, right? Rotating, and you have to wait for hours to complete that thing. So that job will run for 1 hour, 1 day, 2 days, like that. So then you would schedule it as a background job. So such cases, you always use the system user. Okay. So system user, can you log in with system user to the system? System user, can you log in? As anybody with the TMS ADM, will you be able to log in? Or with batch underscore RFC or batch underscore some user, will you be able to log into the SAP system? You will not be able to log into the system with the background user. So here you see not SAP GUI capable. Okay. So only 2 users, forget about reference, only 2 users you can log into the system. One is a dialog user, which you all are having, and the another user is a service user. So to make your life very simple or the understanding very simple, dialog and service are the same both. Okay. So this service user. So, but what is the difference? Why you need a service user? Okay. So, I mean, when the dialog and service is same, why do you need both? You can log in with SAP GUI. Why do you need service? Exactly. So the reason is service users, there are use cases for service. For example, a developer or a app developer, he always wants to access to the SAP system. Okay. But he is not communicating with the SAP GUI. He has defined some kind of API, application plugin. So, but he wants to log in every 1 hour and he wants to fetch some data and see it, and then he will update his code and something like that. But that guy, he can't give the dialog user password again and again. You got it? So it's very frustrating for him. And sometimes he forget his password also, or his code, he will change it sometimes. So for that purpose, the most important thing is irrespective of how many times he hit the system, so his user should not get logged. So, but dialog, there is a restriction, right? So 3 to 4 times if you log into the system, then the user get logged, and then you have to contact the admin, to reset the password. So that guy don't want to do that. So service user is mainly used for the integration scenarios where a dialog kind of user is used. So this service user will never expire. Okay, number one, and then it will never has this one, what we call password. I mean, password locking thing. So it won't get logged. You hit them as many times as possible, so it won't get logged. So this is the explanation here. A user of service is a dialog user. Okay, that is available to a larger and anonymous group of users. So, I mean, for example, there are 30-40 developers who wants to integrate or they create the applications, talks to the one SAP system. And you giving 30 users to them, imagine it, dialog users. Okay, giving them 30 like TCS user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a very painful thing. Okay, so or I could have given all you 10 people, right? One user, TCS, simple TCS, and then create it as a service user and given you. Okay, why I didn't give you? because I want to know who is doing what in the system. You understand? So that's why I given you dialog users with TCS 1 and 2 instead of a service user. But know that there are thousands of people who are developing or integrating with only one application, and giving them 1,000 users is very irritating. Okay, and in an admin, imagine to reset their password, those guys will lock their users, and it's too much of admin work. So such cases, you create a service user of type and you give them all one user. That's it. Hey guys, okay, what is your organization and you are working on your product? This is the, okay, fine, use this user. And in your applications, whenever you are communicating to my system, use this user and password. So that is the difference between dialog and service. You got it right? So only the user administrator can change the password of this service user. Okay. So as I said, the system does not check for the expired or the initial passwords during the logon. Okay. That is the beauty of service user. So service user, so it won't check whether it is expired or not. No, the service user, user ID and password, that's it. And it won't ask you to change the password also, because you are the admin and you set a password of strong password, 13 digits, 40 digits, and give them. That's it. Or else again, they change the password and they won't share to anybody. So that is the service user. So service user is a dialog user, and you use it when you want to give it to a group of people, one user, okay, or the project one user, and then one password with no control for them. Only you as an SAP basis guy has the control over this one. Okay. Service user, will you be able to log into the SAP GUI? Yes, I said. So yes, you see this screen, middle screen, SAP GUI capable, dialog and service users, you can log into the SAP GUI. But the difference is service user will not ask you to change the password, and it will not check for the expiration. Okay. And this password only is changed by the developer. Okay. So that's why left side you see password change. Dialog, yes, it will ask you to change. Password change, service user, no. Any questions, guys, on dialog and service before I move to the next set of users? They both are different category. Okay, these two are one category. So is it clear the difference between dialog and service? It is important. So you are following me, right? I mean, you are understanding. So I'm trying to make things simpler, but I'm not getting whether you are understanding or not. So you getting clear difference between these two? Please do let me know. System, I've already explained. It's a dialogue-free communication. I mean, you don't want to log into it. So within the system or from system A to B. So most of the RFCs, have you heard of the RFC connections, SM59? Okay. So if you go to the SM59, so these users, what they use here, right? They're all like technical login, technical settings, login and security. Yeah, IW user. So let's go and check it out. So they can use the other user. So dialogue free communication means, so like SU0. Okay. IW user. Let's check this one. This doesn't exist. I think this is a system 000 client related one. So I will check you. Anyway, it will tell you that if you go to the user, it will tell you it's a system user. So my question is SM59. Let's check this one. So this is the connection from this EH8 system to some AAO system. Okay. So in the logon and security, GW admin. So they're using this particular user. Okay. So this is a system user. Okay. You connect to that particular system using the this particular user. So can anybody tell me what happens if I give a type of user, dialog user here? So, I mean, I want to explain you the dialogue free communication. What exactly does that mean? So, putting the theory is fine for me. I can close and I can move ahead. So see, definition, dialogue free communication with a system for background processing. Okay. This term you see, it's a beautiful line, but I can simply skip this and proceed. But I want you to get a feel of what does it exactly mean, dialogue free communication. Okay. Practically, suppose if you define this GW admin as a dialog user in SU01, right? Whenever our system EH8 tries to communicate to this gateway system or this ABAP system, okay, what is going to happen? So what happens when you first try to log in with the dialog user? It will ask you for user ID and password, right? So yesterday, when you logged into the password, what it will say? It said, please input me the password. Now also it will tell you input me the password, right? So what happens is, it will establish the connection but it will ask you to type in the password. So you don't have this password status. You got it? That is the problem. You got it what I'm trying to say? And somebody can lock it and the expiration is the another region. So dialogue-free communication dialogue means it will prompt you to ask a password. It should not ask for the password. So it will take the password saved and then you proceed and always ensure that my connection works. That is what I mean by the dialogue-free communication. You understand? That is why the system user comes into picture. When you define the system user here, then it will not ask for any user or password. It will not check for the expiration. Simply it will go and it will always, the connection will be working until unless someone go and change the password of this GW admin. Okay. If you change the password, you come to the RFC connection and you update the password. Simple. So that is what I mean by the dialogue-free communication. Okay. When you are establishing a communication with other systems, so it should not ask for the, changing passwords or expiry passwords or this stuff. Okay. That is the important. So that is what I mean. It can also be used. RFCs use various applications. RFC, its main use case is the RFC connection, remote function call. I will explain in the RFC session exactly what are these connections and stuff. But just know that such kind of connections, when you are making from system A to system B connection, that times you use this background, which are dialogue-free communication. And then TMS ADM also. So TMS ADM also, it's a dialogue-free communication. So it will by default, it configures when you insert the STMS. Okay. So it is not possible to use this type of user for a dialog login. As I said, not GUI possible in the screen. Okay. So system user, you will not be able to log into the SAP system with SAP GUI. Okay. So, and then we have the communication user. So again, communication user is also same like system user. Okay. So, I mean, it is not possible to log into the system. The usual setting for the validity for apply users is job. Okay. So the only thing is the difference, you can put a validity type here, validity. So system user, it won't check for the validity period. Okay. So system user doesn't have an expiry date. Okay. So, I mean, it will not ask for this. So that's what users of this type are accepted. System user is accepted from the validity period or the password change passwords. But suppose you want to, there is a system B, you want to establish particular connection for only 2 days. Okay. And you may forget it after that time. So that guy may abuse it. So if you want to avoid such a scenario, what you do, you define simply communication data and establish it. 2 days it works and then it stops. That's it. So it's very simple. Now let's make a quick recap. I mean, this table, from this table, we'll try to understand. Okay, good. So mainly we have the 4 types of user: dialogue, service. So they both are same. So service user, the only thing is it won't ask you to change the password and it won't check, it won't have an validity time. Okay, it will be infinitely available. Simple. And they both can be used to log into the system. Service user, when do you use the service user? When you have to give access to the group of people. I mean, when there is a project, the developers whom you want to give it to these people. And then communication and system, dialogue-free communication. So you don't want to give it to the, whenever you are connecting, you don't want to punch in the password again and again. For example, background jobs, RFC connections. So dialogue-free communications, you can use these two. So the only difference between communication and this system is communications thing. You can set a validity and it will ask you to change the password also. Okay, good. So any further questions, guys? So most important ones are dialogue and system, guys. That's it. Apart from this service, anyway, I think service you understood it. So when to use it. Is it clear, this concept? Okay. So system user is used for the RFC connections when you are connecting from system A to system B. Okay. So why you cannot use a dialogue user is whenever if you use a dialogue user instead of a system user, so the behavior of the dialogue user is simple, right? So it will ask you to punch in the password, type the password. Okay. And it will also 3 times if the connection doesn't happen or it may fail. I mean, if the password has some change. So system A to system B, when you try to connect with the dialogue user, it will prompt you to change, okay, punch in my password. That is not, that is very irritating for you. I mean, you don't know when that system connection used, right? The background connection. So that's why you put a system user there, so that it won't ask you to change the password, or if you don't ask you to put in the password first of all in the first place. I mean, update the password, ask for the password prompt. Okay, because it's just a communication, and you never know that which application uses that RFC connection, and whenever it uses, it will, using the system user, it will try to establish the connection. Okay, so what are the examples where you use for system? RFC connections, and then background jobs. I mean, when you are running the jobs, and then TMS ADM is one of the examples. Okay, so system user do not expire. Okay, it won't have an expiry date. As long as that system user exists in the system, it works. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it won't ask you to change the password also. Yeah, as an admin, if you set the password, then it will be there. Okay, clear? System. The only difference between communication and system is communication user has an expiry date. That's it. So for example, and that use case is, when you are working on a project, system A to system B connection only for 2 days. So you don't want, the contract is up to 2 days only. You set a validity date. Okay, this user, and then you leave the user. So it will act as a system user, but with a validity date, most importantly. That is the most important communication users use case. So yes, so now we understand what is the authorization concept, and then we understand what are the types of users we have in this thing, and then we will talk about the security policy. So this security policy, you will understand more when you do an use case. Okay, when you do the assessment, the lab exercise which I have given you. So we will do it after this session. So security policy is nothing but, for example, I'll give you an example. So you are logging in with the dialog user, right? In a nutshell, I don't want to stress it too much. So when you are logging into the user, so I gave you a password, SAP 123, but that password is very easy one. Okay, 6 digits only. So I want to restrict the password. Okay, sometimes when you log into the Google also, it will ask, hey, minimum you have to give 8 characters, and in that 2 digits has to be there, and in that one alphabetical has to be there. You understand? So such kind of password restrictions can be created and then assigned to a role. Simple. If I have to put, so that is about the security policy. Okay, but for the reference purpose, I will read all these things, but if you understand it, that is the security policy. Simple. Every day you use in any account when you're logging, even Facebook, Google, anything, it will, there are certain security rules they will put for the password. That is what it is, the security policy. Okay, so that you can do from the transaction code SECPOL, SECPOL, security policy. So I'll just execute it. So anyway, I have designed one this one for you guys. So security policy, okay, how to create and stuff and assign to your user. So that you will try after this session. Okay, so you got it. Security policy, it's a simple one. So there's nothing to it's just that you should know how to do it. That I've explained in the labs. Okay, how to do it from the system, you do it, then you will get a clear picture of it. It is just restricting or setting up certain kind of guidelines for the passwords and then the users. Okay, so then let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the another important thing is the user groups. Okay, so what are these user groups? So SU, okay, now how many transactions I've executed so far from today morning? Only 2. One is the SU01, which is the user master update. The user address, data, password, setting expiry date, and so on. So user master record, that's the technical term for the user. And the second one I used is the SECPOL. Okay, security policy, just before. That is used to create the security policies. What password the user can have and how do you restrict that one, and which you can apply to the many users. Okay, that is the security policy. Then the third one, the important thing is the user groups, and I'm going to introduce you to the another transaction code here, which is SU10. Okay, so user groups in the sense, for example, you have an organization. So I have a finance guys, SD guys, a material management guy, purchase procurement guys, so many, FICO guys and SD guys, so many people are there. So each, because according to their group, I mean, according to their functionality, the authorizations and the roles are different, right? Suppose if you want to add a new role to the financial case. So, and going with one user, user by user, it's going to be very tedious. Okay. So what you do, you create a group and you add 100 users in it. Okay. Simple. 100 financial guys are there. So mass maintenance is possible with the user groups. Okay. So that's the only easiest way of understanding this thing. So, but if you go to the SU10, you will understand better. Or for example, TCS user 1, 2, 3, all 10 of you, I want to assign one role or an extra authorization. So I will give all the users in this user data. So that's it. Change and then apply. So mass maintenance is possible for us. So if you click on this authorization data, so see here user group. So you can pick the user group here. I mean, whom all you want. See here, Ariba user demo, user of demo systems. Let's see this one. Okay. So for all these things, if you want to lock all of them, we can all lock. So if you their validity, if you want to increase, you can increase from. So it's like mass maintenance. Okay. So mass maintenance of these people is possible with the groups. It's just simple. You are grouping them together. So that's about the groups. Okay. In this IDAS, there is only one guy. So let's take some other user group. Okay. Authorization data and then user group. Let's take super. Okay. So then execute. Anybody here? Yeah, here many people. So you see here, so user group, I mean, they all belong to the super group. I mean, you can define FI group or MD group, MM group, like that. You can TCS group, you can create all the TCS users. So if you want to give them you can select all of them from the group itself. So then assign or do or mass maintenance is possible. It's also very important when you are working in big projects where you want to change for 100 users, 200 users. No, doing one by one, it's going to be very tedious. So just come here, give their user group and then assign the role. That's it. So you see here. So how do you assign the role? Let's go back. So again, authorization data. So user group, suppose you want to give the authorization to the, which of these guys, which one we selected? Super. Where are you, super? Yeah, something. So here, suppose if you want to assign a new role, you assign something. Okay, language, you want to change anything, change it and then execute it, then all the things will be applicable for them. Okay, good. So any questions, guys, on this user groups? Is it clear? The second important thing, where do you create these user groups? I mean, the super and all, where do you create? So there is another fourth transaction I'm going to introduce you, SUGR. See, you don't have to remember these things, guys. So you can create a new group. So if I want to create a TCS, so here you do a TCS, specify a user group. Okay, so let me create TCS. Okay, so I want to add the users. You see, either clipboard also I can copy or I can take from all of you from here. So TCS user 1, TCS user 2. Okay, I'm adding all of you. TCS user 3. So let's do this thing. Yeah, 3 users, fine. Now save. So later you can add it. Somebody you can use. I mean, this is just for demonstration purpose. Users for, fine. That's a group is created. So now what I'm going to do. So or if or in SUGR, if you want to display, you can do that. So if you want to see how many users are display user group TCS, you can see how many users are there. Now if you want to change, you can change it. Now if you go here SU10, okay, before that, let's see, we will change something for all these users. So TCS user 1, what we are going to change is, yeah, let me change the validity from 30/09 to 2021. See, you see this, this is with the 2021, right? I will change it to the October. Okay. for all the users. So you can, so now let's go to the SU10, all of them. So I want to change to all those groups, whoever has belongs to the TCS groups. So let me put TCS here. And for all of them, so I mean, changing it to one by one, it's very difficult for me. So what I will do is I will validate validity. So let's say September 1st to validity. So just for the understanding purpose, I will give the October 2nd. Okay. So now let me execute. Okay, so for this user group, somehow those users are not added, TCS user group. So, I mean, I think I just have to go and add them one more time again, the TCS user 1 and user 2. Here you see, so TCS user 1 is Paka added to this TCS group, so it has been changed. So if you want to see, so SU01 again, TCS user 1, just to display it. Okay, I'll create it. Okay, we will check it during the labs. Okay, I'll create this one. So somehow this system is not accepting. But that's how you do this. Okay, I will, yeah. I will create it and I will show you. Somehow it's not saved it. Let's not waste time. So that is the user group concept. So because it's in a sandbox system, sometimes there might be some restrictions. Okay, I'll do that. I will give you the demo, don't worry. So this FI, CO, SD, MM, and PP, they are the different modules. I mean, each module, you can create a group and you can do the mass administration using this particular SU10 tree code. I will show you later how to do that. So let's start with this. Good. So now what you understand, so total 4 transactions I have introduced. What is user master record? And then what level of authorization you can provide them. I mean, permit the protection. Either you can log in or you cannot log into the system, or execution level we can put. And the third thing is, I have explained about the users. So what are the users? System user and dialog users, communication, and then the service user. Okay. So now the important part is, what is the roles? Okay. How do you maintain user roles and assignments? Okay. So here we are going to talk mainly on the, I think you might have heard, authorization object, authorization profile, authorization check, and role. Okay. And then user master comparison. So these are the most important. Creating user is one part of the story. So then assigning the right authorization is the another part. And most of the cases you will get issues in the second part. I mean, the users do not have a right authorization. So the other day somebody is telling that I don't have authorization, right? So what do? If a customer if a customer or the end user complains that I don't have authorization, so on, so execute, how do you troubleshoot it? Okay, that we will see. So how we are going to check this one? What is authorization object? What is authorization profile? And what is authorization check? Okay, so to understand, what is this authorization concept, and you need to understand what is the role and what are these profiles and what are these basically. Okay, so you look at this diagram. We are going to explain one S_user group authorization. Okay, so now you try to understand it in a theoretical basis. Okay, when I log into the system, then you will understand in a easier or the better way. First thing, so we have again, so groups, fine, keep it aside. User groups for the mass maintenance. So, you can group mass maintenance. That is one part. So the second thing is, for those mass maintenance, for example, I have a group of 100 basis guys. Okay. So for all of them, you cannot give SAP all. First of all, SAP all is completely restricted. Okay. It's a training system. You all got the SAP all. Nobody gets SAP all in anywhere until unless, as I told you, how critical it is. Okay. No one has an SAP all access. Okay. So just know that basis guys. So what all authorizations basis guys should have, or I am creating a group for the basis guys. So this is the object class. Okay, I define it as a basis administration, and then in that there is an authorization object. Okay, So user master maintenance or the user groups. And then the activity, what activity those guys can do. Okay. And then user group in the master record. So what group they belong to, kind of thing. So there are any object class, if you open any authorization objects, we are going to open it soon. I mean, we'll open it as a part of it. Any authorization object will have three main fields. So, hey, this guy belongs to which object class? He's a basis guy, functional guy, or guy, or whatever is it. So it is in terms of, it's not user group. Don't get confused. We are talking about authorizations. Okay. Oh, this guy belongs to the basis class. Okay. What all things I have to, what activities he can do, that will be listed here. Okay. Like monitoring or using the tools or a database, DB2, DB02, DB key. So those activities will, and then the authorization here, what in this particular activity, for example, you are a basis guy, DB02, let's say the activity name is the monitoring. So monitoring, what activity is the monitoring? Monitoring means all the transactions at ST03, ST22, ST01, whatever is the transaction, you need only display access, right? So the authorization is nothing but what access in that particular activity this particular guy in this authorization object needs, only display. Fine. So for that monitoring activity, you assign only display. And then you have an activity where you have to update or create users, create. So then you assign that, okay, SU01, SU10, so and so transactions, I will create. We have to create access and then change certain table or certain SC16, some entries he has to change. So then you will provide for those transactions change activity. So like that. So these are the three concepts or the three critical things. Any authorization object, okay, which object class that guy belongs to. Okay, it's a basis guy. What all activities that basis guy do? Monitoring and then updating and then checking certain things. Okay, so those are the activities. In those activities, what are the transaction codes this guy needs? That is where they mention this authorization and provide this simple, clear. I simplified it in a way that it is very easy for you to understand. That is the authorization object, nothing. So that is the authorization object or the concept of authorization, what we are going to assign. Okay, and then authorization check. So so again, it's a very important interview question or certification also, it's very important. What happens when a user logs into the SAP system? Okay, so SAP system, what all users can log into the SAP system? Only dialog and service user. Fine. So dialog and service user logs into the system. Then screen. So the first thing is authority check. So or the user context. Oh, as I said, okay, it doesn't matter. So it will log into dialog user. It will first check the what? So it's validity of the user. Okay. Oh, this user is valid or not, or is the password has been already changed? Fine. If it is already changed, then type in the password, it will come. That's it. That is already done as soon as you get into the system. Then authorization check. Oh, this guy, oh, it's a basis guy. Okay. What all things he needs? So does he has authorization to execute this transaction? Okay. He has an authorization to execute that ST22 transaction. Then yes, then process it. Or else, if you don't get this one, I mean, if you don't have an authorization, if your transaction is not defined over there for authorization object, then it will say no. And then it will give an error message that you are not authorized to log into the system. Simple. This is the authorization check process. Okay. So, okay, the moment you log in, you got an not authorized to access this. What do you do? How do you know which all authorizations you not? Just execute the SU53 transaction. Then you will get to know what all authorizations missing. I will give you a demo. Okay. If a user is not able to authorization check and if you want to know what authorization this guy is missing, that also it is very simple to identify. Okay. So now so authorization check, any questions? Okay. Then another important term. Okay. So in this one, fine. We are defining what all activities a guy can do in the system, right? But can you define what all he cannot do? For example, he is a basis guy. I want him to give the access, except debug access, everything please provide. It's a simple, right? Coming in reverse direction. Instead of providing 100 transaction codes and 100 activities defining, can you do like, okay, except debug access, can I give him everything? Can you do that? Anybody? You understand? Except debug access, give him everything. So that kind of thing, can we do that in a reverse way? Everything that is not explicitly allowed is forbidden. That's it. This is can be described as a positive authorization concept. There are authorization concept. So this is a positive authorization concept, which means if you have not defined for him that these are the activities and these are the authorization transaction codes he can access, if you don't mention, that's it, he cannot access anything at all. So even though if he has 1,000 activities, that has to be explicitly defined in that authorization object, and that will be allocated to a role, and that has to be assigned to that particular user. You got it? But anyway, that is one-time activity. Once you create the role or the authorization objects, that's it. So they will be available. So it's very important, guys. Again, it's again a true or false question during certification. So same question which I have asked you. So in your customer client, if a customer asks you to provide access apart from this particular accepting this particular transaction code, is it possible? No. So everything that is not mentioned or clearly defined in the SU PFCG, so which will not be user. Okay. So now we will do the user roles and assigning roles to the users. Okay. So I am going to introduce you the another transaction code, which is PFC. Now we are going to the concept of role. So the user assignment and the role creations and the user comparisons can be done from the PFCG. Okay. So this is also a very important thing. You can create a role and you can assign the authorization objects, extra authorizations, and it is simple. You assign that role to the multiple people, basis guys or FICO guys or something. Whoever is it belongs to them. Okay. So you can assign a same role to the multiple people. Okay. But a user can only access whatever the roles he has been assigned and what are the authorizations he has given to him. Okay. A role can be assigned to the multiple users, both the ways. You create a role and you create the entire all the users. That I will show you how to assign that. Okay, that is possible. So role is nothing but it's a group of authorization objects. So you can define it and then you can assign to the user, particular user. So see, any roles which starts with this SAP, right? They are the standard roles. SAP provides them by default, but you always better not to use these roles. So, by taking a copy of these roles, you can create your own roles. So changes the role administration for web channels. So I'm trying for basis one. Okay, fine, take it, any role. So you see this, so you just display this one. It's very important, guys. So menu, you can define what are these guys can do. Display, delete logs, data browser, call view, transaction, system log, web dump analysis. So because it's a developer role, so ST22 analysis is important. So you put all the things menu you can define here, or the some web related stuff also you can define. So this next thing is authorizations. So guys, this authorizations and then user, it always has to be green color. Remember. So this role, even though you assign this role to some user, he may be able to log into the system, but he will not be able to do anything in the system. Okay, that is a problem. So the reason you have not done the authorizations properly and your user master comparison did not do. So the importance of user master comparison is why SAP has put complicated this. Simply you create it and you assign the authorizations and you give it to the person. Simple, assign it works. No, SAP intentionally put here, you have to generate an authorization object. Okay. So here you see there is no profile, which means it is useless, no matter whether you assign. So first of all, you have to generate the profile for this one, and then you have to assign to the users and then do an user master comparison. That is very, very important, guys. So, most of the cases you get issues because of these two things. So these two has to be green color, and you should know what all users it has assigned, and you have to do an user master comparison. First, what we do is let's try to do the, I'll give you a demo. We will copy it to a different one. So now I am going to do copy role. So, it won't allow you to use the SAPs. It's not recommended. You always take a copy. So for example, I'm doing a TCS underscore copy. So copy all. Let me copy it. Okay, I have copied. Now let me do this thing. Or let me go back and then let me change it. Okay, I'm going to assign ABAP roles to all of you. How I am going to do this role? So I can give it to anybody, whomever. Authorization yellow, which means some problem. What is the problem? You come here, there is no profile here. And then users, you have not assigned. So now first you fix the authorization issue, this one. So you click on this. So it has generated. So which means you just generated the authorization profile for him. Okay. So and then save. Good. So now you come here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign this to the TCS user 1, TCS user 2. Let's do this. Okay. Users have come and these are the validities for you guys. Oh, this validity has changed, guys. So I mean, it has changed to 1999. So that user, it took time to reflect. So now I'm going to do the user master comparison. You must save the role first. Yes, I want to save the role. So profile comparison, user attempted profile comparison. Update the profile first, then see. So which means your authorization is still has some problem. So that is why it is not doing the. So here at the bottom, so which means the profile has not generated properly. Okay, status current version not generated. You see here. So these are the important things you need to check, guys. So now what I'm going to do is change authorization data. So it will give you a disclaimer what you are doing.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a benefit of SAP Basis in terms of system administration? Option A, simplified user interface design. Option B, centralized system monitoring and management. Option C, improved supply chain management. Option D, enhanced customer relationship. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So sometimes based on the role, it takes time. So let's do that. Good. So I told you a few things. Object class. So this is the object class, SAP role for administration of the ABAP channels. One diagram I told. And these are the activities. You know, he can do course application objects. Activities, what he can do. Basis administration he can do. Basis development environment he can do. And if you scroll down, you will find what all things he can do as a part of this. You know, activity. So I told you activity, right? What all activities he can do? He can change, display, delete, execute, activate, administer, copy, download, everything. So whenever there is a start, then in which clients, everywhere he can do. In name of the systems, any you know, star, which means, so these are the activities he can do. So as I said, it's a positive role concept, which means whatever is assigned only he can do. Rest all he cannot do. Rest all activities forbidden. So these are all activities he can do as a part of this one. And then administration of the internet communication again here. So again, add, create, everything is given. Star. Okay. So like this, you can add one more also if you want to add something else. You add it. And basis administration. Let's go to the basis administration. So you can check the system authorizations. Let's see. So SICF. Yes, you have the SICF access. And then system administration function. So these are all things. Okay. So this is what I was explaining about the object class and the activities. What all this is an authorization, how this works. Now, whatever you're going to do, you have to generate, guys. So this is important, guys. Generate. There are open authorizations still. Okay, generate. Profile is created. Okay, then save. So not generated. Again, this click on this generation button. Generate. Okay, profile created, authorization profile is current. You see this earlier, the status was different, and then this authorization has become green. You got it, guys? So you always have to generate the profile, and it will tell you that this authorization profile is current. Okay. SAP want introduce this to do this for every role. I mean, at least once, whenever you make a change, it's a double layer protection. So even though somebody created a role and assigned to the users, it will not work until that guy comes here and do the authorization. I mean, this one. And they can restrict this, whoever can change this also. And only the authorized people can generate these profiles. That also they can restrict it. So that anybody can simply can go and change these things. They will not do. It should not be possible. So SAP wanted to introduce an extra layer of authorization, and a team lead or somebody can generate these profiles. Then only this role works. Even though you have an access to create a role and you create it, but you will not be generate this authorization unless you generate this profile current. It will not work. Okay. Now the second thing, user. So who is this user? So TCS user 1, TCS user 2 I assigned. Now you do the user comparison. Okay, so complete the comparison. Let's do this. See, now it has assigned this to the comparison user master completed. So now this part also becomes green. Clear? So then this role works for sure. Now you go to the SU01. So TCS user display and then roles. Perfect. This TCS has assigned and it is in green color, which means you have given some ABAP authorizations and you have assigned to this user, and then this user will be able to work properly with these authorizations.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP Basis? Our course is here to guide you through it step by step. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Basis. It's like a tool shed for managing stuff, from making sure we have enough resources to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips and tricks. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become SAP Basis Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.